Well, Durut Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 72 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful with your wonderful host, Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful host, Goldie Kamari.
Thank you so much, Armin. How are you doing today?
Good, good.
We have
Saw the news that President Trump got involved and saved the Iranian national team, the girls. So that was amazing.
that
And
was
Prince Reza Pahlavi, that was
oh my
amazing.
God.
Yeah, you sent that to me. You sent that to me. I was so excited.
Such good news. Such good news. Let me pull this up. That was
Yeah.
probably one of the best things that could have happened. And we are so grateful to President Trump for doing this. Um, Let me pull up his posts because he had a number of posts here.
Yeah,
So
he had a follow up after.
he had a few, actually. He had a few.
Yeah.
So started out with 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago, he said Australia is making a terrible humanitarian mistake by allowing the Iran national women's soccer team to be forced back to Iran, where they will most likely be killed. Don't do it, Mr. Prime Minister. Give asylum. The US will take them if you won't. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. And then he then posted this screenshot of someone named Drew on X. And Drew, I think he's Australian, and he wrote about this. So he said, this story is absolutely insane. Senior Iranian regime propagandists threatened to have members of the Iranian women's football team killed because they didn't sing the national anthem at a game in Australia this week. Guys, this is how brutal the regime is, okay? Just because these women chose not to sing the national anthem, the Islamic regime were threatening to have them killed for treason. The women were basically held under armed guard in Australia by Iranian officials to prevent them escaping. They were even seen making SOS signals on their team bus. The Australian government inexplicably dragged their feet on saving them right up until the last possible moment. 5 girls just escaped and claimed asylum. The rest face a flight home tomorrow to almost certain persecution. This is the same Australian government which wants to import literal ISIS members from Syrian prison camps. They've spent the past month trying to get ISIS brides back on planes to Australia, but they had to be dragged, kicking and screaming to protect 5 women fleeing Islamist persecution. And then President Trump followed up with another post, and he said, I just spoke to Prime Minister Anthony Albanese of Australia concerning the Iranian national women's soccer team. He's on it. 5 have already been taken care of, and the rest are on their way. Some, however, feel they must go back because they are worried about the safety of their families, including threats to those family members if they don't return. In any event, the Prime Minister is doing a very good job having to do with this rather delicate situation. God bless Australia, President Donald J. Trump. So there you go, guys.
Go-
Yeah.
Yeah, Goldie, yesterday in our group discussion, two people asked me, why are the girls even getting on the bus? Like, why are they not resisting? Why are they just not running away? Right. And I told them before I even saw this post, before this post was even made yesterday, I told them the Islamic Republic has years of intimidation tactics, especially when it comes to your family members, right? They already have, because the Iranian athletes have been taken by the Islamic Republic to many countries, and they already have been dealing with so many of them wanting to just stay and claim asylum. So they have a lot of years of experience with regards to coming up with protocols and systems to make sure that they come back. Which the most one of the most important ones is threatening your family. So you have to come back, or else something will happen to your family.
That's why a lot of Iranians don't speak out or haven't spoken out, right? So for a lot of people who are wondering, um, you know, why it's taken so long, or why haven't Iranians spoken out in the past? It's because we're all being held hostage. There really is no difference between whether we're in occupied Iran or not. Those who are in occupied Iran, of course, are held hostage. Those of us who are outside, we are held hostage through threats to our families and loved ones inside. So that's why it's no one is free. Not a single Iranian is free until the Islamic regime is completely destroyed and overthrown, because they have been um, holding all of us hostage. I mean, we're getting death threats. We're being attacked. Right, there was a stabbing incident in Hamburg yesterday, where like some random jihadi went to um, where is it here? A random jihadi went to like a free Iran event and had a knife, and he almost stabbed people. So this is what they do. This is what they do. Now, King Reza Pahlavi has a few messages. I'll touch up briefly on um, on. I think he spoke last night. I think we shared his statement, right? We shared his statement last night, right? Yeah, we shared his statement yesterday about the Iranian women's football team. So, in response to President Trump saying that he's going to help rescue and save the Iranian women's football team, His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, the leader of the Iranian Lion and Sun Revolution, he reposted the White House and he said, "Thank you, Mr. President." So, already, guys, I hope that this also, goes to further demonstrate that a free Iran, we will be allies, we will be friends. I mean, even our top, government officials are already communicating, and they're on good terms. So this is the kind of this is what you can expect when the Islamic regime is overthrown and Iran is free. That renewed friendship and allyship between Iranians and Americans, and so we can't wait for that. Um, this was a statement that His Royal Highness put out earlier this morning with respect to the ongoing situation, the ongoing conflict. So he says, the American and Israeli resolve to decimate the Revolutionary Guards and dismantle the Islamic Republic's infrastructure of terror has the broad support of the Iranian people. The current regime's despicable use of Iranians as human shields is a crime against humanity. The safety of civilians and the protection of Iran's vital national infrastructure must remain a priority. To Iran's own military, lay down your arms and join the people. If you do, there will be a place for you in a free Iran. So that was his statement from today, Armin. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I had that ready as well,
Mm.
and this is what I think. This is a very important message for Princess of Pahlavi, not just to the Americans but to the Iranians, for us to be on the same page, right? Because there's a huge attempt by the Islamic Republic, the MEK, and some leftists to try to divide us when it comes to our reactions to what the Americans are doing.
Mhm.
And when Princess of Pahlavi puts out a statement like that out, it gets us back in line on the same page and the messaging. So, for example, I remember during when we were waiting for these attacks to take place, some people were getting frustrated with Israel and United States, and then eventually everybody is now on the same page. So right now we have to make sure that we are grateful, that we are showing our appreciation, that we are completely supporting President Trump, because right now the main attack on President Trump is to try to reduce the support he has for these military operations. So the Iranian are a huge asset. The Iranian support for President Trump is a huge asset. So using some distractions a list of distractions to try to make it seem like, oh no, they're going the wrong way, as a way for some people to trigger some Iranians to react. When Prince Reza Pahlavi puts out a message out like that, then it's a huge reminder to the Iranian people that this is what you're supposed to say, this is what your position is supposed to be right now. And we're so lucky to have Prince Reza Pahlavi, or else none of us will be able to be as convincing to get Iranians on the same page when it comes to our messaging.
Absolutely. Just got a notification here from Fox News. So President Trump is holding a news conference in about 3 hours.
Okay.
So just wanted to put that on the radar. Of course, we're going to live stream that here on Iran Revolution Live. No, everything you said, 100%. I agree with you on that. We have to stay focused on the path at hand. Armin, I saw the footage of apparently the swearing in of Mojtaba as the new supreme leader, and
yeah,
I was watching that, and at first I was like, this has to be parody. Like this can't be real.
The way they wanted his picture out instead of him.
I saw it this morning, and at first I was gonna like retweet it, and I was like, no, wait, this can't be real. This can't be real. But then I saw everyone else sharing it, and I'm like, this is worse. Like this is more insane than like the movie The Dictator. Like the movie where they're making fun of terrorists. Like this was more insane than that.
Should we play it?
Okay. Yeah, let's just play it once without any like commentary, and then I don't know, or I don't even know. Sure, maybe I'll just provide commentary because it's just one of the most crazy, insane things I've ever seen.
Wait, the video I have up, that's the one that you're talking about, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Should I play it? Okay, let me play it. Okay, guys. Watch this. This is the announcement
of the new supreme leader.
پس از بررسی‌های دقیق و گسترده و استفاده از ظرفیت اصل 108 قانون اساسی مطابق وظیفه شرعی و اعتقاد به حضور در محضر خداوند متعال در اجلاسی فوق‌العاده امروز آیت الله سید مجتبی حسینی خامنه‌ای را بر اساس وعده قاسم نمایندگان محترم مجلس خبرگان رهبری و عنوان سومین نظام مقدس جمهوری اسلامی ایران تعریف و معرفی.
Oh my God, where is he? Goldie, where is he? Why is he not showing?
I don't know.
Why is he not there?
Well, that's why I didn't share it at first. I was like, this can't be real. Like this looks like this looks like an SNL skit. Like this is more insane than like a comedy skit. They're swearing in the new supreme dictator of the regime, right? He's supposed to be like, the most powerful, like the axis of resistance, right? Axis of resistance. And it's just a photo of him. It looks like his funeral.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. And Goldie, it's not just that. It's that, guys, the only video recording we have of him speaking ever, it's a video of him canceling one of his online courses. That's the only video of him ever existing talking, saying, I'm canceling my courses. I'm sorry. My dad doesn't, he actually says, Goldie, my dad doesn't know that I'm canceling my courses, but I'm canceling my courses. And that's the only video from a few years ago. There's absolutely nothing, no other video of him speaking his Islamic, other than him canceling his Islamic courses. So I mean, guys, before that video, we didn't even know how he sounded like. And there were so many meme videos of him like sounding like really strange. That's why. But before that video, we didn't even know what he sounded like. But yeah, some people think he's dead. Some people think he's lost a leg. We know he's injured. We know he's injured because they called him John Buzz or something on the state TV.
So he is injured. We don't know what. I mean, Tusi is saying it's his leg is amputated. I haven't seen anything else, any other sources that says that. But guys, keep in mind. So anyone who's like saying like this is how insane the situation is. So not only is the new supreme leader being sworn in through like a cardboard cutout photo, but the Islamic regime still hasn't had a funeral procession for Khamenei. They haven't even buried him yet. They were supposed to have a funeral for him last week. They haven't had a funeral for him yet, guys, because they're afraid that if they have a funeral, Israeli and American drones are going to like boom them. So no funeral for the old supreme dictator. The new one, we don't know where he is. We don't know if he's alive or dead. It's a cardboard cutout.
Maybe Goldie, he's in hiding for the next 1400 years, like Mehdi. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe, but
should I play it again and translate what they're saying?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Oh, here. Let me add the audio. So they're saying خونی که تو رگ ماست هدیه به رهبر ماست, which means the blood that is in our veins is a gift to our supreme leader. So yeah, so basically that's a metaphor for saying that we're willing to die for our supreme leader. We're willing to bleed for him. Wow. It does look like a funeral. You're right. Like when somebody dies, that's what you do. You put out a picture with flowers around them. Okay, Goldie, the way this guy is talking is so weird. He's like he talks like a cartoon character. Like he's trying to sound like epic, but he's talking like, I don't know, like
پس از بررسی‌های دقیق و گسترده و استفاده از ظرفیت اصل قانون اساسی مطابق وظیفه شرعی و اعتقاد.
Okay, wait, I'm supposed to translate. Yeah, hold on. So he's saying after many hours of deliberation and precise, like very detailed analysis and using the capacity of the 108th principle of the Constitution of the Islamic Republic, based on the Islamic responsibility, in front of God, in a fantastic council, in a fantastic meeting. So they have picked Ayatollah Sayyid Mojtaba Khamenei. Sayyid Mojtaba Hosseini Khamenei. Ayatollah Sayyid Mojtaba Hosseini Khamenei, that's his full name, has been picked as the supreme leader. I can't hear what he's saying anymore because people are Allahu Akbari. So he's saying he's now the third supreme leader. The third supreme leader of the sacred Islamic Republic. Yeah, so that's the introduction. That's that. Wow. Embarrassing. Can't even bring him out. Do you think we will ever even hear him speak, like as a supreme leader? I don't know. Wow. Okay.
No.
So maybe he's just shy, Goldie. Maybe he's just shy. He has social anxiety in front of crowds. That's what I think it is.
This is so humiliating though. Like, how are people going to look at this and go, "Oh yeah, like the Islamic regime is so strong, right? Oh, the axis of resistance, right?
Right.
Like, this is so bad. They can't bury. So everyone's already making like jokes about how Khamenei is like the dead one is like rotting, and like, you know, he smells bad, and his corpse is rotting, and they're hiding him in like a fridge because they can't bury him because they haven't had a funeral procession for him yet. So not only are they making fun of that, now it's this. Oh my gosh, like not even like SNL could come up with something like this.
By the way, Goldie, look at this. Look at the people they're using as guard. These are kids.
Child soldiers.
Yeah. So if all of a sudden they die during this conflict, they're gonna bring out their bodies and be like, look at Americans as Israelis are killing children. Also, look at this. Like, not given that they don't have offices, they're having meetings out in the open.
Can you zoom in?
Oh wait, I can't. Okay, I know how to zoom in. Hold on. Copy image.
You have to zoom in on the table, Armin. There's something on the table there.
Oh yeah, look at this. You're right. The table. Look at that. The table. This is their Africa. Guys, they've been losing their bases. So they have to meet outside.
They have a roll of toilet paper on the table.
Oh, what the hell? You're right. I didn't even notice that. Are they pooping in the outside? What is this?
I don't know, but they have a roll of toilet paper.
Why do they? I didn't notice that. What is that? Why is that there? You need a bidet. What is that? Wow. Look at this. Must be the commander.
Honestly, I'm so confused by the toilet paper.
I know. Oh god.
And then zoom out, and then guys, you can see like the base behind them is completely destroyed.
Oh yeah, this was they showed up to work and it's not there.
Yeah, that's their base. It's completely destroyed. So they're just having like an office meeting outside.
Oh, this keeps getting better and better. The more you pay attention. They're homeless now.
It's
so sad.
It's so bad. Oh, I see a super chat here. Tusi said he lost a leg. We've heard that rumor as well. We're still waiting for like other sources as well, just to confirm. So we know that he's injured for sure. We're just trying to find out the extent of the injuries. Tusi could be 100% right. So we did mention that he may have lost a leg. So yeah, we are aware of that. Absolutely. But Armin, yeah, like this again. Something else that you could never recreate, right? Like,
Yeah.
this is something that even AI couldn't recreate, right? You have the destroyed base in the background. You have the cops outside, right? And guys, by the way, these aren't regular cops. These are the terrorists, right? These are the ones who are murdering us, right? Murdered Iranians.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, why is there a toilet just random, like a random roll of toilet paper on the table?
Right.
That is just the most confusing thing.
And look at the flags of the Islamic Republic here. All mangled up here. Like, wow. I can't wait for these gatherings to also become the targets. Like, all of a sudden they're sitting.
Should be.
Yeah. Oh, here's another one that was taken out. The door is there though. Like, so this Israel posted this. Israel in Persian. This is the official account of Israel's government in Persian, and they posted this saying, "We provide the conditions for you." To Iranian people are saying, "We provide the conditions for you." This was the law enforcement force of Kuhdasht. This was, guys. There's nothing behind it, but the door is standing. But there's not, the whole thing has blown up. Oh wow! I'm gonna repost this. Amazing, love it. Thank you. Oh, also, Goldie, did we play this? Because Amu Lindsay mentioned, told us that this 2 weeks.
We should play
in
it.
2 weeks. In 2 weeks, many things is going to happen. So, guys, 2 weeks. So let's listen to this.
States, you just wait to see what comes in the next 2 weeks.
The next 2 weeks, meaning what?
We're going to blow the hell out of these people. This regime is in a death row now. It is going to be on its knees. It's going to fall. And when it falls, we're going to have peace like no other time. We're going to have prosperity unlike anyone could ever imagine. Peace brings prosperity. You can't do it by talking. The Democrats criticize this operation. They didn't do a damn thing.
So, Goldie, 2 weeks. According to Amu Lindsay, so far his predictions have come true. So this is good.
That's Nowruz. Remember I said?
Yeah. You did. Okay. Wait. I have a nice video from the White House. Look at this. The White House posted this video saying the regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. So let's watch this video by the White House.
On the orders of the President of the United States, U.S. Central Command commenced Operation Epic Fury.
I'm gonna shoot you right down.
This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces.
He reminded the world, as he has time and time again, being an American means something unbreakable. If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. We didn't start this way, but under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their ideology.
Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. This is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them. The president made the decision to go after them, take away their missiles, take away their navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon.
Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Boom, boom, boom.
Wow.
I have goosebumps. Chills, literal chills.
Oh,
and I love how they include like the lion and sun flag in there. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Can we watch that again, please?
Yes, of course.
Armin, this is what we have been waiting for like 47 years. Oh my gosh. Like honestly, it's even when we started Iran Revolution 72 days ago, if someone had told me, in 72 days, the White House is going to be saying that now is the time for regime change, we have your back, and they're posting images of like people holding the lion and sun flag in an official White House video. If someone had said that to me 72 days ago, I would have been like, what are you smoking? Like, we've never had that level of support from anyone before.
Yeah. Yeah, Goldie, people told us that we were too optimistic. Apparently, we weren't optimistic enough. Let's watch this again.
On the orders of the President of the United States, U.S. Central Command commences Operation Epic Fury.
I'm gonna shoot you right down.
This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces.
He reminded the world, as he has time and time again, being an American means something unbreakable. If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their idol.
Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. This is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them. The president made the decision to go after them, take away their missiles, take away their navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon.
Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Boom, boom, boom.
Wow.
You know something, Armin? I was thinking about the name Operation Epic Fury. And Operation Epic Fury doesn't just relate to Americans. We Iranians also have 47 years of fury because of these Muslim Nazis. And there's the things that Iranians want to do to some of these people, the fury, the rage. It's also similar to how Israel has named their operation Roaring Lion, right? Because you have the lions of Judea and the lions of Persia.
Perfectly said. And Goldie, somebody in the chat saying everything now hinges on the Iranian people rising up. And based on what I know, we're not going to disappoint.
Oh,
We're
there's
not going
no way.
to disappoint.
I think a lot of people are impatient because I still have a lot of people asking, well, when are Iranians going to rise up? When are they going to rise up? Guys, they can't rise up right now. Even CENTCOM itself put out a message yesterday saying now is not the time. They actually said they said stay indoors, right? So for everyone who's like, well, how come Iranians aren't rising up and going into the streets? They've been literally told by CENTCOM not to go, right? So here's the warning again. So U.S. forces issue safety warning to civilians in Iran. Okay? Strongly urge civilians in Iran to stay at home. The Iranian regime is knowingly endangering innocent lives. Okay? So CENTCOM itself is right now saying to Iranians, stay home. Don't go out. Now is not the time. Now is not the time to rise up. So there's a process here. We don't know what the process is, but obviously CENTCOM, President Trump, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, the Shah, our leader, right? Our leader said that he said this right when the conflict, like the humanitarian intervention started. He said, stay home. And when the time is right, he's like, I will explicitly tell you. So guys, no one in Iran is going to come out until King Reza Pahlavi sends the signal. So everyone is waiting for the signal. But I guarantee you, when Iranians do go out, it's going to be the most insane and glorious thing you've ever seen. Okay. That's all I just wanted to add to that.
By the way, Goldie, this picture was the favorite part of the video for me. This picture right here, where she looks like this. Yeah. And guys, I'm going to repost this if you want to find these on my account, so you guys have access to it. Also, Sohail just sent me something. It's saying the Mullah regime in Iran wants to confiscate the assets of Iranians in exile who attend protests against the regime. Look, this is a message that they got. اطلاعیه دادستانی کل کشور اموال آن دسته از ایرانیان خارج نشین که با دشمن همصدایی، همراهی و همکاری کنند طبق قانون مصادره می شود. So if they see your picture in one of the protests outside of Iran, they're going to look for your assets inside Iran and they're going to take it. So let me actually repost this as well.
Yeah, Manoto posted something as well on that, and I shared Manoto's update as well earlier today.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So, I mean, I think honestly, to me, this just looks like the dying breaths of like a dead regime, right? Like they're sinking. They're basically just lashing out, trying to, do what they can. I don't think anyone's going to take any of this seriously. There's not even an infrastructure left. Like who is this coming on behalf of anyway? Like who's in charge? Who's leading the country?
Exactly. And Goldie, look at this. They are the Iranians in their protests honoring the sacrifice of Americans right at the first. Look at this. Wait, I can't play that music. Look at this. Wait, what does this? What does it say? Let me actually see. We honor your sacrifice. Iranians salute you. These are the fallen Javid Nams of American soldiers. Let's look at that. Look at this. I feel like many Iranians respect American soldiers more than many of the leftists in America. Like I don't see this level of respect coming from their crowd. Let me see what that sign said there. Saying thank you, President Trump. What prophet of peace? Look at that. Well, look at the more people holding the pictures of the fallen soldiers. Look how grateful they are. I think, more Iranians are talking about the fallen soldiers of America than other people. Look at this. It's so amazing. You make us so proud. You make us so proud. I have another video of a military official that just threatened President Trump, saying we are prepared for 10 years of war with the United States, at least 10 years. So this is I like this. This is good because this basically means that the United States will have all the not just military ammunition, but the political ammunition to continue, because they're not showing any signs of retreating or surrendering. That means that their destruction will become complete. The more they resist, the more complete their destruction will be.
No audio. No audio.
Oh, sorry, I had to mute because of the music here.
اونها بدانن ما شاید بعضی ها اشتباه لفظی توی مصاحبه هاشون در داخل کشور داشته باشن، ولی من به عنوان یه آدم مطلع این رو میگم که ما برای 10 سال جنگ با آمریکا آماده است.
So you're saying they should know that we are ready for 10 years of war with the United States.
حداقل 10 سال.
minimum 10 years.
همین گونه که داریم موشک‌هامون رو پهپادهامون رو استفاده میکنیم که انبارهای ما ذخایر ما پر مملو
Like the same way that we're using our missiles and our drones and our storages are full. They're in full, like we have so many drones and so many missiles.
به لبریز
It's a labrize. It's like filled to the top, like it's like it's gonna spin. He's saying he's saying our storages is so filled with missiles and drones that it might spill over from the top.
ریزه و داریم استفاده میکنیم بلافاصله داریم تو مراکز حساس توسط جوانان غیورمون دانشمندانمون داریم تولید میکنیم.
He's saying not only that, we're continuing to build missiles as we are it's not that just our storages that are filled with missiles and drones. Our young brave people are also continuing to build more missiles and drones.
تولید داره میاد میره تو انبارها.
Yeah, the production is going directly into the storage.
برای ذخیره. خب این
For storage.
از آمادگی نیروهای مسلح ما.
So this is the level of preparedness of us being prepared of our armed forces.
در کنار اون جبهه مقاومته.
Oh, and so this is beyond our own armed forces. So next to that, we have our axis of resistance, which is basically, I think he's talking about their proxies.
شما ببینید الان عراق به میدان آمده.
Like if you look, Iraq has entered the battle. So he's talking about their proxies in Iraq, like Hashd al-Shabi or Popular Mobilization Front.
لبنان به میدان آمده.
So Lebanon has entered the battle. By the way, when he says Lebanon, he doesn't mean Lebanon. He means Hezbollah. When he says Iraq, he doesn't mean Iraq because the Iraqi people are against this. The Iraqi people don't want Iraq to get involved in this war. So just like when they say Iran, what they actually mean is the Islamic Republic. When they say Iraq, what they actually mean is Hashd al-Shabi or the Popular Mobilization Front. And then now he's saying Lebanon has entered the battle. When he says Lebanon, he doesn't mean Lebanon. He means Hezbollah. Because the Lebanese people don't want to enter this fight.
یمن برادر عزیزمون عبدالملک بدرالدین اعلام کردن ما دستمون روی
And like Yemen also, our brother Abdul Malik has announced, he said our fingers are on the button. Like, well, where are they already? Guys, didn't Hashd al-Shabi announce before this military operation started that they're not going to get involved if it does start?
به میدان خواهند اومد. ناوها بیان به منطقه.
So the Houthi, he's saying the Houthis have told us, or our brother in Yemen has told us, that whenever it's required, we will enter this battle. I mean, what are you waiting for? Like, whenever it's required, your supreme leader was killed.
ما ناوها رو فراری دادیم.
Wow, Goldie, ناوها رو فراری دادن. He's saying we have managed to make the Navy escape. We have managed to make the Navy escape. Really? I didn't hear that in the news, guys.
ما ناوها رو فراری دادیم.
Okay.
ناو رفت 1000 کیلومتری. ناو ابراهام لینکلن.
Oh, it's saying the USS Abraham Lincoln has ran away. They have escaped. They went into 1,000 kilometers away.
دوباره طمع کرد. ترامپ گفتش که ناو میاد تا محموله‌های نفتی رو از تنگه هرمز.
He's saying, but then they got greedy, and Trump said that the Navy will come back to protect the what? To basically protect the ships going through the Hormuz Strait.
ما ناو رو زدیم دوباره برگشت به.
Like we hit their nav, we hit their basically USS Abraham. When did they hit any? He's saying we hit their ships. When did they do that? Like, guys, did I miss that on the news? You guys haven't been able to hit any single one of their ships. The guy's saying we hit their ships and they ran away again.
1000 کیلومتری. خب ما منتظریم ناوهای اونها بیان به من. ما
He's saying we're waiting for their navy to come back into the region.
و هم جبهه مقاومت و هم یمن آماده است که
So we are ready. The axis of resistance is ready, and also Yemen is ready.
ناوهای اونها رو به قعر
so that we could sink their ships to the bottom of the sea. Okay, sure, buddy. Sure. Guys, I have a video footage of
Wait,
them
wait,
rebuilding their missiles. Oh,
okay, before you go to that, I actually have a video for you.
okay.
Let me put it up. So this is so this was sent to someone. It's just the audio, but apparently this is what the Islamic regime is playing like on repeat, on loop, on Islamic regime state TV inside the country. And
Oh,
guys,
wow.
remember, there's no access to the internet. So 90 million Iranians are mostly shut off from the outside world. So they have absolutely no idea what's going on. No access to the outside world. Very, very few people have. So this is like the kind of propaganda that the Islamic regime is playing to Iranians inside the country. So the video's there, Armin, if you want to put it up and play it.
Oh,
I
okay.
loaded it. Yeah, I loaded it on the stage.
Yeah,
there.
okay. So let's buy this. Oh, wow. I haven't seen this.
The picture is just a random picture. He just added the picture, but it's the audio.
Okay.
روابط عمومی سپاه اعلام کرد نیروی دریایی سپاه بامداد امروز طی یک عملیات تهاجمی علیه تروریست‌های آمریکایی پایگاه بالگردی العدیری را با انواع پهپادهای انهدامی و موشک‌های کروز در هم کوبید. در این عملیات بسیار کلیدی نقشه‌های شوم عملیاتی دشمن شکست خورده و شاهدان عینی و منابع آگاه خروج سراسیمه از این پایگاه را گزارش نمودند. در این تهاجم 11 هدف بسیار مهم از این پایگاه مورد اصابت چندین موشک و پهپاد قرار گرفت.
Zart? What the heck? Oh, wow. Okay. These people live in La La Land. Okay. You know, this is good. Just keep going the same direction you're going. I mean, it has worked out for you so well so far. So why not? Right? Why not?
You should just read the captions though for people who are like listening but can't watch, because it's next level insanity.
Yeah. Okay. Saying the IRGC public relations announced that the IRGC Navy with today's support carried out an offensive operation against American terrorists. Striking the Al Udeid helicopter base with various kamikaze drones and cruise missiles. Okay. In just a helicopter base? Okay. In this highly critical operation, the enemy's sinister operational plans were defeated. And eyewitnesses and informed sources have reported a panic evacuation from the base. In this assault, 11 very important targets at this base were hit by multiple missiles and drones. Yeah, okay, that's it. So let me get this straight. Let's say this happened. They're bragging about striking a helicopter base, while United States has killed your supreme leader, has killed tens of the highest officials of IRGC and politicians, has taken out so many of your launchers, have taken out all your air defense, has sunk so many of your ships. And how many ships have you sunk? 0. How many of their leaders have you? You haven't even taken out a single one of their commanders. How many of their military have you taken out a single fighter jet? Do you guys understand that the last time United States, in the first Persian Gulf, they actually lost fighter jets? They haven't lost a single fighter jet struck by the Islamic Republic. Not a single one that was struck by the Islamic Republic. Not a single ship has been sunk. Not a single military commander has been. Forget like the equal to Khamenei will be President Trump. Forget President Trump. Forget anybody even remotely close to that. Not a single commander you been able to, like, this has been one of the safest. I mean, obviously every single loss of life is a tragedy. In comparison to every other war United States has been involved with, this has been one of the least costly ones yet. The least costly one when it comes to losing military assets or losing loss of life. So this is a record, by the way. This is a record for United States when it comes to avoiding cost. The fact that you're bragging about taking out a helicopter base shows how little you have to show. I have them building missiles, by the way, because that guy was saying that they're building. Let me take this down. This guy was mentioning that they're building their missiles as we're speaking and then refilling their storage. So let's look at the video that they made for us to see that.
Check the alignment on the
Armin, it's too early. Do I need to put on my hijab? Listen, if we're doing hijab, we have to. You know what? Actually, it's too early. No, it's too early. I don't.
It's too early for that. It's too early for hijab.
Oh yeah, let's continue this. Ugh.
Okay. Wow, amazing. And I love the caption. The caption says, breaking, the Iranian regime has quadrupled its AI missile production. Expect a massive uptick in AI missile impact videos. I love this.
Armin, there's actually been a lot of AI videos that have been making the rounds. And, I definitely want to talk about that. There's one particular video that I wanted to share. This one just has, like, a lot of people seem to be debating this. So I shared the video and I provided, my 2 cents on it. So let me just pull it up. So
after this, I need to go to the school discussion.
Okay,
to my community. Yeah.
Absolutely. So this is the video, and so this is my caption, and then I'll share it. So I wrote, there's a lot of heated debate on whether this video is real or AI. It's 100% real. And the reason that I know it's real is because, I'm Iranian. So here's the video.
Wow. You're sure this is real?
100%. 100. Well, 100%. Armin, I mean, that after the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat, the Muslim Nazis, they confiscated our flying carpets. So I'm actually waiting, like a free Iran, like when Iran is free, we can get all of our confiscated flying carpets back, right? So
yes.
That's another reason why we're fighting, guys. Free our flying carpets. So there you go.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were asking, if you guys can also fly the magic carpets. No, it's only an Iranian thing. It's like something we have like a specific genome for it. We have like the flying carpet genome. So only we can actually take our Persian rugs and turn them into flying carpets. So
yeah, and actually Iranians,
if you have a Persian best friend, join us.
It's basically the same relationship between a Tigerian and a dragon, and it's the carpet that picks you. And it's also the Harry Potter world and the broom, okay? Yeah. Well, actually, no, so wand. Basically the carpet, the carpet picks you. You don't pick the carpet. It's the wand, yes, exactly. Okay. Okay, that was good. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna put the link to my discussion group in the chat. The link to the discussion group is in the chat, and you guys could click on the link and come to our discussion group if you want to talk to me and ask me questions over there. I'll be there in the next hour or 2 hours. And yeah, so I'll see you guys there. And on the Atheist Republic YouTube channel, I pinned it to the top in case you want to look for it during the show. And Goldie will be here while I'm there, and I'll be back soon. Okay? All right, guys. I'm Israel Khai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran. See you guys soon.
See you soon. Guys, we actually do need to have a serious conversation about AI because there are a lot of bad actors that are using old footage or AI images to claim that certain things are happening in occupied Iran, even though they're not. What's really interesting, actually, you know what? Before I go to this, let me show this to you. So CENTCOM, like, guys, so I think, how do I put this delicately? The Americans, let's say, so the American government officials are finally realizing how insane the propaganda war and propaganda narrative is when it comes to the Islamic regime and all the various fake accounts out there. So they actually made this video 18 hours ago because guys, like CENTCOM is they're monitoring X, right? They're also monitoring social media to see which accounts are spreading Islamic regime propaganda, and they actually call out certain large accounts, and these are accounts that many of us Iranians have been fighting with because we're like, no, this is fake news. This is false info. This is doctored. There might be the case there. Oh, someone on Rumble is saying there's only 50 people watching. That's because my Rumble account is pretty small, but we're this channel is streaming on multiple platforms, and there's about 10,000 people that are tuning in right now. 10,000 people tuning in across all the channels. But guys, like, this is how the propaganda is so bad that CENTCOM is now making videos calling out the propaganda. And then I also want you guys to pay attention to the accounts that they're calling out here, because none of the accounts that they're calling out are legitimate Iranian accounts. Okay, so not a single one of these accounts that are spreading Islamic regime propaganda are actually Iranian. And by Iranian, I mean like the Iranian freedom fighters, right? Not a single one of them are Iranian. So watch this. So the first one is like an account called Spetsna, which is like, I guess, some sort of Russian account. And the caption says, reports a U.S. Navy vessel hit by IRGC. That's false.
Iran is doing everything it can to peddle in lies.
This one is from RT. IRGC claims drone strike on USS Abraham Lincoln. Carrier withdrew over 1,000 kilometers from area after attack. That's also false. Wait, let me just. I'll read all the posts for you, and then we'll go back and we'll listen to the audio. So this is Mario Nafwal. Mario Nafwal, just a huge grifter on X. He claims he's news, but he's not. It's literally just propaganda. And look, like United States, like CENTCOM is calling out Mario Nafwal now. He's actually posted a lot of fake videos today as well. So here he says, the IRGC says it fired 4 ballistic missiles at the U.S. carrier Abraham Lincoln, and that things have now moved into a new phase, saying land and sea will be a graveyard for enemy forces. More updates as they come in. Guys, this is what happens. Like, this is why I say don't rely on Islamic regime news. Islamic regime news is 100% fake, 100% propaganda. They use AI. They use doctored images. It's insane. I mean, do you remember when I was on Piers Morgan and I called out Chanandi Manandi like 2 months ago? 2 months ago, I called out that Chanandi Manandi guy on Piers Morgan because he was sharing fake footage from 2020. And I was like, that's fake news. They're doing it again. They always do it. They always do it. So then, oh yeah, and then this is like an account called Daily Iran News. IRGC, we've just started using the 2nd generation missiles today. In the upcoming days, you'll witness the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th generation missiles if needed. Like, it's just utter insanity. And then this one's another one, Mech Osint. Wait, let me make sure I'm not following that account. That's a weird one. Let's see if I'm following that or not. I'm not. I was following like Mario for a while, but I just. Wait, let's see what it looks like here. Oh, Mensch. Oh yeah, no, I'm not following this account. Okay, fine. All right, good. Just want to make sure. No. Because guys, there's like a lot of like fake random OSINT accounts out there, right? So this one is like, the IRGC says it hits a U.S. Navy destroyer 650 kilometers south of Iran in the Indian Ocean. The statement says they used Qadr 380 and Talaye cruise missiles as it was being refueled mid-sea. So that's also false. And then another one from RT, more than 650 U.S. military personnel killed or wounded by Iran's retaliatory operation, IRGC, right? So these accounts are literally just repeating Islamic regime propaganda, right? It's the most insane thing. It's the most insane thing, but these people all have this, like, I don't know, it's like a network. It's like a propaganda network, right? Let me make sure I'm not following. Okay, good. I'm not following that weird account either. And then this one, Clash Report. Iran claims its IRGC Navy drones struck the U.S. aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln near the Gulf of Oman as it approached the Strait of Hormuz. The carrier group reportedly withdrew and moved over 1,000 kilometers away. Iran provided no evidence for its claim. So again, like, people are literally just, it's like whatever the Islamic regime says, these accounts are just like, oh yeah, let's go post it, right? Like, they're being propagandists for the Islamic regime. I'm not following that one either. Okay, good. Next one. Okay, Mech Osint, again, like another fake news. Some account called Megatron. Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf mocking the U.S. So much fuss was made about the aircraft carrier Lincoln to put pressure on us, but it left the battlefield. The famous bride left the battlefield and retreated at the first encounter with Iranian missiles and drones. And then Iran military media. Allah is the greatest. Our naval forces attacked the U.S. aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln with a coastal missile. And then something called Sprinter Press. Iran Army Monitor. Some random like Turkish account. Furkan Gozukara or something. Iran Military Monitor. See, guys, none of these accounts here are Iranian, right? You don't see any legitimate Iranian accounts here, right? So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, where the false information is coming from and who is sharing it. Because even it looks like even the Americans are getting like fed up with the jihadi propaganda that's going out there. And so, yeah, like this is basically, do I support Ukraine? 100% I support you. I support Ukraine. Yep, I support Ukraine. 100% support Ukraine. A free Iran is good for Ukraine because the Islamic regime sells drones to Russia. So a free Iran means no more drones for Russia, which means hopefully the conflict between Russia and Ukraine can end quicker. But regardless, guys, so yep, Slava Ukraini. Slava Ukraini. Big supporter of Ukraine. Okay, so but guys, like this is how bad this is how bad the propaganda war is that now even like the United States. So guys, when I say the United States is like the most powerful country in the world, I'm not joking. Not only are they fighting the war in the middle, in the conflict in the Middle East against the Islamic regime, they're also monitoring and fighting the soft war, the propaganda war online, right? So it's a two-front battle, and as you can see, the accounts that are spreading the Islamic regime propaganda are not even Iranian, right? Because we Iranians were on the side of the Americans. We Iranians, we want the United States to attack the Islamic regime and exterminate them, right? We want that. So I'll play this video now with the audio. It's only 30 seconds long. But again, there's no Iranian here. It's all a bunch of just random accounts. Even like the Iran military news or whatever, most of them are from like Pakistan or like South Asia or wherever, right? They're not even like Iranian.
Iran is doing everything it can to peddle in lies, deception, and inflation of numbers and reality, mostly to propagandize to their own people, right? They've shut down the internet. They're hoping they can convince their own population that they're having success. One thing one of their leaders said recently is that 500 Americans have been killed, they claim. These are lies. The lies will continue. CENTCOM will continue to debunk those lies. So, and as often is the case in conflict, first reports are often wrong. Iran is doing everything.
There you go. So CENTCOM literally calling out. And as you can see, not a single like actual legitimate Iranian account, right? Like here's another one. Russian and Iranian media claimed earlier today that a US Patriot missile missed while intercepting an Iranian missile or drone and inadvertently hit a neighborhood in Bahrain. Lie. What really happened? An Iranian drone struck a residential neighborhood, injuring 32 civilians in Bahrain, including children who required medical treatment, according to Bahrain's government. So people are claiming that like a US drone strike. No, it was actually the Iranian drone, right? So this is a soft war. This is a soft war that they're dealing with. And then I just want to share something really quickly, and then we'll go to some videos that I want to watch. But so remember when I said chunky yogurt spreads Islamic regime propaganda? This is what I'm referring to here. So this footage, this stupid footage, right? This is literally from like 2020. Okay, this is from 2020. And every single time something happens, people just bring out this footage from 2020 and they use it. Glenn Greenwald is like the weird communist guy that was also on Piers Morgan, right? He was like the one with a laptop or something. So now they're all like spreading this like stupid footage from 2020, and they're saying that these are Iranians who went out to celebrate Mojtaba becoming the new supreme dictator, which is incredibly idiotic because chunky yogurt, literally 2 days ago, chunky yogurt was claiming that Tehran is black with oil and that there's oily rain falling from the sky, right? He's saying that there's oily rain falling from the sky and the entire city is black because it's covered in oil. And so now 2 days later, all of a sudden, everything is clean and bright, right? So in less than 48 hours, the entire city is spotless and not a single drop of oil anywhere. Do you see like how they lie? Like they can't even keep their lies straight. So what is Tehran covered in oil and the sky is dark because everything is burning? Or are people out in this weird footage and everything is clean and bright and sunny? And by the way, guys, here's the proof that that photo is from 2020. because look at this. Where is it? Look at this, guys. You see? It's literally this photo, and then they just it's like this event is from January 6, 2020. Okay? January 6, 2020. This is from the Islamic regime's own news outlet. Okay? So this was the actual event in 2020. And then every single time something happens, the Islamic regime brings out this footage. They alter it just a little bit, and then they reshare it. And they're like, "Oh yeah, like look at all the new footage coming out," right? It's literally the most insane thing. It's the most insane thing. And then every single time people start sharing the footage, and you know, for many of our, you know, friends and supporters, like, you know, this poor gentleman will, right? Because I was like, you know, I'm speaking about something, and then, you know, this poor gentleman who's a, you know, supporter and follower, he says, I mean, the gathering in Revolution Square today in support of the new Ayatollah is a little concerning. That's not a few people. What's going on? And then, you know, I explained, I'm like, it's literally propaganda. I'm like, the footage is from 2020. They recycle the same footage every time and doctor it with AI to make it look slightly different. It's classic Islamic regime propaganda. Iranians don't fall for it, right? So we Iranians, we don't fall for this. Unfortunately, the rest of the world isn't used to the lies of the Islamic regime, so many people fall for it. Keep in mind, guys, this propaganda that's going out, this is not for us. Like, this is not for Iranians, because we Iranians, we're not going to fall for it. We already know it's nonsense. But this is to fool everyone else. This is basically, the Islamic regime is still desperately trying to fool people into making you guys think that, oh, like it's a lot of support and for the regime and all this nonsense, right? But you know, once I pointed out, and then, you know, this poor guy, he's like, oh my gosh, are you serious? Damn, you know, so how would you grade the support? And then, you know, we have a conversation about that. And then, guys, here's the actual truth. Like, here's the actual reaction of Iranians when hearing about the new supreme dictator, Mojtaba. So they're saying Magbad Mojtaba, which is death to Mojtaba, right? And guys, the reason they're saying Mojtaba and not Khamenei is because if they say Khamenei, then Islamic regime propagandists can claim that, oh, this is old footage. This is old footage because, see, they're saying Khamenei. But so that's why the Iranians are saying Mojtaba, because they want to make it clear who it is they're referring to. Right? So there you go. By the way, given that, here's the other thing as well. Given that Tehran is currently, like, you know, different parts of it are under like attack, you know, like all the IRGC bases are being boomed right now by Israel and the United States. This image doesn't even make sense. But this is the footage that's being shared constantly, and it's just like every single time, it's like, for us Iranians, it's like, oh, a broken record, right? Like over and over and over. So, and then, you know, most Iranians are just laughing about it, right? Because for us, it's literally a joke. But again, this isn't meant for us. Like, this footage isn't meant for us Iranians. This footage is meant for the non-Iranians who are not as familiar with the Islamic regime, and are not aware of how they lie and all the false information they provide. For those of you, do you remember when we were watching Allahu Akbar Jihad Day, like the anniversary, February 11? And then even the stuff that the Islamic regime was broadcasting on their state TV, it was false, like it was lies, and then Iranians were calling it out. Oh, we have a comment from Fickle Knot. The insanity of the propaganda, and then on top of it, the West believing it. Thank you and Armin for repeating the same thing over and over until we finally get it. We love you for not giving up on us too. Absolutely no, we would never give up on you guys. Listen, don't worry. We're here to educate. We're here to educate. So we're happy to repeat as many times as possible, because guys, we're dealing with we're dealing with like 50, 60 years of like a disinformation campaign, right? Because again, the only reason the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat happened in the first place was because of the disinformation campaign that was started by the communists and by the Islamists, right? And so that disinformation campaign has continued. Thankfully, CENTCOM seems to be on the case. I have a feeling that President Trump and his administration, they are fully aware of what's happening. They know full well what's going on. So I'm not too concerned about them falling for this kind of stuff. Plus, guys, they literally have control of the skies. So if they wanted to see if like this gathering was true or not, I'm sure they could just, I don't know, fly like a jet over and do like recon or something, right? Or like satellite imagery or something. Like they literally have full control of this airspace. So U.S. officials and Israeli officials, they already know the truth. But unfortunately, you have all these like America first and, these weird propagandists who claim that they're America first, but they're actually promoting Islamic regime propaganda, right? They're promoting Islamic regime propaganda under the guise of America first, which is very, very weird. Very, very weird. And then there's also something really insane that I want to go to what Marco Rubio's his statements, and I will do that. But there was something like absolutely insane that Tucker Carlson said, and it was really disgusting. It was actually really, really disgusting, and I was shocked. It was from like earlier today. Let me find it. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, guys. So again, here's, confirmation. The internet is fully shut down. Okay. Internet is fully shut down because the Islamic regime does not want the outside world to know what Iranians are thinking, because they want their propagandists to put out fake news and fake information. Because guys, again, right? Think about it. If everything was, normal, if everything was okay, why would the Islamic regime feel the need to shut down the internet and cut off 90 million Iranians from the outside world, right? So here you see the Islamic regime literally silencing the voices of 90 million Iranians because they don't want the world to know the truth. They also don't want Iranians to know that the world supports them. Thankfully, because of Starlink, we're able to get some info out. So thanks to Elon Musk. Oh, look, we have a propagandist. So we have someone here who's saying it's raining oil. That's such a stupid thing to say. Like, really? Again, but guys, so like this is what I mean. So let me actually pull up this account here, right? So this person is based in Portugal. And look at this. Like this is a perfect example of the propaganda. So literally, like some random account on X, right? And he's like, it's raining oil. But what worries her is the internet, right? Like, do you see like the idiocy, the stupidity that like we people have to deal with? It's absolutely insane. Let me just block this person first, because there we go. Block. Mute. Oh my gosh, we have another one in the chat too. Look at this. Look at this, guys. I wonder where this person's from. Wait, I wonder where this person's from. Let's see. So I got rid of that account. Let me bring up the other weirdo. Where is it? Here we go. So now we have like this troll, right? So let's see where this person is from. Well, let me mute them first. Mute. I'm going to block them. So this account is based in the Netherlands. Weird. Lots of jihadis in the Netherlands too. Anyway, so I blocked that account, but so this is like the disinformation that we deal with, right? It's just literally like random people. It's just the most weird thing. And then let's go to Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson said one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard. Like
if they want.
I couldn't even believe this. Like this is next level insanity. And I'll explain why.
Unconditional surrender means foreign troops get to rape your wife and daughter if they want. And unconditional surrender means foreign troops get to rape your wife and daughter if they want. And
Tucker Carlson is basically saying that unconditional surrender means that American troops are going to invade Iran and rape Iranian women and girls. Let's listen to that again.
Unconditional surrender means foreign troops get to rape your wife and daughter if they want. And
so basically, he's fear-mongering. He's fear-mongering. Again, he's shilling for the Islamic regime by saying that, okay, if the American troops come in, they're going to rape Iranian women and girls. Not only is this incredibly unhinged, guys, not only is this incredibly unhinged, but for us Iranians, this is actually like next level gaslighting and almost PTSD in a way, because let me just explain what I mean. This is next. So what Tucker Carlson is saying here is next level revisionism. The Ayatollahs and the terrorist Islamic Republic occupying Iran have raped and used sexual violence against Iranians for the last 47 years to subdue us. It's well documented. Tucker Carlson pinning this behavior on the US military is vile. So if there is, you know, the side that has actually engaged in sexual violence, not just against women and girls, but sexual violence against men. The side that engages in sexual violence against Iranian people for the last 47 years is the Islamic dictatorship. They have been using rape and sexual violence against Iranian people. And we actually played some of those videos for you. Like the videos where people were calling into Manoto and they were speaking about their ordeal, their ordeals and how they were being treated. Yes, men are raped as well. It's horrific. They use their police batons and other things. Like it's very vile, guys. I'm telling you, it's very, very vile. There's a lot of reports on this. The reason that they do this is because they say, oh, you know, you're not Muslim, your blood is halal, so we can do whatever we want to you. So not only is what Tucker Carlson's saying absolutely disgusting when it comes to the US military, but to say that about, you know, how Iranians might be treated when that's literally how we have been treated for the last 47 years by the Islamic regime, it's next level disgusting, right? It's next level disgusting. It's historical revisionism. And remember guys, 2 months ago on Iran Revolution Live, Armin and I, and Sohail, he's gone now, but Armin and I broke the news about Tucker Carlson being broadcast on Islamic regime state TV while the regime had shut down the internet and were mass slaughtering people. But now he's even attacking the US military. He's saying that the US military is going to rape Iranian women and girls. All I can say is thank God, like no one in occupied Iran knows who he is or cares what he has to say. But this is just like I don't know how to explain that one. That one is just very, very messed up. Okay. So let me go through some of these other videos here. So here's one example of the numerous reports that we get daily from Iranian people. Like it or not, they are happy. Their main concern is if the bombing of the Islamic regime stops, right? So guys, just like I was saying, so more and more videos and messages are coming out. Iranians are saying we're grateful, we're happy, we feel relieved to see the bombs. And again, the biggest fear that Iranians in occupied Iran have right now is if this were to stop without the job being done.
یعنی من عاشق این زندگیم. اینجا دارن اون بالا پهباد نمیدونم چیه داره میره، این پدافنده داره میزنه، این اون دوتا نشستن دارن نقاشی میکنن، خیلی چیک و مجلسی.
All right, so let me translate what this Iranian man is saying, okay? So as you can see, there's there's drones or something up ahead attacking something, some IRGC base or something, right? He's like, I am in love with this life right now. So basically he's saying like, I'm loving the situation. I love what I'm seeing right now. He's like, here you can see, up top, it's like a drone or something. I don't know what I don't know, it's like a drone or something. And then they're like, they're hitting something. Maybe they're hitting like the anti, I don't know. They're hitting something, some IRGC base. And then he's saying, and then these two are, I'm assuming that's his, I can't tell if it's his wife and daughter or maybe like, yeah, I think it's his wife and daughter. And he's like, these two are sitting here and they're just calmly like drawing pictures. And they're saying like, so he's like, these two are just sitting here and they're just, having fun drawing pictures. So as you can see, like Iranians are literally not chilling. Literally not freaking out, right? Like Iranians aren't running around going, oh, Allahu Akbar, Durga, we're so afraid, right? So, they're just literally living their life. Because this is how much confidence Iranians have in the United States, in Israel, and of course in the leader of our Iranian national revolution, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. So Iranians are calm. We already know this war is not between Iran and the United States and Israel. This war is between the Islamic regime and United States and Israel. And Iranians are chill. They're actually enjoying this. Like, guys, what Iranians are seeing here in occupied Iran, this is freedom. This is what liberation looks like. This is what freedom looks like. So Iranians are happy about this. They are so excited and so grateful that United States and Israel are coming to liberate them. And you can see like they're just super chill. Super chill. All right, let me play this one more time and then I'll go to the next video. Guys, I know some people are saying about their faith. Guys, the video's already been shared so many times. It's already out there. I have a feeling that Iranians just don't care anymore, right? Like the freedom is so close, right? Like, so I'm in love with this life.
بالا پهباد نمیدونم چیه داره میره این پدافنده داره میزنه این اون دوتا نشستن دارن نقاشی میکنن خیلی چیک و مجلسی
There you go. So everyone's just calmly waiting, like, you know, no traumatized children, right? Even the daughter, she's not, like, the little kid, she's not traumatized, right? Everyone's calm, everyone's fine. People are happy. This is what Iranians wanted. We've been waiting for this. So there you go. Oh yeah, this is also very important. I want to point out. So those Iranians who are able to like send some messages to the outside world. So regime forces are forcibly occupying residential parking garages of large complexes and holding families hostage. Residents are prohibited from leaving the buildings. Only one member per family is allowed to leave at a time for essential shopping. They're also attempting to confiscate all mobile phones from the residents. So the Islamic regime, because all their bases have been destroyed, they're now moving into residential areas and they're literally holding Iranian civilians hostage. So it's very, very scary. But this is how savage it is. And by the way, guys, that's a war crime, right? This is a war crime. Something that's starting to go viral is Iranians are posting pictures of Iran before the war started. Okay, so for example, this is Iran bedun jang, which means Iran without war, and then this is the photo. And for those of you who've been following Iran Revolution Live, you'll recognize this photo. So this photo is from a few months ago when Hamas and other terrorists were roaming around slaughtering unarmed Iranians, right? So these are some of the foreign proxy groups who had come in from other countries, and they were mass slaughtering Iranians, right? Very similar to October 7th. So, right? So people might think, oh, look, this is a wartime picture. No, this is Iran before the war. Yeah. So this is what we say when we're talking about like the over 90,000 Iranians murdered in the last few months, right? And guys, in the first 2 days alone, in January 8 and January 9, they slaughtered over 30,000 people in just 2 days, and then the rest came after. So there's this one, Iran without war, right? So here's another message. So another message from another person in Iran. I barely managed to connect from inside Iran to say this. Our only concern is that the war stops, right? So like the only concern is if the war stops before the regime is taken out. Oh, this is a very good post, but it didn't get enough attention. So, dear anti-war commentators in the West, to prove to the world how popular the regime is, tell them to reconnect the internet in Iran so Iranians can tell the world how anti-war they are. While you're at it, tell mullahs to give people weapons to fight Israelis and Americans. Right? So why is he saying this? Because we Iranians know that the reason that the internet is cut off is because the Islamic regime does not want the world to know that Iranians in occupied Iran are supportive of the conflict. Iranians want the conflict, right? Because again, and that's also one of the reasons why on social media, the Islamists and the communists are winning the social media war, because they've shut out 90 million Iranians from social media. So 90 million Iranians don't have access to social media. That's why those of us who are on the outside, it's up to us to be their voice, because they don't have a voice right now. No one is speaking on behalf of them, right? And then the way that we Iranians are trolled, those of us on the outside, they're trolling us by saying, oh, you're outside Iran. What do you know? If there was an issue, people in Iran would speak up. And right? So it's all part of the same propaganda, information warfare. And apparently the propaganda is not doing too well. So the information war is not doing too well because, as Armin said, and now it's been confirmed. Someone's asking, why are the Democrats pro-Iran? I have no idea why the Democrats support the Islamic regime. I have no idea. It was Jimmy Carter and the Democrats that brought in the Ayatollah back in 1979. I have no idea. The Democrats, I don't know. I can't answer that. I just see them as very evil people, except for John Fetterman. John Fetterman is a good person, but I don't know why the Democrats are like that. But guys, so the propaganda warfare is not going well for the regime, because even though they've cut off the voices of 90 million Iranians in occupied Iran, there's still about, I don't know, 10 to 12 million of us who are outside, and we have been very loud, right? So we have been loud, whether it's through the rallies, through the demonstrations, online on social media, like media interviews, letter writing campaigns, political activism, the whole thing, right? So every single Iranian is playing a role. There's so many amazing videos out there that Iranians are making and sharing. So everyone's doing their part, right? I mean, there's this live stream, there's other things. So we have all united around the world to contribute in our own way, in order to be a voice for people in occupied Iran, because we know that they don't have a voice right now. The Islamic regime does not want them to be heard. The Islamic regime does not want them to know the truth. But thankfully, this time the world is listening, and we have been very successful in raising awareness, and that's why this, the most recent news is that Iran's General Prosecutor's Office announced in a statement that Iranians abroad, right? So that's me and others, who echo, align with, or collaborate with what it called the American Zionist entity, will face legal penalties, including confiscation of assets. So apparently I am going to face legal penalties. I mean, I already have a bounty on my head anyway, but whatever. The statement said such individuals will, in accordance with the law, face seizure of all their assets and other prescribed penalties. The prosecutor's office provided no further details on the criteria for identifying such collaboration or the manner of implementing this measure. So guys, I mean, when I say that the Islamic regime is terrorist, they're all terrorists. They're all terrorists. Even like this prosecutor's office, this should be boom boomed, right? I think someone needs to share this message with President Trump, and President Trump needs to know that the Islamic regime is now threatening Iranian Americans, right? So all those Iranian Americans who are thankful for President Trump, who voted for President Trump, who are out there defending President Trump, they're all American citizens as well. They're now being threatened as well. So the Islamic regime is attacking American citizens. So I don't know. This is why like all these buildings should be boom boomed, right? Get rid of it all. Get rid of it all, because there is no normal government in occupied Iran. The entire thing is a dictatorship, right? The entire thing is a dictatorship. All they do is they terrorize, they lie, and they try to silence those of us who are outside of occupied Iran because they don't want the world to know the truth. So this is how desperate they are. They're literally threatening Iranians around the world, including like Iranian American citizens. I'll put the link here if anyone wants to check it out. But there you go. So there's that. I spoke about that. Okay, here's let's go back to the Iranian uncle. He has a new song. Do you guys remember the Iranian guy who was like singing about how he's thankful for President Trump and he has like a really thick accent? Let's go to this for some, cute uplifting news, because we could use something uplifting. So this gentleman is Iranian. Iranian American. So let's see what he has to say. Guys, also, he's singing in English. He just has a very, very thick accent. So I'll play it once and then I'll go back and I'll see if I can like translate it. Or not translate, but just say it.
President Tehran, the people of Iran love you very much. Thank you so much. You help the people. You help the people. My God protect you and your government. You bringing peace with strong power, with strong power, with strong power, with strong power. You are a daring president for helping the people of Iran, the people of God. La 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 la. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. La 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 la.
Okay, did you catch that, or should I go and try to well, not translate, but you know what I mean? Should I just like say what he's saying without the accent? No, he's singing completely in English, but he just has a very strong. Okay, he has a thick accent. Okay, I'll go and I'll say what he says. So the first part is just like, you know, la 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 whatever. La 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 la. President Trump. So President Trump. President Trump. President Trump.
The people of Iran.
So President Trump, like, oh my gosh. Is just like just a sound, and then he says the people of Iran.
Love you very much.
Love you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So President Trump, the people of Iran, love you very much. Thank you so much.
You help the people.
You helped the people.
You help the people.
You helped the people.
My God protect you.
May God protect you.
And your government.
And your government.
You bringing peace.
You're bringing peace.
With strong power.
You're bringing peace with strong power.
With strong power.
So he's saying strong, but it's isterang is how he's pronouncing it. So you bring peace. You bring peace with strong power.
With strong power. With strong power. You are a daring president.
Wait, you are what?
A daring. You are a daring president for helping.
I think it's like saying you are a daring. Yeah, daring. That's what it is. Okay, you are daring. Even I was having trouble translating that. Yeah, you're a daring president, I think.
You are a daring president for helping.
For helping.
The people of Iran.
The people of Iran.
The people of God. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I think you got that part. Thank you so much.
La 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 la.
There you go. Okay, so that's what he's saying. So now I'll play it one more time. Now you guys know what he's saying.
La 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 la. President Tehran, the people of Iran love.
Wait, is he your uncle or are you just making that up? Is he really your uncle? Oh, we love him. We also played his other thank you song. Aw, he's great. Aw, if he's your uncle, give him a big hug. Give him a big hug and tell your uncle that he's very famous and he's loved on Iran Revolution Live and we love him. I mean, we Iranians already love him. Like, he's famous among us, but now he's famous among all the non-Iranians too. There you go. Guys, he also has a 4th of July song, which is really, really cute. His 4th of July song is super, super cute.
You very much, thank you so much. You help the people, you help the people. My God, President Tehran, the people of Iran, love you very much, thank you so much. You help the people, you help the people. My God, protect you and your government. You bringing peace with strong power, with strong power, with strong power, with strong power. You are the president for helping the people of Iran, the people of God. La 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 la. La 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 la, thank you so much, thank you so much. La 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 la.
There you go. Okay, so that wasn't Nima's actual uncle. No, it wasn't his actual uncle. Nima was just like, he just said it like figuratively, kind of like, because he's all of our uncles. So I just got excited. So we already, guys, the Iranian community, we already have a name for him. He's Uncle 40 July. He's Uncle 40 July. Like he's Amu 40 July. Okay, now I have to find his 40 July song. Oh my gosh, okay. His 40 July song is very good. Let's see. Oh my gosh, okay. This is an older one. This is like the original. This is the original. So he's singing about the 4th of July. But it kind of sounds like he's saying 40 July. So that's why we call him Uncle 40 July. Yeah, he's all of our singing Amus.
40 July, 40 July, 40 July, 40 July, happy, 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 happy holiday, very, very, very good holiday. 40 July, 40 July, 40 July, 40 July, for everybody very number one, for everybody very number one. American business, American business, Marriott Hotel very, very top, Marriott Hotel very different. I love 40 July, I like unity of mankind. I love 40 July, I like unity of mankind. Everybody say freedom, everybody say freedom. You haven't seen freedom if you haven't been in here. You haven't seen freedom if you haven't been in here. American people, American people, they love to make peace everywhere. They love to make peace everywhere. Everybody come in here, everybody come in here, together side of America, together side of America, with the right to make peace everywhere, with the right to make peace everywhere. I love 40 July, I like unity of mankind. I love 40 July, I like unity of mankind.
So we call him Amu 40 July because he says 40 July instead of 4th of July. Guys, this video is from like 14 years ago. Here, I'll add it to the Iran Revolution live music playlist. There you go. So, there you go. So it's not even a recent video, right? So when I say that, Iranians have always been Iranians have always been friends of Americans. This is what I'm talking about, right? And Iranians basically have lived peacefully and integrated peacefully into various countries, including America, for a very long time. And we've always been like natural allies, right? So there you go. There's Uncle 40 July. So, and he's been here for a long time. Again, this song is 14 years ago. Well, I mean, it was uploaded 14 years ago. It was uploaded 14 years ago. I mean, could be longer than that. 264,000 views. Do you want me to play 40? I think he's wearing a Marriott shirt because I think he sings about the Marriott Hotel. So I don't know if he's like working there or if I think he's just traveling there. So he's traveling there and he's singing a song. Do you want me to play the song again, 40 July, before I go to the rest of the news? Do you guys need a little bit more of a mood boost? Okay. I'll play it one more time and then I'll go to the news. Okay.
40 July, 40 July, 40 July, 40 July, happy, 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 happy holiday, very, very, very good holiday. 40 July, 40 July.
Sorry, for the people listening, yes, 4th of July. So he means to say 4th of July, but it sounds like 40 July. So that's why we call him Uncle 40 July.
40 July, 40 July, for everybody very number one, for everybody very number one. American business, American business, Marriott Hotel very, very top, Marriott Hotel very different. I love 40 July, I like unity of mankind. I love 40 July, I like unity of mankind. Everybody say freedom, everybody say freedom. You haven't seen freedom if you haven't been in here. You haven't seen freedom if you haven't been in here. American people, American people, they love to make peace everywhere. They love to make peace everywhere. Everybody come in here, everybody come in here, together side of America, together side of America. We try to make peace everywhere, we try to make peace everywhere. I love 40 July, I like unity of mankind. I love 40 July, I like unity of mankind.
Someone's saying, oh man. Oh, Democrats support the regime because they are puppets. Yeah, it's true. Blessings from Puerto Rico. Oh, thank you so much. Checkmate. Amu 40 July is like our living Fere Dun Farosod. I mean, I don't know if I would compare him to Fere Dun Farosod, but there you go. So this is him 14 years ago. So, going back to his song from like today. Oops. My browser lost connection here. Give me one moment. So going back to the song from today, right? So this appreciation for America is, something that has been here, something that Iranians have had for a long time. So like, everyone has always, Iranians are very patriotic to their, not just to Iran, but to our host countries, right? We're very patriotic, and when we're in our host countries, that country is first for us. So, Iranian immigrants, I'm telling you guys, because you have to remember, most of us, we're the ones who escaped the Islamic regime. We're the ones who escaped the Durka jihadis, right? Because we don't want to deal with that. We want to live in like a normal, regular country. So that's why Iranians love America. Okay. So let's go now to, I wanted to watch this, is it this one? Yeah, it's this one here. So Mark Levin put this out yesterday, and I wanted to watch this. Oh, okay. Oh, I got the story. Wait, I got the story. Okay, thank you. Oh my gosh, amazing. So, okay, so basically, so here's the story. He was the manager of that hotel and was very happy to be off on July 4th, so he was singing. Okay, there you go. So he was singing because he was grateful. Okay, amazing. Love that. There's another video of him singing that same 4th of July song. I'm trying to remember, was it in front of like the Statue of Liberty or something? I don't know, but he's somewhere and he's singing the 4th of July song as well. Yeah. All right, let's watch this.
They're tightening the noose, it looks to me,
no problem,
on the Iranian regime, and that's a good thing. And I just want to make a point, because this is really an extraordinary time for this country and we, the American people. What makes a great leader, a statesman, and a president? There are many characteristics and qualities that I could list. And I've given a lot of thought to this in recent days, and most of the time, with the passage of time and sober reflection, history will be the judge, and it'll be a good judge. The truth is, contemporary media and academia and politicians are too invested in one outcome or another to be reliable, which is why they're more often wrong than right. Yet there are exceptions. And today we are witnessing an extraordinary leader and president who spent most of his life as a captain of industry, several industries, in fact, who gave up an enormously successful career to serve his country, a country he so dearly loves. And in doing so, he overcame unimaginable barriers, political and legal, and an assassin's bullet to save a nation, our nation, in desperate need of a great leader, a nation that was facing domestic ruin and international scorn, a nation led by a ruling class that was incompetent, self-serving, and in some cases, hated the very people they were supposed to serve and represent. And that ruling class and its control over the instrumentalities of government and media did all it could to come between we, the people, and this leader, to prevent him from becoming president of the United States. And one day I will expound on this in exquisite detail. But for now, suffice it to say that despite all the aspersions and libels cast at this man, and at those of us who recognize what history will one day make abundantly clear, we Americans are fortunate that Donald Trump is our commander-in-chief. We are fortunate that he came along when he did to lead this country out of a downward spiral, back to greatness. And tonight, where he leads the free world. Now, a lot of people are saying, people who know better, what's the mission? Why are we acting now? And so forth and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just appalling to hear Democrats and commentators and others make these statements when they know damn well what the mission is. We faced this for 50 years. And Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, they were our envoys that met with the enemy 3 times to negotiate a deal that was very simple. Give up your nuclear arms, give up your material, stop terrorism, stop slaughtering your people. And what happened? Well, we know what happened because Steve Witkoff told me last week in a radio interview. The Democrats know what happened, the media know what happened, but they ignore it. He said the Iranians were pretending to negotiate, but were obfuscating the whole time. That's what he said. He said the Islamic Republic had enough enriched uranium to make 11 nuclear bombs within 10 days. Do you know why he said that? Because they told him that. They were bragging about it. They had an inalienable right, they told him, to their large stockpile of enriched material and would not give up at the negotiating table what the Americans did not win in the 12-day war last June. That's what they said. The Iranians were, Witkoff told me, the most disingenuous of any people he had ever negotiated with. Even Hamas was more reasonable than the Iranians.
I just wish he wouldn't say Iranians. I wish he would say the Islamic regime, because half of them aren't Iranian anyway. Ugh. Guys, we Iranian, we're not like that. I'm telling you. Iranians, we're not like that. We're not like that. Ugh. We're not like that. These are Islamists. He's referring to the jihadis. He's referring to like the jihadi Shia Durka cult, the Muslim Nazis. Ugh. I don't blame him though. I don't blame him. I blame the jihadis. I blame the Muslim Nazis for occupying our country and basically defiling the name of Iran. But thankfully, you know, we've reclaimed our name, and you know, we're showing the world what Iranian is all about. But oh gosh, I can't wait. I can't wait until like the Islamic regime is just done. No, I know it's what he means. I know it's what he means. It's just like I know.
He said the negotiators didn't have the flexibility or delegated responsibility to make decisions on the spot. They were hiding the ball. They wouldn't give them a writ for pretending negotiator people that met with the enemy 3 times to negotiate a deal that was very simple. Give up your nuclear arms, give up your material, stop terrorism, stop slaughtering your people. And what happened? Well, we know what happened because Steve Witkoff told me last week in a radio interview. The Democrats know what happened, the media know what happened, but they ignore it. He said the Iranians were pretending to negotiate, but were obfuscating the whole time. That's what he said. He said the Islamic Republic had enough enriched uranium to make 11 nuclear bombs within 10 days. Do you know why he said that? Because they told him that. They were bragging about it. They had an inalienable right, they told him, to their large stockpile of enriched material and would not give up at the negotiating table what the Americans did not win in the 12-day war last June. That's what they said. The Iranians were, Witkoff told me, the most disingenuous of any people he had ever negotiated with. Even Hamas was more reasonable than the Iranians. He said the negotiators didn't have the flexibility or delegated responsibility to make decisions on the spot. They were hiding the ball. They wouldn't give them a written agreement that he could share with the President of the United States, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and our nuclear experts. They were just hiding what they were doing with enrichment of ballistic assets, Witkoff told me, but disguising their research development program. The Iranians even refused to hand over a draft paper with their written position. How earnest is someone who wants to make a deal, Witkoff said, and doesn't want to give you the agreement to read and to share with your decision-making team? The tells were so obvious and just so often. And so after 3 negotiating sessions, they reported back to the president, and he said, Mr. President, they're lying to us. There are deceptions all over the place. The facts are unassailable. And from the outset, the Iranians asserted that uranium enrichment was Iran's right. And they declared their large stockpile of enriched material, approximately 22,000 pounds, that it was off the table for negotiation. This could yield about 11 nuclear bombs if further enriched, and they said it would, and they could do it in 11 days. That's what our president was facing. He was also facing a history with this regime that played Obama for a fool and played the Democrats for a fool and the UN and the Europeans for a fool. That Obama deal, which the president took us out of because he didn't want Iran getting a nuclear weapon, and it ensured that Iran would get a nuclear weapon in 10 years. They violated on May 8, 2019. They violated it on July 1, 2019. They violated it on July 7, 2019. They violated it on September 5, 2019. They violated on November 5, 2019, November 16, 2019, January 5, 2020. And that was enough. And that was enough. So the president launched with our allies, Bibi Netanyahu and the Israelis, one of the great, most spectacular military operations we've ever seen. And it's just begun. It's a week old. With the technology, with the resources, with the coordination with another country, with the air forces working in symmetry, intelligence and symmetry, the decapitation of the regime within hours, and then the further decapitation as they kept picking new people. Nobody's ever seen anything like this in any war under any circumstances. In 6 days, the establishment of air superiority, the destruction of their command and control centers, the degradation of their missile and drone capabilities, complete naval superiority, nuclear site targeting, the ones they were rebuilding, and new sites we didn't know about, leadership decapitation, sustained precision strikes, air defense shields like we've never seen in human history, systematic targeting. What you're seeing now is incredible, and due in large measure to the genius of our industry, the genius of our technology, the genius of the Israelis and their technology and their intelligence, the two militaries working together. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. Our commander-in-chief, Israel's commander-in-chief, best friends in constant communication. It's amazing. I call this a peace mission. You know, lightweights, they said peace mission. Look at all the bombs that are fun. Peace mission. Once this regime is ended, 92 million people will be free again to make a choice. 92 million people. We will be free from a nuclear threat that was hanging over our head for half a century. We will be free from the terrorism that this regime has supported and funded throughout the world. Throughout the world. He's killed up to 50,000 people. He did. Now he's dead, Khamenei. Torturing, raping, imprisoning, mostly young people. We saw those pictures. We saw those videos. We couldn't stomach it. It was so horrendous what they were doing. I want you to think about something. What if President Trump didn't do this? What if he didn't do this? Imagine the enemy having 10,000, 20,000 ballistic missiles. And imagine having ballistic missiles that could hit the continental United States. Oh, they were that far away. How do we know? Because they tested one with the support of Russia right into Siberia. And guess what? It worked. 7,000 miles. Hello, New York. Hello, Washington. Hello, the East Coast. And it would be beyond that by the time the Russians, the Chinese, the North Koreans were giving them, you know, the access to technology, they would have been able to hit us. What would we do then? What would we do with 10,000, 20,000 ballistic missiles? You just heard Lucas talk about what's going on with Bahrain. They've attacked 14 other countries, including countries that I thought, that most people thought were their allies. They've hit Qatar, for God's sakes, Saudi Arabia. They even hit Turkey. Azerbaijan. Don't say that fast 3 times. They're hitting whatever they want to hit. Now, ladies and gentlemen, imagine them having nuclear warheads. And if you read carefully, they're also working on chemical warheads and biological warheads. This is a 7th century barbaric, primitive regime. Their fundamentalist ideology of Islamists, jihadist Islamists, is you got to blow away everything that's in the way of you, the Islamists, imposing your will on the rest of the world. It could be countries, it could be groups, it could be individuals, it could be entire populations. Why do you think they wanted nuclear warheads? Nobody was bothering them, certainly not in the neighborhood. Why did they want nuclear warheads? Why do they want missiles that could reach our country? I mean, they keep threatening us. They keep telling us they're going to do these things to us. You know, Witkoff and Kushner, they were there. They were bragging about what they had. They didn't care. President of the United States, how many more warnings can he send? One aircraft carrier, another aircraft carrier, bombers, jet fighters. Hey, look, we're serious. Really? Well, we have a right to do all this. What are you going to do about it? Because they believe in death. That's what they believe in, especially ours. Well, now they get to check out their ideology and see where they wind up. And what else, ladies and gentlemen? Well, look at all their allies they had. First of all, a man was just convicted, a Pakistani national charged with attempting to organize an assassination plot against our president on behalf of the Iranian intelligence, has been found guilty of murder for hire in the last 24 hours and terrorism charges following a jury trial in Brooklyn. The federal jury took 2 hours to convict Asif Merchant, 47, after testimony from a confidential informant, 2 undercover FBI agents who posed as mafia contract killers, wrote the New York Daily News, and they went after Pompeo and Bolton and anyone else they could get their hands on. Don't put up with that. We're red-blooded Americans. You try to take out our president? I'm sorry. That in and of itself is an act of war. But they've been working as part of an axis of evil with the communist Chinese. The communist Chinese who want to take Taiwan. That island of Formosa has never been part of mainland China. They don't care. They've threatened Japan, Australia. They threatened South Korea, Vietnam, the Philippines, and they threaten us. That's no joke. You want to see a real military? They have a real military. And they were relying on Iran for oil. And more than that, Iran and China. What did they get from Iran to China? They got cheap oil. 3.4% of China's total seaborne oil comes from Iran. What else? The Belt and Road Initiative. Through 2021, 25-year strategic partnership, China pledged $400 billion in investment in Iran's infrastructure, banking, energy sectors, cementing its role as Iran's primary trade partner. Not anymore. Alternative Energy Corridor. Iran served as a crucial link for China's land-based belt and marine road projects, providing a route that can potentially bypass U.S.-dominated maritime choke points. Not anymore. Geopolitical counterweight. Iran acts as a forward base that helps counterbalance U.S. influence in the Middle East. Did I say not anymore? Yes. Proxy network access. Tehran controls network groups from Gaza to Latin America, offering Beijing a way to disrupt or strain U.S. resources. Mr. Xi must be very, very upset tonight. Maybe he'll take out another one of his generals or something. What about Russia? Well, Iran is a primary supplier of the Shahed attack drones, one-way kamikaze drones, which they've used to kill thousands and thousands of innocent Ukrainians, extensively used by Russia to strike the Ukrainian infrastructure. What else? Iran helped Russia establish a facility in Tatarstan. Have you noticed everything ends in stan over there? Tatarstan, Kazakhstan, and whatever stan, but that's just the point. To manufacture Iranian-designed drones domestically.
I was making coffee, so I wasn't here when he was speaking about China. But I mean, guys, so Armin and I, we have spoken sort of in passing briefly about how the Islamic regime and China are linked. But I'm glad that Mark is talking about this, because the actual extent of Chinese involvement in occupied Iran is insane. It's insane, and the Islamic regime is pretty much just like giving away all of our resources to the Chinese Communist Party for free, and not just like oil. We're talking about like land and like other like natural resources in the country. Like, it's crazy. China owns a lot of land and investment or whatever. So it's actually criminal. It's criminal how much China is involved, and freeing Iran will actually it will hurt China very, very bad economically. And he's going to go on to Russia as well, but we don't speak about China enough. China is a huge threat. So freeing Iran is very, very it's like a huge blow to China, but without actually going to war with them. You know what I mean? Like, the economic blow is going to be insane. And that also opens up Iran as a free trade partner and resource for the United States, right? That's actually something that His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi, the leader of the Iranian Revolution, has spoken about, where he said, we want to normalize relations with the free world and the United States. And, that includes stable prices and everything. So guys, Iran is like an untapped economic market. And it's funny because a lot of these like anti-America people are like, oh, so America's just doing this because they want oil. And for us as Iranians, we're like, okay, good. I'm glad. I would rather Iran sell oil to the United States at a fair market price than what the Islamic regime is doing right now, which is selling oil to basically giving away oil to China and Russia for like at like a 90% discount, right? So when people say, oh, America's just doing this for the oil, my response is good. I would rather see Iran be in an economic trade partnership with a democratic country like the United States than Iran be in a, Iran give away its resources to China and Russia, right? Like, why not? Why wouldn't we as a country want to be part of the economic, the free trade world, right? We want to be a part of that. We would rather do business with a secular democratic country like the United States than give our oil away to Russia and China. So it's such like a crazy thing. It's crazy for like all these non-Iranians who think they know Iran better than us. They're like, oh, America's just in it for the oil. And I'm like, good. I'm glad. If it's only for the oil, even if it was only for the oil, we know that the United States is also getting involved for many other reasons, including humanitarian aid. But even if it was just the oil, to me, that's worth it. That's worth it. I would rather Iran's resources be sold at a fair market price internationally than be given away to China and Russia. Right? And by China and Russia, I mean the Chinese CP and the Russian government. I'm not referring to the Chinese people or Russian people. I have a great relationship with Chinese people and with Russian people. I'm literally talking geopolitics right now. So when I say China and Russia, I mean the governments, not the people. No issues with the people whatsoever. But I just want to point that out. I wanted to point that out. So like this is good. Like I'm glad this is happening. I'm glad. And then, okay, now he's going to talk about Russia, which is also, of course, very important. But there you go. I just want to add my 2 cents on his comments about China.
And thousands of innocent Ukrainians. Controls network groups from Gaza to Latin America, offering Beijing a way to disrupt or strain U.S. resources. Mr. Xi must be very, very upset tonight. Maybe he'll take out another one of his generals or something. What about Russia? Well, Iran is a primary supplier of the Shahed attack drones, one-way kamikaze drones, which they've used to kill thousands and thousands of innocent Ukrainians, extensively used by Russia to strike the Ukrainian infrastructure. What else? Iran helped Russia establish a facility in Tatarstan. Have you noticed everything ends in stan over there? Tatarstan, Kazakhstan, and whatever stan, but that's just the point. To manufacture Iranian-designed drones domestically, reducing Russia's reliance on direct imports. Reports indicate Iran has transferred short-range ballistic missiles to Russia for use in Ukraine. Not anymore. That's done. Isn't this positive, by the way, Democrats? Aren't you pleased by this? Aren't you happy this is going on? No, you're probably not. What else? Terrorism. Iran is funded primarily, the primary funder, Hezbollah, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. What else? All the militia groups in Iraq. What else? The Houthis in Yemen. Terror groups trying to overthrow Bahrain, a big ally of the United States. What else? Terror groups and militia groups in Syria, and even Al-Qaeda. Now, for people who say, the American people don't support this, I don't know. What do you think the American people would think if a nuke was launched our way? Or if they could hit us with ballistic missiles? Polling? Seriously? Okay, I got a poll for you. The latest poll shows that 92% of MAGA supports the President of the United States. These articles of MAGA split. MAGA's not split. You got a couple nut jobs who are not MAGA, who are like neo-fascists out there. They have their own little audiences that apparently don't represent anybody. So I wouldn't sweat that media. MAGA's not split. We're behind the President of the United States. And I want to get quickly to one other point. War powers. Ladies and gentlemen, I get sick and tired of Democrats who wave around a constitution they don't even believe in. Remember, they used to say white supremacists wrote this, slaveholders wrote this. And then they start citing things like declaration of war. Declaration of war. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had 125 military actions since the beginning of this republic and 11 declarations of war, 5 of which were during World War II, and the last one was 1942. Show me anywhere. I challenge Hakeem Jeffries. Show me where in the Constitution that Congress has to authorize military action. Show me. Show me the language. Show me. It's not there. But declaration of war, we know what that means. Because the first draft of the Constitution, you see, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we call Madison's notes. And not one of those knucklehead Democrats have ever read Madison's notes. I know, I'm kind of a nerd. I study this stuff left and right. They took out the phrase make war in the original draft of the Constitution for Congress and changed it to declare war. And then under Article 2, they gave the president the power as commander-in-chief to set foreign policy and national security. No president has ever gone to Congress and say, will you please give me permission to take military action? They may want a declaration of war to sort of back up what they're doing, but on a few occasions. But the power to make war belongs to the president. And no War Powers Act passed by statute in 1973 can fix that. You know how I know? Because Barack Obama said it was unconstitutional. Biden said it was unconstitutional. Clinton said it was unconstitutional. Pelosi said it's unconstitutional. Hillary Clinton said it's unconstitutional until today. Now it's constitutional. One last thing, if I may. I want to take a moment to thank those 6 brave soldiers who gave their lives for our country and their families. May God rest their souls. I'm sure the president's right. There likely will be more. But God bless them. Tremendous heroes. I'll be right back.
Excellent talk by Mark Levin. Okay, guys, I have to. Sorry, one moment. I need to do something here. Okay. I need to make some phone calls. So I need to make some phone calls. So I need you to indulge me while I make my phone calls. We're going to watch Maria Bartiromo. She had 3 very good interviews here from yesterday. So we're going to go to this. Why is this not working? It's not working. All right, let's go to this one instead. Okay.
Exclusive is South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, which shapes the overall spending, as well as a member of the Appropriations Committee, which decides how money is actually spent. Senator, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And I want to get your take on all this. $1 billion a day. Oil prices up 27% in a week. You've got the president wanting a $1.5 trillion defense budget in 27. The idea that the Pentagon is about to come to you for $50 billion on these strikes to Iran. How are you going to answer?
Best money ever spent. Was it worth to America to take down a religious Nazi regime who's trying to build a nuclear weapon to deliver to America? That's a really good investment. They're going to fall. It's not if the regime falls, it's a matter of when. And you didn't mention today, and nobody has, quite frankly, we now know they had enough 60% enriched uranium to make 11 bombs. What's that worth to America to make sure they don't have 11 bombs? All of this money is to make sure they never go nuclear, they can't hit us with ballistic missiles, and they stop terrorizing the region. When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money. Nobody will threaten the Straits of Hormuz again. But Donald J. Trump saved the world from real chaos. Witkoff, the negotiator, was told by the Iranians openly that they've stockpiled enough 60% enriched uranium, 460 kilograms, to make 11 bombs. Thank God Trump did this. Can you imagine a year from now? What would it cost America if Iran had 11 nuclear bombs to threaten us? They would hold us hostage. We would be held hostage in perpetuity by this terrorist regime. So the money we're spending is a good investment to take down a regime that's been the largest state sponsor of terrorism, has got American blood on its hands. And when this regime falls, it's not if, when. We're going to have a gateway to peace. And the next thing that will happen is Saudi Arabia will recognize Israel, and that will be the biggest change in 2,000 years in the Mideast. And Donald J. Trump is the man to make it all happen. He's the first president in 47 years to call the question on the Iranian regime. They're religious Nazis. We negotiated with them. They would not give up their enriched uranium. They would not pledge to stop making weapons that could hit America. They still fund the proxies. When this regime falls, there'll be no money for Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. What is that worth? So the money we're spending to take this regime down is going to make us safer. It's going to keep them from having nuclear capability down the road, and we will have a new Mideast where we make money. But it ain't about money today. It's about 6 Americans who died in the defense of our country. Now, to our Arab friends, you're being hit too. Has any Arab country struck Iran? Now, if you want a treaty with the United States, you need to get in this fight. Now, America's not going to the Mideast just to fight alone. So I'm urging our Arab allies to fight back. You're being hit too. So how does this end? It ends with victory. Donald J. Trump is going to bring this regime down. It's going to be replaced by something more friendly to the United States. It's going to open up the biggest deal in 2,000 years where Saudi Arabia and Israel not only recognize each other, they will do business. Trump's a man of peace and business. Finally, Venezuela and Iran have 31% of the world's oil reserves. We're going to have a partnership with 31% of the known reserves. This is China's nightmare. This is a good investment, and we should applaud our men and women in the military who are doing something I've never seen done before, decimating a brutal enemy in 9 days.
Really great points all around, Senator. I don't know where to start. Number one, how are you going to better secure the Strait of Hormuz so that we don't see more spikes in the price of oil? Number two, are you telling us you want the United Arab Emirates and the Saudis to lash out and strike Iran right now?
I want them to get in the fight. We sell them weapons. Iran is striking their country. They have good capability. About the Strait of Hormuz, what if the regime fell? Then you never had anybody in Iran in the future that wants to close the strait. What if you had Iran with people who don't want to build a nuclear weapon to kill us all? What if you had Iran in the future that doesn't support Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis? That's where we're headed. Donald J. Trump is going to bring this terrorist regime down. We're going to have partners in Iran, and we're going to open up a gateway to peace. This won't fix itself. Every other president has talked about doing it. President Trump is in the process of doing it. They're going to lose, and we're going to win. Israel and the United States, you just wait to see what comes in the next 2 weeks.
The next 2 weeks, meaning what?
we're going to blow the hell out of these people. This regime is in a death row now. It is going to be on its knees. It's going to fall. And when it falls, we're going to have peace like no other time. We're going to have prosperity unlike anyone could ever imagine. Peace brings prosperity. You can't do it by talking. The Democrats criticize this operation. They didn't do a damn thing. These men and women in the military should make us all proud.
And they have already. Number 3, real quick, are you going to support the president's request for $1.5 trillion budget defense in 27? And will you respond yes to a potential supplemental defense package of $50 billion from the Pentagon?
Yes to both. We need it. We want the strongest military to end the wars quickly. Look what we're doing here. We've lost 6 soldiers. God bless them. We're devastating the enemy. I'm not looking for a fair fight. If we get in a fight, I want to win it. I want to win it quick. I'm in Miami. You see this hat? Free Cuba. Stay tuned. The liberation of Cuba is upon us. It's just a matter of time now. You see this hat? Make Iran great. President Trump said the only way to make Iran great is for the people to take over. We're marching through the world. We're cleaning out the bad guys. We're going to have relationships with new people that will make us prosperous and safe. I've never seen anybody like it. This is Ronald Reagan plus. Donald Trump is resetting the world in a way nobody could have dreamed of a year ago. He is the greatest commander-in-chief of all time. Our military is the best of all time. Iran is going down, and Cuba is next.
All right. Well, we'll be watching what's next on Cuba. For sure, got a lot of hats there. The president's got a lot of balls in the air. Senator, thank you very much. Lindsey Graham, thank you.
Oh, I'm so happy for Cubans. Oh, I'm so happy for Cubans. I'm so happy for Cubans. Guys, that's amazing. Oh, Cuba's next. Cuba's next. Okay. I still have to make this phone call. Guys, I'm confused because Fox News said that President Trump's announcement is at 5:30. So did they just start early? Is that what this is? This could be a different event because this is President Trump delivers remarks to the Republican Members Issues Conference. So this might not be the same thing. But I mean, we can have it here anyway and like have it live. I don't mind. Time change? Yeah, I don't think it's the same thing. This is something different, I think. Let's see. Okay. I mean, I'll keep an eye on that. But while we're waiting for that, let me go to this because I do have to make like a phone call. So.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to part 2 of the All In podcast, episode 263. We promised you a part 2 because we are very lucky that my dear friend, Shravan Peshawar, was able to set up a very important, historic interview for us today. None other than Prince Reza Pahlavi is here, and we have a limited amount of time with you, Reza. And may I call you Reza, or should I call you Prince Reza?
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you for having me on your program.
It's great to have you. And this is a moment I think you've been waiting 47, close to 50 years for, which is we are at this moment in time looking at potentially the people of Iran being free. You left the country and when you were 17 years old to become a pilot, and now you are looking to help your people with a transition post this military activity, this operation, essentially a war that's going on right now that we all hope gets resolved quickly. I think people would love to know, what is your vision for Iran post this military action?
Well, thank you again for the opportunity. Before I get into that, I wanted to simply stress the importance
of this intervention that to us was like a rescue mission. It was literally a humanitarian intervention to protect more lives that would otherwise be lost under this extremely brutal and repressive regime that, as you know, has massacred as of late tens of thousands of innocent and unarmed citizens. In order to equalize the playing field, this was a much needed intervention that a lot of Iranians asked for, and fortunately it did happen. But what's the next step? Where are we headed to? The most obvious question will be, once the regime collapses, how do we manage the transition? I've stepped in to lead this transition with the help of many of my compatriots from various sectors. We believe that a stable transition will lead to, A, address the immediate needs of the country, but then set the country on a path of redevelopment and reconstruction, which is, of course, something that we were always hoping for, that could not have happened under this corrupt mafia-like regime. Iran should have been, had it not been for the revolution, today's South Korea of the region. Instead, it has become the North Korea of the region. Why? Not because our people are not gifted or talented or capable, not because we lack natural resources. It's simply because of a corrupt, bad management and a regime that basically took our country hostage, used it as a launching pad to export an ideology, and that's why we are here today. A different Iran, a democratic, secular Iran, will first and foremost bring about the opportunities to our nation, but it will open Iran for business again. Iran is one of the most untapped economic opportunities of the 21st century, and it could tremendously change the shape of our world in terms of what would be beneficial to the Iranian people, of course, but also from the vantage point of a country like the United States, and billions of dollars that will be generated as a result of doing business in Iran. We figure about $1 trillion in the first 10 years to the US market, but also billions of dollars that will be invested into Iran and everything that we need to have done in order to rebuild our country. These are crazy opportunities that we can look forward to, and it all starts with moving towards this recovery and transition.
And when your father was in charge, it was a monarchy, turned into a dictatorship. And to be clear, the hope now is to evolve into a democracy with free elections for the people. Average age of people in Iran now, early 30s, 31, 32 years old. What would that look like? What is a possible timeline? And you have said on other programs and on your YouTube channel, which I suggest everybody go search for and follow right now, because you're speaking directly to the people on X and on your YouTube channel. What is the condition on the ground from the people you're talking to? You said you've been talking to people in the military, civilians, and other leadership. They're ready to move on. What's the timeline? And what are they telling you is happening on the ground today as we sit here?
Well, I think that now the playing field has been equalized, meaning that the people could finally, of course, awaiting the end of this campaign, have a better opportunity to re-engage the streets and take over their homeland. Of course, part of the equation is how much implosion from within the regime and how much defections from the regime, in the sense of joining with the people this time and not be an instrument that will halt the people's progress, but instead help the people in that transition, meaning whether people are in the military or security forces, as well as the civilian bureaucracy. Unlike what happened after the fall of Saddam Hussein and de-Baathification, the scenario of change in Iran is totally different. And let's not forget, Iran is a multiple century old nation state. It's a country that is extremely unified and united for this common purpose. Under this tent, we have diverse groups that are joining in this national campaign. People who are on the right, the center, the left, monarchists, Republicans, ethnic groups, religious groups. Every sector of society is engaged. I've had tremendous amount of support coming from inside Iran. We have the support of the intelligentsia, we have the support of universities, we have the support of the working class, we have the support of the diaspora that can bring a lot to this equation. I think this is a good recipe that will allow us to manage this transition, but set the country to clean up, be ready for business, and create the opportunities that will finally impact, first and foremost, Iranians who have been starving as a result of this regime's corruption, but have a true opportunity to get back on track and improve their livelihood. And I think it's also good for those who partner with us in this process, because there's a lot to be done that would be win-win, as opposed to be lose-lose to the benefit of this corrupt regime that has been the story of the past almost 5 decades. So the difference lies about this change and how crucial it is. And of course, the reason we want to have a secular democracy, the final form to be determined by the people of Iran through free elections and a constitutional process, but most importantly is that under equality and the rule of law, all the opportunities that has been denied our nation as a result of its discrimination, as a result of pretty much disenfranchising the majority of Iranians, now it creates a true opportunity. And as I said earlier, I think Iranians are quite gifted. As much as it is attractive to entrepreneurs in the outside world looking in, there are so many gifted and talented young Iranians who will have a fair chance this time, a true chance for being using all their creativity and genius to bring our country back online. This will be an excellent, fantastic partnership that we're looking forward to.
So you've spoken about wanting to be on the ground there. What conditions and what timeline do you have for yourself? And this seems like a pretty high-risk thing to do. It'd be pretty brave of you to go to the country now. What conditions have to be met for you to go to Iran, to go home for the first time in 47 years? And how close do you think we are to the people taking the streets now and for starting this transition?
Well, to be honest with you, it's very difficult to put an exact timeline. Factors that will expedite it is the level of separation from the regime, the level of defections, the strengthening of domestic organizations and structure. How can we partner with elements from within that are not joining this campaign? All of these are factors that will contribute to the rapidity of the transition. As far as myself being there, obviously there are security concerns to make sure that it's safe enough for me to go there. I'm no use to anyone if I'm dead. So obviously we have to keep that in mind. But I would like to be able to be there as soon as possible, to be able to help as much as I can in this process. Obviously, being in a country is an advantage. It's hard to do things from far away. I had no choice to be living in exile because of the circumstances. But I think that the opportunity is presenting itself. And the first opportunity that is created for me to safely return to Iran, I will obviously be there.
Just this morning, Trump said there will be no deal in Iran until unconditional surrender is given by whatever is left of the government there. What do you think of that condition? Is that the right move? Do you agree with Trump's ultimatum?
Well, let me look at it from the domestic prism. In order for a successful transition to occur, it has ultimately to be something that is legitimate in the eyes of the Iranian people. We haven't lost so many tens of thousands of lives just to settle for a continuity of the remnants of this regime. That will not fly. People will want to have a clean break. The alternative will be for all those who align with the secular democratic alternative. And there are some 4 core principles that whoever adheres to that, including people who may today peel away from the regime, would be able to agree to work together on that platform. The first and foremost issue is, of course, Iran's territorial integrity. That's an issue that is very close to the hearts of millions of Iranians, representing every aspect of our diversified country in terms of ethnicities, religions, and what have you. But we find ourselves in this united cause under one flag and under one nation. The second element that is a prerequisite to democracy is a clear separation of religion from state. That's a critical element for a democracy to occur. Equality of all citizens under the law and the rule of law obviously is a critical aspect that guarantees all of the rights we're talking about. And the democratic process itself, meaning the fact that people can elect their representatives to go to this constitutional assembly to debate the issues of what the next system could look like and what its laws should be, ratified by the people, which will bring us to the election of the first parliament of this new democracy, and of course the election of the first government of such democracy, at which point the transitional government hands over power to the elected representative of the people in the future government. That's pretty much the direction that we hope to manage this transition, and I'm playing a role in bringing about this transition with a very well-crafted plan that is in detail explaining, particularly focusing on the first 100 days. I created an organization called IPP, which is Iran Prosperity Project, but its first focus is the first 100 days, how we immediately stabilize the situation in Iran, how can we maximize
the remaining elements that will join with us to be able to survive regime change and have a place in the future. These are the first components, and then we move forward with the plan.
Two quick questions. Under no circumstances would that be a monarchy? I think is a question everybody has for you because you're the prince. This is a democracy. We don't have princes in democracies. And then number two, what do you ideally see as your role in the transition? And then would you like to have the opportunity to run for president and to lead the country out of this horrific nightmare of 47 years?
My focus is on the process, not the outcome. And as a neutral arbiter, I'm not taking sides with one form versus the other. That's for the people of Iran to choose. And I think the world has seen successful models in both a republican system and a monarchic system. Examples, a republic that you have like in India or like in Israel or in France or the United States, they're not exactly the same, but that's under the republican structure. In terms of parliamentary monarchies, we have the example of Japan, Sweden, Spain, other countries. So I don't think that necessarily you can equate democracy with one outcome in particular. It could be both models that people can emulate. So at the end of the day, again, it's not for me to choose the outcome. I'm here to be a bridge towards that outcome. That's the function of a transitional leader, not to run for office or not to have an aim for personal position of power or authority, but to be the element that unites the country towards a common purpose and allow the nation to decide what is their preferred system. That's what elections and free elections should be all about. And the ballot box is the only means to measure people's opinion, and the majority will decide on that. And that's the process that I envisage to bring about.
What do you believe the people of Iran want? And in that monarchy subset, there are the Gulf monarchies, the kingdom, UAE, Qatar. They are obviously distinctly different than a parliamentary, system. So I assume you wouldn't want to see that. What do you think the people of Iran will vote for?
Well, just what you said. I mean, a democratic system clearly outlines how it should be and how it should not. I mean, if you want to look at the closest monarchy to the United States, technically speaking, it's Canada. And if you want to look at it that way, and I think Canadians are quite happy with it.
I need to stop because President Trump
A lot of friends. Sit down. We have a little time. Just everybody. Thank you very much. And to our great speaker, Speaker Johnson. And hello to the men and women of one of the most consequential Republican majorities in history. It's not a big majority, but it's just about the most consequential. The job you've done is incredible. And they are members that are warriors and really people that are for the American people, and that's why you're doing well, and I think that's why we're going to continue to do well. We're fighting a little tradition, historically the person that wins Democrat or Republican wins the presidency for whatever reason, it doesn't work out, but we've done a lot. I don't know, I think we had the best first year of any president ever, and that includes you. You came along with me and you made it happen. So with your help and hard work, we're making America great again, and we're doing it much faster than we thought. And it's better, stronger, and our country is doing really well. I mean, at a level that nobody thought. We took a little excursion because we felt we had to do that to get rid of some evil. And I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion. How good is our military, right? Amazing. How good. Short term. Thank you. They're great. We all together in my first term, we rebuilt our military. And I didn't know I'd be using it so much in the second term, but we have a military like no other. It's not even close. But I especially want to recognize the rest of our amazing House Republican leadership team and so many of my friends that are congressmen, some senators. We have some great people in this room, but including Majority Leader, a real brave guy, because I know the real story. I was there that night with him in the hospital when he was given a very small chance of living by a doctor who was very good, by a wife who was desperately in love with him. She cried so much. Because I've seen the other two. I've seen guys at the end of the line, the wives aren't exactly shaken up. When they don't cry, when they have no tears or any sign of tears, this is not a good sign of a great marriage. But he must have a great marriage, because she was just devastated. She was going to lose her guy. But it worked out that the doctor said more blood was put into him than he's ever seen. He was in big trouble. I looked at him that night and I said goodbye to him, but he made it. He was brave, and look at the way he fought back from so many different things. Steve Scalise. Yeah, we have another one, Tom Emmer, who I really got to know over the last few years, and I'll tell you, he's a winner. He's a champion with another great wife. We got good wives up in there. Let's say great wife, fine husband. But Tom is just a real champion and a winner, and you have a problem, you go to him, he gets it solved. So thank you very much. Great job. You've done a great job. And our conference chairwoman is Lisa McLean, and we all know Lisa. Don't get on her wrong side. It can be a very, very bad experience. Thank you very much. Great job, Lisa. Great job. And a very special thanks. You know, you broke a record. This is over 20 million. This is it's the biggest of these type of events that there's ever been, by a lot. You didn't just break it, you broke it by a lot. So I want to congratulate you. But there's just great spirit. The Republican Party has fantastic spirit. The level, I don't think, has been seen before. I really don't. We have to get a couple of people on board, which in at least one case is virtually impossible. I wonder who that might be. A sick person. But I want to say a very special thanks to everyone at the Congressional Institute for helping organize this event. This has been amazing. And over the past 9 days, we've been reminded of how vital our Republican majorities are. And it's, it's America's future. We're really fighting because these people, you saw the other night at the State of the Union, you saw these people. They wouldn't stand for a mother who just lost her daughter by having her throat slit from behind. They wouldn't stand for the helicopter pilot who just got the Congressional Medal of Honor for landing safely in Venezuela, a helicopter with a lot of soldiers on that helicopter. And he was able to land it safely, and his leg was practically ripped off. And for those people that know about helicopters, you land them pretty much with your legs, right, Tom? You land them with the legs, and he was in bad shape, and he got it. He got that. Not only landed, he landed in exactly the right spot and exactly as blood was pouring down the aisle, which didn't make all of those soldiers in the back feel too good. They're looking at a pilot who's bleeding out. But they didn't want to stand for that. They didn't want to stand for a 100-year-old soldier who had left a legacy of bravery. Everybody talked about it for years, and it was time for him to get the Congressional Medal of Honor. They didn't want to stand for him. There's something wrong with those people, and we can't let them ever be in a position where they can lead this country again or destroy this country again, because we almost lost this country. This country was close to being lost. The representatives in this room provided the pivotal votes in securing a record $1 trillion for the United States military this year, and now the world is witnessing the importance of that investment with one of the most complex and stunning operations ever conducted, and that's Operation Epic Fury. That's a great name, isn't it? Epic Fury. That's even better than Midnight Hammer, which was pretty good too, right? That was where we knocked out their nuclear potential. That was a big day because if we didn't do that, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks. And I think we'd be in a lot different situation. And then you had, of course, what they did in Venezuela, how that was just so far so good. We've done a real job. We've got all good ones. If you go back and you look at Afghanistan with Biden, one of the worst, I think the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. If you look at what happened with Jimmy Carter, also with Iran, but if you look at what happened with the helicopters and the hostages, it cost them the election. It was what a mess. The world respects us right now more than they have ever respected us before. And because of Republicans, you people in Congress, the United States has by far the strongest and most powerful military on the face of the earth. We're the strongest military anywhere in the earth. And now everybody understands it. Together with our Israeli partners, we're crushing the enemy in an overwhelming display of technical skill and military force. Iran's drone and missile capability is being utterly demolished. The Navy is gone. It's all lying at the bottom of the ocean. 46 ships. Can you believe it? In fact, I got a little upset with our people. I said, what quality of ship? Excellent, sir. Top of the line. I said, why did we just capture the ship? We're going to use it. Why did we sink them? They said, it's more fun to sink them. I said, they like sinking them better. They say it's safer to sink them. I guess it's probably true. But think of it. We knocked out 46. It actually took 3.5 days. Their terrorist leaders are gone. We're counting down the minutes until they will be gone. Think of it. We had leaders and they're gone. Then we had new leaders and they're gone. And now nobody has any idea who the people are that are going to be the head of the country, and will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. And remember, Iran did so many bad things. They were really, if you look at Soleimani, who was taken out, as you know that, but you know who. But if you look at Soleimani, the father of the roadside, you call it a roadside bomb because most people don't understand the different terms. It was where they plant bombs in roads as you drive by, happily drive by, the bomb goes off, and no matter how strong the armament, it just kills the people. Or you lose your arms, legs, and face. And those bombs got worse and worse, and he got happier and happier, and we took him out. That was a big thing because he was the head. It might have been a much different story. They may have been much more capable than they are had he lived, because he was capable. He was vicious, violent, and capable. But we got rid of him first term. And we did so many things. I mean, we've done so many things. But as you know, on Saturday, I traveled to Dover Air Force Base to be with the families of 6 fallen warriors as they returned to American soil. And I know that everyone in this room joins me in sending our prayers and eternal gratitude to the families of those great heroes. Those families are incredible families. Devastating to be. Hardest thing to do. You know, I've done it a lot. The hardest thing to do is to go to Dover, because Dover is where, for the most part, a lot of the fallen, the warriors, the great young people that have died in war, they seem to mostly go to Dover. They come home to Dover. Dover does a great job of handling things. They have men assigned to the family. They have men and women that are incredible, assigned to the families. It's a beautiful thing, but it's also a very sad thing. But they all said one thing to me: make sure you win, sir. Make sure you win. They weren't playing games. They want to make sure. They said it. Everybody said it. They were separate, but everybody said the same thing. Make sure you win. We will. We've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough. We go forward more determined than ever to achieve ultimate victory that will end this long-running danger once and for all. 47 years. It should have been done a long time ago. The world would have been a different place had some president had the courage to go and do it. They should have done it many, many times. They had many opportunities. The United States of America is the greatest and most exceptional nation in human history, and will not be threatened by evil terrorists and lunatics any longer. We just can't do that. And You know, when I always talk about how great our nation is, I don't know. I don't consider our nation very great for 4 years under Biden. We were a laughing stock all over the world. We were a laughing stock. So, you know, I say great, great, great. But I don't know. When you look at what happened with so many different things, the open border, 25 million people, many of them very bad people pouring into our country with open borders that just said, come on in, makes no difference. They emptied their jails into our country. 11,888 murders, 50% of which murdered more than one person. The drug dealers came in, the mentally insane came in, they emptied their mental institutions, they emptied their insane asylum. That's a step above a mental institution. They emptied them all right into our country. And we've done a great job of doing what we've done. Think of it, we have the lowest crime rate that we've ever had. We have the lowest murder rate in 125 years. And we're saddled with all of the problems of the criminals that were let in. You know, look, they're smart people. I know the people that run those countries, every one of them, and they're all streetwise, very smart. And I would do exactly the same thing. They emptied their jails into our country. I said that was going to happen when I heard that they were having open borders. I didn't believe that they were going to happen. When I realized that they actually were going to have open borders, I said, we're going to have every person in jail. We're going to have every drug dealer. We're going to have all these countries all over the world. The Congo, they emptied their jails all the way from the Congo to all parts of South America, Asia. They sent in their people in jail, murderers. Some of the worst people on earth got sent into our country. And I'll tell you what, ICE is unbelievable, what they have to put up with and how tough they have to be. That goes for Border Patrol, and it goes for law enforcement, our law enforcement people. But sadly, even as our service members are fighting bravely to protect America abroad, the Democrat minority in Congress is deliberately sabotaging our national security at home. And you're going through it right now, fellas. I mean, you're going through, it's not even believable. You know, we should be very safe right now, especially when we're attacking somebody that's evil, bad intention. But last week, 53 House Democrats voted against a resolution affirming that Iran remains the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Who the hell would do that? I mean, almost every act, whether it's Hamas or Hezbollah, no matter what, you take a look, it's Iran or Iran sponsored. And even more outrageously, as we speak, Democrats have shut down the Department of Homeland Security. They've got it shut down. Do you believe it? Right now. Because they care more about amnesty for illegal alien criminals than about protecting the lives of American citizens. I mean, take a look at it. The American citizen is being scoffed at by Democrats. It doesn't make sense. None of this stuff makes sense to me. You know, when they sat and they wouldn't stand up for incredible people, they just refused to clap, stand up. By the end of the speech, by the way, they were all standing because somebody was passing them. No, you people are getting killed tonight. They were all, they'd stand up for everything I was saying. At the end, that last half hour, they were standing up for things that they shouldn't have stood up for because they got the word, you're getting killed tonight. Stand up and clap for the woman that just lost her daughter, please, to a violent criminal. But Democrats must vote immediately to reopen the Department of Homeland Security so that we have the resources to keep America safe. And under our pro-America, pro-worker, pro-family agenda, our country is winning again and America is respected again. And I think we have a country that's as hot as it's ever been, ever before, maybe hotter. And I say it all the time. The king of Saudi Arabia said it to me better than anybody could say it. He said, you know, I get along with him very well, very smart person. He said, you know, a year and a half ago, your country was dead, absolutely dead. We never thought it was coming back. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. And that's before we showed off our military strength with Venezuela and now with Iran. You know, Iran was supposed to be this big, powerful country. We wrapped the hell out of them. And, you know, I don't know when they cry uncle, but they should have cried it 2 days ago, right? but they don't have anything left. In our country, inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising. The economy is surging. Our border is the most secure at any time in American history. And the murder rate is the lowest in 125 years. That's before my father was born. My father was born 6 years later than that. I don't know if he'd like me to say that. Never liked to talk about his age. He said, don't talk about that. But think about 125 years ago, 1900, the year 1900. The stock market is at 53 all-time record highs since the election. And it's going to go a lot higher as soon as we get rid of this stuff that we're doing right now, that we really had no choice. I mean, I think I asked people, I said, would you rather do this or would you rather go along nice and smoothly, but eventually have a catastrophe the likes of which perhaps the world has never seen? And just about everybody says, except for lunatics, said, no, you had to get it done. Should have been done a long time ago. The average 401k is up almost $35,000. Think of that. It's at the best they've ever done. And I think you're going to see some real numbers when this gets, because this was always a dark cloud hanging over not only Israel, which was going to get wiped out. You know, if we didn't do that B-2 attack, Israel would have been wiped out. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks after that. And even now, I think they were looking to take over the Middle East, because when you look, and we have pretty good proof, all of those missiles that were so stupidly aimed at Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, they were all aimed, and others, at countries that were sort of like, leave us alone. They were all right. They were sort of neutral, but they weren't doing it. All of a sudden, they're getting hit with missiles. And they could have gone one of two ways. They could have gone toward their side, like, we're with you, or they could have gone with our side, and they really went with our side, and they've helped us, and they've been a big force. But they got hit. But they were going to be hit with us. Had we not done the B-2 raid, and if we not done this one where we said, nope, it's time to go in, we have to go in, have no choice. Number one, if we didn't go in, they would have come in after us, because I see the Democrats trying to justify it, and they're failing because the voter on the street is saying, you got to be kidding. But I see where they're going, where they're always saying, no, there was no reason. Well, I'll give you the best reason of all. Within a week, they were going to attack us 100%. They were ready. They had all these missiles, far more than anyone thought. And they were going to attack us. But they were going to attack all of the Middle East and Israel. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it on Israel. And this was going to be a major attack. And they had all of those missile sites and all those launchers that we got rid of, about 80% of them right now, by the way. Got rid of most of the, see, it's died down to a trickle. There are very few launchers left. What our military has done is amazing. They wiped out almost 20%, maybe 22, 23%, but the rest are going very quickly. And the missiles have been largely knocked out. The drones have been knocked down, and we're hitting where they make the drones. We know them all, and we're knocking the hell out of that now where they manufacture the drones. A lot of work, a lot of brilliant work, but we're going to have a much safer world as soon as it's finished, and it's going to be finished pretty quickly. With the help of our House Republican majority, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, and we have to be talking about it. And with the great, big, beautiful bill, we delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we did something else, which is great, that nobody ever talks about, Tom, and we have to talk about it. We made interest on auto loans fully deductible. That's never happened. We've never had that. Rich people always get deductions, but middle income people, people that have to struggle a little bit, never did. But now they can deduct the interest paid against their taxes. We have one little proviso, and I put this on, it's very important. Only if the car is made in America, all right? That's going to have a huge impact. That's going to have a huge impact. We passed the Trump accounts to give every child in America a head start on the American dream, and that's so good. It was, I'll tell you, the Dell family, Dell computer, put up $6.25 billion. Think of it. Started with very little, nothing, very, very little. Started making computers on his bed. And he said, yeah, people started liking them better than the ones from the store. And he never stopped. and he can write a check for $6,250,000,000. He said, and his incredible wife Susan, they said that's the best thing they've ever done. He's so proud. He's going to do it again. Going to do more. And we have a lot of other people. A lot of very rich people are doing it. A lot of people that aren't so rich are doing it. They're doing it for their kids, but it's turning out. So a young child turns 18 or 21, and all of a sudden they have $100,000 in the bank. What a difference that is between having that and having nothing. And it could be more than that. It could be a lot more depending on what happens with the world. And we passed 100% expensing and bonus depreciation on all new equipment, factory construction and investments. And that's what made our first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country in the first term. And this one's going to blow it away. Again, we had a little pause, but it's not a very big pause. With your help, we also passed the largest regulation cuts in American history, ending the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in history, and massively increasing production of American oil, natural gas, and clean, beautiful coal. We brought coal back. You're not allowed to say coal without clean, beautiful. Got to be clean, beautiful. China uses coal. They're building about 65 massive coal plants right now. But China, great respect for China, but you know, they make all the windmills, right? The only thing they don't do is use the windmills. They make them. But try finding wind farms in China. There aren't too many of them. In my State of the Union address, I laid out an ambitious agenda that should be our roadmap this year. And it's starting with lowering the cost of living. You know, they gave us a mess. We inherited a mess, an absolute mess. And the mess was many things. They were bad with our military. They were bad with everything. I mean, I said, name one thing that they did right. They can't name one thing. But they also gave us very high prices. And then they said the word affordability. That's the first time I ever heard it. They said affordability. My first day in office, they said affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem, but we're really bringing down prices big. Do you notice you don't hear that word anymore, Mike? They don't say it anymore because we brought down prices so much. So our message is simple. Democrats created the high prices, and our policies are totally ending them, and they're ended, and we're doing better. We're even bringing them down further. They'll be way down, and we're bringing, you know, if you go back into the last period, I would say, I think it's 2.5 months, 1.7% inflation. 3 months, 1.45% inflation. Think of that. Whereas they had the highest inflation in the history, the single highest inflation in the history of our country. Now, you know, I always say this. They say 48 years because I don't want the fake news to get me on this. They say it wasn't history. It was 48 years that the inflation was the highest in 48 years. But I don't know. In some ways, 48 years sounds even worse because it's very specific. Yeah. But they had the highest inflation probably in history, but in 48 years, we inherited that. One of the first targets must be the crushing healthcare. We have to crush and take over the healthcare situation, which we can do. For the first time, we can do it since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act. Big insurance companies have gotten rich. They've made money like practically no other companies have made, with our government giving them hundreds of billions of dollars, and their stock prices soaring to up to 1,700%, 1,000%, 1,200%, 1,600%, and even 1,700%. The government gave them essentially trillions of dollars. And I want that money to be paid to the person, not to the insurance company, and let them go out and buy their own health care. And people love it. People love it. You'll get better health care at a much lower cost, and they'll be sort of part of the system. But the money we spend on is so much. We spend numbers that nobody could even believe. But the healthcare companies, because the Democrats are owned by the insurance companies, remember that. And so they have a problem. That's why it's hard to get it fixed, because they are totally owned and controlled by the healthcare, by the insurance companies. Healthcare insurance, but the insurance companies themselves. So when you want to do something that's good for the people but bad for the insurance companies, it's very, very hard for them to go in a different way. Now, Republicans never do that kind of thing, right? You're owned by nobody, right? Nobody. See, a young girl up here say yes. Some of them are a little bit shaky, but they're Republicans. We love them. We love them anyway, right, Mike? But they are owned by those big, powerful insurance companies that are making a fortune, and it's hard to get them to do the right thing. They know what the right thing is. So we want the money to be paid directly to the people and let the people go out and buy their own health care. And people love it. They love it. We can own the issue. For the first time ever, Republicans can own that issue. I'm also asking you to take swift action to codify my most favored nation policy on drug prices, the biggest. That alone should win the midterms. We have, and I tell this story all the time, my first term, third year, I actually had a slight, it was 0.25% decline in drug price. First time in 28 years. I was so proud. I went home, told our great first lady, who's now a movie star, I got the biggest, can you believe this? That movie was hot. And it is hot. She became a movie star. It was a good movie. But I went home and I said, you know, it's amazing. We do so well. We work so hard. This issue is the single biggest issue. Okay. I had a news conference, I'm embarrassed to say, a long time ago, my first term, third year, because I went up to a level that I did things that nobody's ever done. 28 years, I brought it down 0.25%. Now I brought it down 80%, 90%, 75%, depending the way on, it's driving the fake news crazy because I say 400%, 500%, 600, depending on the way you want to talk about it, if you want to talk about pricing. But using a conservative number, what we've done is we paid the highest price for drugs anywhere in the world, and now we pay the lowest price for drugs anywhere in the world. We are tied for the lowest price. Whoever has the lowest price, that's what we pay. And I did that through tariffs. We had a little disappointing decision, to put it mildly, from the Supreme Court. Terrible decision for the people. But the good news is I have lots of other ways of doing the same thing. I just have to work a little harder. They want me to work harder, but we're doing the same thing with a lot of work. But I used tariffs to get this because I went to other countries. The drug companies were not easy, but I got them. I said, we're not paying. We were paying for a pill $130 that in London and Germany and different places you'd pay $10. So we were paying 13 times more. They're paying $10, we're paying $130. And the drug companies, I called them in. We had a rough time, but it wasn't that bad. And they agreed because they knew that I couldn't get the countries. You had to get the countries to approve it. And I called up, and you've heard me say this a couple of times, not often, but I called the countries up. I called up France. I said, Emmanuel, you have to cut your good friends from America a reasonable deal. What's happening is you are paying a tiny fraction for drugs. No, Donald, I cannot do anything about that. I said, you can. He said, no, I will not do it. I will not do it, because he'd have to raise his pill from $10 to $20 and maybe even $30. Ours would come down from $13, $130 down to $20. Think of that, from $130. That's what you're going to get, from $130 to $20. But he has to double his price from $10, and they were the boss. I said, no, you will. No, Donald, I cannot do that. And I heard this from all the other countries too, very elegant people. And they were saying, no, we cannot do this. We will not do this. I said, yes, you will, 100%. No, we will not. Because, they have to double up their prices. And I said, well, here's the story. If you don't do it, I'm going to put, in the case of Emmanuel, I said a 100% tariff on all wines and champagnes coming into the United States. No, Donald, you cannot do that. I said, I've already got the legislation. It's right in front of my desk. I'm going to sign it. Emmanuel, he said, Donald, I will agree to this. So he agreed. Everybody agreed. I got every country to agree. And now you've done something that no other president could have done. No, I don't want to brag. But You know, they've said this about a lot of things. No other president could do some of this shit I'm doing. Yeah. No other president. The things I'm doing, nobody else was going to do it. They say it all the time, sir, could you do this? You're the only one can do it. But we got it done, and we got the countries to all go along. Because I said, if you don't do it, I'm going to raise your tariffs to 200%, to 150%, and that's 10 times more than I'm asking for. And every single one, if it took me 5 minutes, that was like a long time. I was doing badly with that one. So now we have most favored nation pricing into permanent law, and you should codify it. But I don't care that much about codifying it, because what politician is going to agree to increase drug prices by 500%? Okay, so, but it's still good to have it codified. Don't you agree? You know, they're saying, sir, we have to codify it. I said, that's okay, but I'm not. Other things you should codify. That I can tell you. This one you should codify, because you want to take credit for it. You want to take credit for it. So if you can, please codify it. Get out there and codify. You're getting an 80%, 85%, 55%, 70% reduction in drug prices. Codify it. But if you don't, no president's going to raise it, in my opinion. Although they are crazy. You know, these people are crazy. They could find a way. You better get it codified. And as we work to bring down interest rates so that more Americans can afford a house, I'm also asking you to ban the Wall Street firms, large Wall Street firms, institutional investors from buying up thousands and thousands of single family homes, hundreds of thousands of homes, because homes really are for people, not for hedge funds. We want to get the market out so they can do it, and we're stopping it. We want people to be able to buy a house. It's the American dream. Buying a house is a part of the American dream. And we must also stand up for the safety of our citizens. One of my guests at the State of the Union was Anya Zarutska, the mother of beautiful 23-year-old Ukrainian girl who was stabbed to death on a train in North Carolina by a deranged criminal, arrested more than a dozen times. And I had the mother, as you know, at the State of the Union, and she was devastated. Beautiful woman, devastated. Uncontrollably devastated. And we couldn't get one Democrat to even clap. The Republicans clapped and went wild, and they loved her. Not one Democrat in that whole room even thought about clapping. They sat there frozen-faced. Disgusting. House Republicans should get every member of Congress on record and pass a tough new crime bill that imposes harsh penalties for dangerous repeat offenders, which this nut was, cracks down on rogue judges and prosecutors, and ends no cash bail once and for all. No cash bail is a big part. I mean, you have a man murder somebody, and by that afternoon, he's out on bail. No cash bail. It's a huge problem. We also need to end deadly sanctuary cities, and you have bills before you now, and you're working on things, but hopefully you can do that, Mike, because it's terrible. They're sanctuary for criminals. That's all they are, sanctuary for criminals. They fight ICE all the time. That was the problem up in Minnesota. They had a lot of criminals in there. They wouldn't give it to us. And to stop illegal aliens who cannot even speak English from driving 18-wheel tractor trailers. They have no idea what they're reading. I wouldn't be able to do it in their countries. There's arrows, there's speed limits. They have no idea what they're reading. And in many cases, they're on drugs on top of that. We need to ban any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. Have to do it. And I want to thank House Republicans for passing another common sense measure. I would think it's the easiest thing. I just told Mike. You know, you were at $19 million. I have to say this because I've never contributed. I was a huge contributor for years and years. Once I became president, I never contributed any money because the greatest thing about being president is I no longer have to contribute. Nobody ever asked me for money. They asked me for my endorsement. I've endorsed just about everybody in the room. But keep winning, right? Yeah. 124-0 this Tuesday. 124 wins, no losses. Is that good? And there were some rebels. We endorsed a few rebels, right? a few that Mike was saying, it's going to be a tough one. But we're 124-0. But as president, nobody ever asked me for money. And as president, as president, you sort of don't make campaign contributions. So it doesn't even. But I heard you were at $19 million today. I said, has that ever been done? No, sir, it's a record, but 20 would sound better, right, Mike? Yes. He said, I'm going to give you $1 million. It's the first time I've done it. I never did it before. I never did it before. I never did it before. Now I'll be hit up by every political group, every Republican running. Sir, can I have some? Give me a little cash. I'll have Emmer come up to me and say, how about a little cash for my campaign? I will no longer have the excuse that as president. Anyway, no, but we had to hit the 20, right? We had to hit the 20. That was a hell of a thing. You beat it by a lot. You beat the record, the previous record by a lot. But I want to thank House Republicans for passing another common sense measure. To me, the easiest of all, the Save America Act to protect our sacred American. Look at this. Look. It's the easiest thing we have. I can't, it's the easiest thing we have. Now, the problem is you call it the SAVE Act, and nobody knew what the hell the SAVE Act. Have you been seeing, I've been working overtime the last month. It's called the, capital the Save America Act. And I saw Schumer yesterday, we will stop Save America. He's getting killed. They can't do it. And then the things within the Save America are so good. But just the title. So we had that with MAGA. Greatest name of all time. Make America Great Again. MAGA. It just worked. You know, I had something, Keep America Great. It was good, but it didn't have that MAGA. You know, there was nothing you could see. I had CAG. And CAG, I said, you know, no longer, that's not good. But MAGA is great, and we'll always respect MAGA. We love MAGA. We're never going to let you down with MAGA. But this one's even better if you think about it. This says, America. We're going to save America. The Save America. How can they fight us? The Save America Act. And I've watched them. I watched Schumer, who's horrible. What a horrible politician. He is now a Palestinian officially. He is registered as a Palestinian. He's taken the biggest turn of any human being I've ever seen. He's gone from totally pro-Israel to totally pro-Palestinian. He wants to protect the Iranian people that are quite nasty. But it's very simple. All voters must show the act. Voter ID. Ready? This is not complicated. Voter identification. Now, I have a whole list, but I don't want to put, I have like hundreds of things on the list. If you go shopping, if you do this, if you buy a car, if you license a car, if you point to everything you need to have identification. So all voters have to show identification, ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. So you have ID and you have citizenship. So far, good. No mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. Mail-in ballots are a disaster. Jimmy Carter, the best thing he ever did, he headed a commission after he was president. It was the single best thing, and he did a thing on mail-in ballots. He said mail-in ballots should not be allowed because they are inherently dishonest. And we have seen it time and time again, and we just keep going with it. And I put that down as a top three. Look, no mail-in. Now, you have the exceptions for the military, and I would even say foreign-based military. But for the military, for disability, for illness, and if you're traveling, you have an excuse. And I was lenient on that. But those three things. Then I added two more. These are best of, best of. These are called best of Trump. We should also add on to this bill. And so what I've asked Mike to do is to draw a new one with these few things added. And let's go for the gold. Let's not just get one like voter ID, but, it can be given to you by your daughter. Your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old, she's allowed to say. you had to see some of this stuff is so bad. They're doing everything possible because they know if we get this, they'll probably won't win an election for 50 years, okay? And maybe longer. And they're going to fight like hell. But boy, do they get killed. Because even the Democrats, you saw the numbers today, Democrats voted 86% that this stuff should be passed. The Democrats, with Republicans, you're at 98%. But Democrats are at 86, except for the people that run the Democrat Party, because they want to try and win elections illegally. It's the only reason you vote against voter ID is because you want to cheat. There's no other reason. They come up with reasons. They say, it's racist. That's their number one, racist. Then you have to explain it, and they're just sitting there mumbling. They can't explain it. And it's actually very insulting when they use the term racist. Very insulting to the people that they're trying to so-called defend, but they're not defending. Then I wanted to add two more to it because they're, I say 95%, maybe 100%. No men in women's sports, very simple. Add that in. And I wanted to add in one other, I'm not even adding in no open borders because, you know, there's some people that like open borders. These people are crazy, but that's okay. Because I want 5 things that are like close to 100%. No transgender mutilation surgery for our children. You can't have transgender for our children. So those 5 things, 5 things. Voter ID, citizenship, mail-in ballots, no mail-in ballots, right? We don't want men playing in women's sports. That's got to be about close to 100%. We don't want men playing in women's sports and no transgender mutilation of our children. Now, that should be the easiest thing to get past that you've ever had. Each one, it's best of Trump. Those are best of Trump. I have some that are very popular, but I wouldn't put them in that category. This is the number one priority. It should be for the House. And I'd like to ask Tom, Steve, Mike, all of you, if you would, I'd like to have you go back and Lisa, hello, darling. She was screaming her affirmation of what I said. The kid went wild. She was so happy that somebody finally said, let's vote on this. Lisa, you're going to get it done. Okay, I'm going to count on you. Forget the men up here. I'm going to count. Deal. But it's actually a matter in a serious way of national survival. We can't have these elections going on like this anymore. You know, you use paper ballots. If right now they have watermark, it's so safe, it's so good. You put it gets under a light. It says, you know, a code. It's very, very hard to cheat. Another thing, and I don't even bring this up, it costs 7% the cost of those crazy machines. You know, I love the machines where they get the machines, they spend all this money, and they announce during the election that the tabulation will go along for another 3 weeks, right? With mail-in voting, you know, there's not a country in the world that does mail-in ballots anymore. They tried it. France tried it. It failed. They go to paper ballots. They're all doing paper ballots right now. Most of them are doing paper ballots, except us. And nobody is doing what we're doing. And there's no elections so corrupt as the elections in the United States of America. And we can solve them with this. And the reason I put those other 2 that have not much to do with it is because they are equally popular. And I think it might help us. And for those people that like Pfizer, I said, maybe you put them together because a lot of people feel very strongly about Pfizer. Some people don't, but the people that want it, they really want it. And generally, for whatever reason, they're opposed to what we're saying about, you know, about the ballots and about citizenship and all of those things. And so put them together and you might get a vote, but we have to get it done. And then we have to get the Senate to do it. But if you could send a bill up to the Senate, we're going for the gold. We don't want what was said. The SAVE Act, it was all right. Nobody knew what the hell it was, including me. I kept saying, what's this? Save America Act. Don't ever say SAVE Act again. It's a loser. The SAVE Act. Nobody has any idea what are we trying to save. It's the Save America Act. if you could send it up in full form, meaning just straight, we will, I think the Senate has to approve it. I really do. I think, and they're going to have to go the filibuster. And maybe it's going to be the talking filibuster like the old days, the great Jimmy Stewart, right? Remember the great movie, Jimmy Stewart? But they have to get it done, because if we don't get this done, if it takes you 6 months, I'm for not approving anything. I don't think we should approve anything until this is approved. And they can't win politically. Look, you have them in a corner, and they're listening to every word I'm saying. It doesn't matter, because they can't win it politically. Because when they say, we don't want voter identification, we don't want proof of citizenship, all these things are just losers for them. And they won't be able to withstand it. Just like at the State of the Union, they started clapping at the end. I said that. And the reason, because politically, you have to stand for these great people that were being. And the word came out from people watching it on television, you guys are getting killed. And this is an even bigger example. So if I could ask the people in this room to go for the gold. We're going for the gold. We're not going for the bronze. We're not going to sign a watered down version like has been sent up there. Let's go for the gold, and let's just not accept anything else. I'll tell you what, I'm willing to just sort of say, I'm not going to sign anything until this is approved. I really am. That's how bad it is. And we're going to have to push the Senate, because you have 4 or 5 senators that are, I don't know, 4 or 5 Republican senators. You'll have to explain them to me, but we're not going to get into that. But we're going to push them to get it done, because I don't think you can politically exist if you're not going to do voter ID and these things. I don't think the people in this country will stand for it. So I'm making my biggest plea tonight. It'll make you, and I'm not doing it for this reason at all. It'll guarantee the midterms. If you don't get it, big trouble, my opinion. If you get this, your midterms, and they know it, for 2 reasons. Number one, they won't be able to cheat. And number 2, the people are demanding it. Every time I go out, Save America, sir, Save America Act. We want the Save America Act, sir. That's all they talk about. They don't talk about housing. They don't talk about anything. That's what they talk about. And if you send it up there, you're going to win the midterms at levels that you can't even believe. And you're going to win every election for a long time until somebody really screws things up, and hopefully that won't happen. But I've never been more confident that if we keep these promises and deliver in this popular agenda, the American people will stand with us in overwhelming numbers, just as they did in 2024. I heard Mike say it's actually 78 million votes, but it was actually 86. You know, they cheated like hell on the list, but it was too big to rig. Remember? I won 3 times. First time was great. Second time, they cheated like hell. It was COVID. And their cheating was at an inspirational level. We can't let that ever happen again. And then they cheated again in the last election, but I went up. The term I used most was too big to rig. You got to go out. Don't believe, because we had polls having us way up. I said, don't believe the polls. Go out and vote. Make it too big to rig. And that's what happened. A couple of races they cheated on, they got away with it. A couple of Senate races, my opinion. But we have to make it too big to rig, and that's what we did. But we shouldn't have to win an election that way. You're going to have a hard time winning elections that way. So you got to get that passed. And if we fight, we will win, and we will make our country safer and stronger and richer and greater than it ever has been before. And I want to say, very importantly, because they would like you not to say this, because this is a terrible thing in their opinion to say, God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, Armin. So that was not President Trump's actual update. That was President Trump speaking at the Republican Members Issues Conference, which means he is going to be giving the Iran update, I think, a little bit later. He's delayed. He did say a few things about Iran in this speech to the Republicans. And one of the things he said, which was very interesting, well, it's already past 5:30. People are saying the update is at 5:30. It's already past 5:30. It's already 5:42. So that means the actual update's going to be a bit delayed. But he did say that he's like, all the leaders are pretty much dead. And then he also said that he has someone in mind.
What? Really? Can we bring that part? What? Oh my! I missed the big. What is it? Can we bring that part?
Yeah, absolutely. But before we do that, really quickly, it's just really quick. I have an update on the Iranian women's soccer team, the Lionesses.
What is the update?
So
what is it?
This is them while they were under Islamic regime occupation, right? So this is where they're being oppressed by the Islamic regime. Armin, look at them now.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh my god, that's amazing! Look at this. This is how they are when they don't have to, when they know they're not going back.
Do you see, guys? Do you see? Like this is how Iranian women want to dress and be like. No, this is Tony Blair, I think. No. Some person. Some person.
That's
I have to go
amazing.
find it. But guys, do you see? Like, okay, someone's in the chat. Like, whoever's in the chat saying I put you in a timeout. I didn't. I'm not paying attention to the chat. So deal with whoever was saying that. You probably said something. I don't know, but it's not me. Anyways, but Armin, look at this. Like guys, this is how Iranian women are when they're not being okay. Tony Burke, that was a name. Tony Burke. Oops, Tony Burke. There we go. Thank you. So I'll find his post. But do you see, guys? This is what Iranian women look like when they're not being oppressed by the Islamic regime, right? So just goes to show, like literally. At the moment Iranian women tasted freedom and realized that they're free from the Islamic dictatorship, right? This is them when they're being controlled by the regime, and this is them when they can be normal human beings. Literally, immediately.
I'm like, oh, okay. We don't have to go back.
Yeah, they're like, we don't have to go back. And, they're probably thinking the regime's probably like over anyway. So look at this, right? Like, look at the smiles. Look at the relief on their faces, right? Why do they have short hair? I don't know. They're athletes. Like, why are you asking what they look like? They're soccer players.
It's normal among soccer players.
What a weird question. So what if they have short hair? What does that have to do with anything? We're not here to judge people's appearances.
Unless they're part of the Islamic Republic.
Oh yeah, then of course. But let me go to the actual post here. So here it is. So last night I was able to tell 5 women from the Iranian women's soccer team that they are welcome to stay in Australia, to be safe and have a home here. So there they are. Look how happy they are.
That's amazing.
See? Guys,
big win.
This right here, right away, guys, I've been telling you, Iranians, like, we're not Muslim. We're basically forced to behave and dress and act a certain way because the Islamic regime forces us to, right? But again, like, you can see instant difference, right? Instant difference. Like the second that they realize that, they're free from the Islamic regime, they don't have to worry about that anymore. This is how they dress, right? This is how they dress.
Thank you, President Trump.
Thank you, President Trump, for that. Okay, so that was that.
Were there any of them that had to go back because of their family? Like, how many of them had to?
We don't know.
Okay.
We don't know, unfortunately. We just wait. Okay. So the one on Iran is starting soon.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
How soon?
Let me text President Trump. I'll find out how soon it's starting.
No, it's a figure of speech, Gold. I was just wondering if I could go read you a list. That's why I'm asking. It's not things.
I'm just teasing you. Come on. I'm going to have some fun. Listen, I've been feeling spicy today. My post well, you know what it is? My post about the flying carpets is going viral. And
nice.
Some of the comments I'm getting under that is very, very funny. And it's really interesting how like some people are taking it seriously and they're like, what are you talking about? This is clearly AI.
No way. People are telling you are correcting you? Are you kidding me? And they're not joking?
No, and then one random like white dude in like, I don't know, North America. I don't know if it's like Canada or America, but like one random white dude called me a POS. He's like, how can you have a sense of humor in this time? And I'm thinking, Iranian sense of humor is how we literally deal with trauma. I didn't respond to him though, but I thought that was kind of interesting. The guy's like, how can you joke at a time like this? Gee, I don't know, because humor is how we deal with trauma for the last 47 years. So, but there you go. So that comment's going viral. What's this list that you want to share with me?
No, I just want to quickly mention the people who are still part of the Islamic Republic that are the most important people that people need to keep an eye on, regards to the next to be eliminated, hopefully, right? Or maybe they already have, right? So, guys, this is a list that I prepared for you guys, okay? So, Larijani, obviously, we already know him, right? Pezeshkian, not because he's influential, but because it would be symbolic and a good sign to the regime forces. So, number one, Larijani. Two, Pezeshkian. Symbolically, it will signal to the people within the Islamic Republic that the regime is falling. He's not influential within the Islamic Republic, but he's a symbolic kill. Ejei, the chief justice of the Islamic Republic. Ghalibaf, the speaker of the parliament. How many did I do so far? So that's 4. Okay, so these 4. And then when it comes to military, Vahidi, commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Guard Corps, he was elevated to this position right before the person before him who had this position died. So Vahidi, remember that person, Ahmad Vahidi, big deal. So that guy is still alive, needs to be taken out. Ali Abdullahi, that's the commander of Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters. Very important person that needs to be taken out. Ahmad Radan, this is the main guy in charge of suppressing the Iranian people. Very, very important. Commander-in-chief of the law enforcement command. So when the Iranian people want to think of one person that is responsible for killing them in the streets when they're protesting, that Radan is the name that comes to mind, like Ahmad Reza Radan. So very important. Hossein Nejat, deputy commander of the Sarallah headquarters of the IRGC. So basically, this is a very important person because this guy is in charge of securing Tehran against both external threats and internal unrest, which means that this is the last part of the success of the revolution is when we capture Tehran. So Hossein Nejad is in charge of protecting Tehran. So that's another person that you need to think about. And so there are people who are right now have been pushed aside and they're not important, especially because the supreme leader is now Mojtaba Khamenei. That means that IRGC has pushed the reformers aside. But if things get more dire, like if the Islamic Republic at some point wants to bend the knee, and if Mojtaba Khamenei is killed, if they really want to surrender and save the Islamic Republic, they might go with one of these 3 people: Hassan Rouhani, Hassan Khomeini, and Khatami, the former president. And the most important one of these is Hassan Rouhani. So again, these people have been pushed aside. Even with Ali Khamenei's death, you don't see them right now. You don't see them being influential or speaking at all. That means the IRGC has eliminated it.
Thank you
So
very
let's go.
much.
Hey.
It's been a very big 2 days, I have to say. And we'll be heading back to Washington, D.C. right after this. And I'd like to wish everyone a very good evening. And over the weekend, the United States military and the Israeli Defense Forces continued Operation Epic Fury very successfully. Over the past 9 days, we've carried out some of the most powerful and complex military strikes and maneuvers the world has ever seen. Now, you add that up to all of the other things, Midnight Hammer, getting rid of the nuclear threat from Iran, which was a big moment in history, in my opinion, and the great success we've had in Venezuela and all other places. Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success. But while we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We've wiped every single force in Iran out very completely. Most of Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long. And these are fighting vessels. They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight against us. We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing has been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking to do that if we don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them. We could take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular, Iranian missile launchers and 83% drop in drone launchers. As you know, the drone launchers are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of smart people, as soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately right on the noggin. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran and buried deep under Iranian soil in many cases. The soil is no match. And we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here. In addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. And we, as you know, we want to be involved. We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be stuck with a situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in, or the head of the country in, that's going to be able to do something peacefully for a change. They've been doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years, whether it's the barracks or even the SS Cole where they were involved very strongly. They always denied it. but they were very strongly involved in all of the people that died through the roadside bombs, died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been so badly damaged. The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short while ago, they told Mr. Witkoff, who is standing right over here, they said, they actually said, we want to keep building. Essentially, in a real nutshell, we want to continue to build nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't knock out their Iranian potential, if we didn't do that with Midnight Hammer, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it long before now. And at a minimum, Israel would have been annihilated. I was very lucky that we had the courage to do that, that we had the talented pilots and the great equipment. The B-2 bombers are unbelievable. We ordered 25 more, by the way. The newer, better version. It's we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that no matter where we go. You still need the people, though, to operate it and to use it. And those are the people that we cherish. Even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, they never negotiated in good faith. They still continued to say, we want to build nuclear. We want enrichment at levels that were unacceptable. And they even turned down an offer for unlimited free nuclear fuel forever for civilian purposes. We had people offering them free nuclear fuel. They weren't interested in that because they wanted to build a nuclear weapon. So instead, the regime was trying to reconstitute its weapons program at a different site. They couldn't go back to where they were, the 3 sites that we obliterated, but they were starting work at another site, a different site, different kind of a site. And that was protected by granite. They wanted it protected. Granite's pretty good, but they wanted it protected by a lot deeper. They wanted to go a lot deeper, and they started the process while rapidly building conventional ballistic missiles. They were going to do it all at the same time. It threatened our overseas bases and soon could have reached even our homeland. The regime's intention was to use this exponentially growing ballistic missile threat to make it virtually impossible to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. So as you probably saw, they had a tremendous number of missiles, most of which are now being used or destroyed, and very unsuccessfully used because we have been able, for the most part, to shoot them all down. What incredible technology. The Patriots have been unbelievable, and other things. And the laser technology that we have now is incredible. It's coming out pretty soon. Where literally lasers will do the work of, at a lot less cost, do the work of what the Patriots are doing or what other things are doing. The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And if you notice, they did something which was very foolish, very stupid, I would say. They attacked their neighbors. And their neighbors were largely neutral, or at least weren't going to be involved, and they got attacked. And it had the reverse effect. The neighbors came onto our side and started attacking them, and actually quite successfully. If you look at Saudi Arabia, you look at UAE, Qatar, and others, but they were strong and they were smart, but they got attacked. Nobody, when I first heard it, I said, no, somebody made a mistake. There was no mistake. UAE had over 1,000 missiles shot at it, knocked them almost all down. On the very first day I came down the escalator in 2015, I said, quote, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. And all I'm doing is keeping my promise. Think of that. That was in 2015. I said it. It was a threat then and a much bigger threat now, but no longer a threat, not for a long time anyway. We want to keep it that way as we continue Operation epic fury, we're also focused on keeping energy and oil flowing to the world. And I will not allow a terrorist regime to hold the world hostage and attempt to stop the globe's oil supply. And if Iran does anything to do that, they'll get hit at a much, much harder level. I will take out those targets that were easy and that I mentioned just before. We'll take them out so quickly, they'll never be able to recover, ever. If they want to play that game, they better not play that game. In the long run, oil supplies will be dramatically more secure without the threat of Iranian ships, drones, missiles, nuclear menace, or anything. So the Strait of Hormuz is going to remain safe. We have a lot of Navy ships there. We have the best equipment in the world, inspecting for mines. Again, most of their ships are down at the bottom of the sea, but we will hit them so hard that it will not be possible for them or anybody else helping them to ever recover that section of the world. They do anything. In recent years, the regime and its terror proxies have launched attacks on hundreds of commercial vessels. We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result will be lower oil prices, oil and gas prices for American families. We've done that. We've done it. We brought it very low. This was just an excursion into something that had to be done. We're getting very close to finishing that, too. In the meantime, during this brief disruption, the United States is offering political risk insurance to any tankers operating in the Gulf. So we're putting up risk insurance. We'll perhaps go alongside of them for protection. We don't think it'll be necessary if it is. And if they do anything, the price will be incalculable. It will be so great that they will have wished they never did it, because you have to keep the straits flowing. With all of that, it affects other countries much more than it does the United States. It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need. We have Venezuela as our new partner, great partner. They've worked out so wonderful. We're working with the administration, the president, and it's a massive source of oil, gas, everything. But we're in a very good position, but very unfair to other parts of the world, like China as an example. I mean, we're doing this for the other parts of the world, including countries like China. They get a lot of their oil through the straits. So we're doing this. We have a very good relationship with President Xi in China. I'm going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics are trying to do, and very successfully, I might add. We're also waiving certain oil-related sanctions to reduce prices. So we have sanctions on some countries. We're going to take those sanctions off till this straightens out. Then who knows, maybe we won't have to put them on. There'll be so much peace. But when the time comes, the U.S. Navy and its partners will escort tankers through the strait if needed. I hope it's not going to be needed, but if it's needed, we'll escort them right through. And we have the greatest mine-sweeping ability. We have the greatest ships, and all of we know exactly where they're placed. We'll get them out of there very fast, but we hope we don't have any of that. And again, if they do that, if they play that game, we're going to hit them at a level that they have not seen before. So we're winning very decisively. We're way ahead of schedule. Our military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. Most are now destroyed. But they were going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East, and they were going to try and destroy Israel. So we stopped it with good timing, and we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon. And if it starts up again, they'll be hit even harder. Thank you very much for being here. Go ahead. Any questions?
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Do you approve of Iran's new supreme leader? And secondly, can you tell us more about your call with Russian President Vladimir Putin today?
Yes.
What did you discuss?
Yes, I had a very good call with President Putin. We had a lot of people on the line from our side, from his side. We were talking about Ukraine, which is just a never-ending fight. And look, there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. They can't seem to get it together. But I think it was a positive call on that subject. And we obviously talked then about the Middle East. And he wants to be helpful. I said, you could be more helpful by getting the Ukraine-Russia war over with. That would be more helpful. But we had a very good talk, and he wants to be very constructive. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Iran, you called it an excursion. You said it would be over soon. Are you thinking this week it will be over? Are
No,
you
but
talking
soon.
about days?
I think soon.
Okay, and with respect
Very
to
soon. Look, everything they have is gone, including their leadership.
Yes.
In fact, there are 2 levels of leadership, and even actually, as it turns out, more than that. But 2 levels of leadership are gone. Most people have never even heard about the leaders that they're talking about. So it's obviously been very, very powerful, very effective.
to Cuba, you said that Cuba wants to make a deal.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return for that? And why should Americans trust Marco Rubio to negotiate it?
Well, Marco Rubio is doing a great job. I think he's going to go down as the greatest Secretary of State in history. Look at what we've done as a presidency. Look at what we've done as an administration. They trust Marco, and so do the American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice and always helpful. But he's dealing, and it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly takeover. It wouldn't matter because they're really they're down to, as they say, fumes. They have no energy. They have no money. They're in deep trouble on a humanitarian basis. And we don't want to see that, but they were very, very bad to a lot of people, as you know, and a lot of people living the Cuban-American vote, which I got at record levels. Very important. Those people are very important to me. I know what they went through. They went through hell. Some of them have gone on to be some of the most successful people in the country. Cuban-American business people, some of them are like the most successful in the country. And a lot of them are friends of mine because I've been fighting this battle with them for a long time. The Castro regime was brutal, but they lived off Venezuela. Now they don't live off Venezuela. Sends them no energy, no fuel, no oil, no money, no nothing. They lived without Venezuela. They couldn't have made it. And we cut them off from everything else. So, yeah, they're going to make either a deal or we'll do it just as easy anyway. Yeah. Please, go ahead.
Tomahawk missile likely destroyed that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I
for
haven't
that strike?
seen it. And I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by other countries. You know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more. But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries, but that's being investigated right now. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared
Well, I think
for
you could
this war
say
to
it
last
both.
for?
It's the beginning. It's the beginning of building a new country. But they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar, they have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But the big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days. When you think about it, It's incredible. We wiped out a big navy, very powerful navy. You know, these were ships. These were serious ships. These were ships that you buy when you want to win battles. They're all on the bottom floor. The sailors are all running off the ships. They refuse to get on the ships. The Air Force is gone. Everything's gone. The missiles are down to a trickle. The drones are down to probably 25%, and they'll soon be down to nothing. We'll have where they manufactured the drones are under fire as we speak. They're being hit. So the rest is going to be determination as to my attitude, along with the people in the Trump administration, what we want to do. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Can I ask you, you mentioned you were going to waive certain additional oil waivers or sanctions. Can you talk a little bit more about that and address in particular?
Well,
are
we're
you
looking to
considering
keep the
measures
oil
like-
prices down. We went artificially up because of this excursion into a very positive thing. I mean, this was an excursion that a lot of people wouldn't have done. I knew oil prices would go up if I did this, and they've gone up probably less than I thought they'd go up. But I don't think anybody thought we were going to be this quickly successful. This was a military success, the likes of which people haven't seen. We have the best military. We have the best equipment. We have, I believe, the best generals. We have the best. And this went very quickly. We talked about that with President Putin. He was very impressed with what he saw because nobody's ever seen anything quite like it. You know, Iran was a very powerful military country with all of the missiles. Now, you had the double attack. You had the original attack with us in Israel, and that knocked them for a loop. Then you had the B-2 bombers, which took out their nuclear capability, and they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks. And they would have used it long before this press conference. And we might have had a much different press conference if we had a press conference at all. But it's been amazing. The military success that we've had is truly unprecedented.
You've told your congressional colleagues that you will not sign any piece of legislation until the Save America Act is passed. Does that include the confirmation of Senator Mullen as your next DHS secretary? Does that mean a DHS funding bill? And Senator Thune said today, it's not a matter of whether or not your Republican colleagues agree with the policy. It's about changing the process. In other words, getting rid of the filibuster to get there.
So in order to get it, you're going to need Democrat votes. And what we're saying is the Save America, not the SAVE Act, which nobody knew what it was, the Save America Act, the Save America Act. And that's voter ID. We want voter ID. We want to be able to see a picture of the voter. We want to be able to see that the voter is legitimate. We want, very importantly, confirmation that this voter is a citizen of the United States of America. And we want no mail-in ballot scams. So we have exceptions for the military, for sick, for disabled, and for people that are away, business trips or whatever. Even vacations will be very.
Sorry, just to interrupt really quickly because this is important. Armin, while all of this is going on, there are some major strikes happening in Tehran right now. Let me just show this to you because this is crazy. This is absolutely insane. And then we'll go back to President Trump, but this is literally happening right now while he's speaking. Look at this.
Whoa.
Wow.
Wow. He's saying, oh my God, look at the sky. The entire sky lit up.
So
What
there's
was
that
that?
one. No one knows. No one knows. People are saying we've never seen anything like this. As you can tell, Iranians are chill, right? But I just wanted to share these two because something is happening. Something is happening. We don't know what.
Yes.
Here's another one. So apparently, nonstop explosions reported in Tehran as Iranian accounts describe the largest wave of strikes. So this is happening. This is happening right now as President Trump is speaking.
Amazing. I think this person thinks maybe they took out the drones.
could be. But
By the way, thank you for the giant super chat. That's very sweet. That's very kind. Thank you. I appreciate that.
oh, and then, oh my gosh, this one. Oh, this is the video that I was looking for. Okay, one more video, and then we'll go
Okay.
back to what President Trump is saying, because look at this, Armin. The blue sky.
It's like it turned nights into day. Wow. صبح شد.
واقعا نه آرمین نور بر تاریکی پیروز است.
Light shall overcome darkness.
So guys, this footage is coming out simultaneously with President Trump speaking. Okay, so now let's go back to President Trump because I want to give you guys some context. All right.
Very liberal in that. We've added two things to it: no men in women's sports and no transgender mutilization of our children. We don't want it's mutilization of our children, and we don't want that. So we added those two things. That's the 5 points. We have 5 very good points. It polls at 86% with Democrats. Think of that. The overall vote is 86%. With Republicans, it's 98%. And the only one opposed to it is a Democrat leadership because they cheat. They want to cheat. So we added those 2 points. We're going for the gold, and we're going to have to fight like hell. Now, certain things will happen. Certain things will take place. I'm here to do a great job for the country. But we don't have a country if we're going to have elections that are so corrupt and so dishonest like we've witnessed over the last period of time. You know, as an example, virtually nobody has nobody has a system of mail-in ballots like we have. No other country in the world. France went away from it. They all went, you know why? Because it's corrupt. And Jimmy Carter, when he had a commission, frankly, I think it's probably the best thing Jimmy Carter did. He said, you can't have mail-in voting because it's inherently dishonest. And it's turned out to be totally dishonest. So we're going to fight for it. Yeah.
Activated any sleeper cells inside the U.S. There's reports that they have pressed that trigger button to activate those cells, at least abroad.
Well, they've been trying for a long time. We've been very much on top of it. One of the things we have to do is get the Democrats to stop the Democrat shutdown, because, as you know, the apparatus that looks into that, Schumer and the Democrats have shut it down, which tells you they probably hate our country a lot. But the Democrats have to open that up. But we've got very, very good intelligence into that. We know a lot of different things that have happened that have been very bad. A lot of them came in during the Biden open border period, but we have them under, we've got them, we're watching every single one of them. Yeah, we know a lot about them. The biggest problem we have is the Democrat shutdown. We know a lot about them, but the shutdown doesn't allow us to do what we have to do.
Have to take him out? Does he have a target on his back?
You mean the new supreme leader? You mean the son?
How can there be in Iran?
Well, I don't want to say that, but you know, I was disappointed because we think it's going to lead to just more of the same problem for the country. So I was disappointed to see their choice.
Oh my God! Thank you.
You've said you have someone in mind to be the new Iranian leadership, if not the Ayatollah's son. What are you looking for in that person? Are you looking at someone internal, given that you just said that their leadership has been?
I like the idea of internal and eternal, come to think of it. But I like the idea of internal because it works well. I mean, I think we've proven that so far in Venezuela. We have a woman, Delcy, who has been, president of the country, very respected, she's doing a great job. And it's, no disruption. We had, as you remember, Iraq, where everybody got fired. The military got fired. The police got fired. The politicians got fired. There was nobody. And you know what they turned into? ISIS. And we don't want that. We don't want that. So I would like to see people that are inside go. Now they talk about the son of the Shah. They talk about other people, but hasn't been there in many, many years. We have a formula that's been very good so far, and I think it'll continue to be good. The relationship is extraordinary with Venezuela, smart country. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil. It's right now in Houston being taken care of and made so beautiful. And you have to see this at work. They have it's brought to the refineries. It's being refined in Houston, which
Armin,
Yes.
President Trump said he likes the word eternal. What's the word eternal in Persian?
Javid.
And now he's talking about the son of the Shah.
which is made exactly for that product. And so far, but it's 100 million barrels of oil, and now they have another 100 million barrels. And it's like a partnership. We're getting along so well with them. It's great for Venezuela, and it's great for the United States. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation, but tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report. Yeah, please.
You said earlier that we've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough. What do you consider enough? What's your baseline?
Where
for
they're
this
not going to
conflict?
be starting the following day to develop a nuclear weapon, where they'll look at that man and some other people from the administration and say, all right, we're not going to do it. They were not willing to say that. And when Steve called up and he said that to me, I said, well, here we go. Let's do it the hard way. But the hard way, I think, is probably the easy way. When basically I can see that they will no longer have any capacity whatsoever for a very long period of time of developing weaponry that could be used against the United States, Israel, or any of our allies. We have great allies in the Middle East, great countries that are allies. And they were staying out of it until they got hit. Someday they'll have to do a story. Why did he do that? Why did they do that? But they were going to hit them. If I didn't hit them first, they were going to hit our allies first. I believe, upon information and belief, but I believe that he was going to, they were going to take over the Middle East. They were looking to take over the Middle East. Now, had Operation Midnight Hammer not taken place, that was definite, because they would have had a nuclear weapon within a matter of weeks. But that took place. That was a setback. But look at the number of missiles they were able to buy and make over the last 6 months. And those missiles were aimed at various countries. And when you look at over 1,000 missiles shot at like UAE, they were looking to take over the Middle East. We got there first. We're lucky. I'll tell you what, the Middle East and those countries, very rich countries, are very lucky that I was president instead of somebody else.
Vice president when it comes to U.S. action in Iran?
I don't think so. No, we get along very well on this. He was, I would say, philosophically a little bit different than me. I think he was maybe less enthusiastic about going, but he was quite enthusiastic. But I felt it was something we had to do. I didn't feel we had a choice. If we didn't do it, they would have done it to us. I felt, based on the negotiations that were being had by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco and Pete, and everybody was involved, I felt that they were looking to tap us along before they hit, and I thought they were going to hit. And if they hit us first, that would have been a very bad thing. In the back, please, in the back. About the strait, you mean? Yeah, well, I want to keep it open. I want to keep it good. You know, it doesn't pertain to us so much as it does to China. We're really helping China here and other countries because they get a lot of their energy from the straits. But hey, look, we have a good relationship with China. It's my honor to do it. Yeah.
Leader, you have called him an unacceptable choice. So does he have a target on his back? And how can you say
I
that-
don't want to say whether or not he does because that would be inappropriate. But hey, look, I had a target on my back because, as you people wrote pretty well, they caught the assassin that was after me. So we just got them first, but they caught the assassin. They have him now in custody that was after me. So, you know, but people don't like to mention that, but they did catch him. And I'd like to congratulate our military, Secret Service, FBI, all of the people that worked on that, but they did. Yeah, please. Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised the Iranian people you would help them, but it sounds like you're willing to end this fight after your military objectives have wrapped up. Isn't that a betrayal of the
Will
people?
I help them? I'd like to, if they can behave, but they've been very menacing. You know, they're great people. They have an amazing population. It's amazing, smart, brilliant, energetic. They have a great, I'd love to help them, but they have to be in a system that allows them to be helped. And right now they're in a system that only allows failure. And I don't want that. And I want a system that's not going to be attacking us. We want a system that can lead to many years of peace. And if we can't have that, we might as well get it over with right now. Yeah, please.
President, as of today, there have been 8 U.S. military fatalities associated with the war in Iran. How many American deaths are you willing to have in this war?
Well, as I said before, when you have conflicts like this, you always have death. And I was at Dover yesterday. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. They were unbelievable people, but they all had one thing in common. They said to me one thing, every single one: finish the job, sir. Please finish the job. And I'll leave you at that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow. Okay.
Armin, there were so many Easter eggs. So many Easter eggs in that press conference.
There's
That's
a
the
lot
first
that we need to go
that's
through.
the first time, that's literally the first time that I've heard President Trump say the word Shah.
Yeah, that was a shocking moment. That was big. There's so much to go through, Goldie. So much to go through.
Okay, you know what? Here's what I'll do. Because I think this was played on YouTube as well. So because if we're screen sharing from like one, like if we're screen sharing, it's gonna be hard for us to like pause or stop. So why don't I do this? Why don't I find... Okay, so I have the YouTube video here. Just give me a moment. Let me just let me download the video and then upload it. And then that way both of us can have access to the screen, and then we can just like either one of us can like pause it or whatever whenever we want.
I'm hoping that some people on X will start cutting the Iran parts out.
What do you mean?
Like cutting the Iran parts so that we could just only listen to the Iran parts. But I guess we could just skip forward whenever it's not Iran related.
Yeah, but most of this, like the majority of this was Iran.
Yeah. There was just a few parts, yeah.
Which is only when like, the reporters... Okay, do you want a break?
Get that ready.
So we should take like a 5-minute break?
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Sounds good.
Okay. We'll take a 5-minute
Guys,
break.
don't go any...
Don't go anywhere. We'll be
Hey,
right
don't go
back.
anywhere. We'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Is dead. Is dead. We lived in shadows, cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net, but not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is
Guys, I have one more video that I want to share with you. This is new. Armin Nufti just put this out. And I find it very interesting that Nufti put out this video just a few hours ago before President Trump's speech today. So let's just watch this together, Armin.
Kurdistan. So, guys, the message here is that every corner of Iran is asking for Pahlavi. That's what the message is. There's not a single place in Iran that is not asking for return of Pahlavi.
Let's go to President Trump's speech.
By the way, Goldie, when you share your screen, for some reason, it reduces the audio quality. I don't know if it's the same with me or not.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. But hopefully this video will be fine.
Yeah, when you upload, it's fine.
Okay. All right, let's see. Where do we go? Okay, here we go. All right, so Armin, you and I just feel, because it's uploaded, so you can just feel free to pause or whenever you want to say whatever, and I'll do the same.
Okay.
Okay, guys, let's go. Oh my gosh.
All right. So I'm playing. Oh, yeah.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. It's been a very big 2 days, I have to say. And we'll be heading back to Washington, D.C. right after this. And I'd like to wish everyone a very good evening. And over the weekend, the United States military and the Israeli Defense Forces continued Operation Epic Fury very successfully. Over the past 9 days, we've carried out some of the most powerful and complex military strikes and maneuvers the world has ever seen. Now, you add that up to all of the other things, Midnight Hammer, getting rid of the nuclear threat from Iran, which was a big moment in history, in my opinion. and the great success we've had in Venezuela and all other places. Every place we've gone, we've had tremendous success. But while we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And some people could say they're pretty well complete. We've wiped every single force in Iran out very completely. Most of Iran's naval power has been sunk. It's on the bottom of the sea. It's almost 50 ships. I was just notified it's 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long. And these are fighting vessels. They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight against us. We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing's been hit starting today. We know.
Armin, maybe that's what the explosions were. All those like crazy explosions we saw in Tehran. Because
Yeah.
President Trump said the drone manufacturing is being hit starting today. So that's probably what it is.
That's what exactly when you were showing that we got the super chat. Somebody saying goodbye drones. So that was exactly the super chat we got at that moment.
Okay.
All of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to.
All right, so this is some of the targets. They're still allowing the Islamic Republic to surrender. There's a no-kill list apparently that they're not touching to see if the Islamic Republic will surrender, and President Trump is basically signaling that they might go for those targets as well if they do not surrender. And guys, the signal that is coming out of the Islamic Republic, thankfully, is that they're not surrendering. In fact, they're doubling down, which is good for us because that means that we're going to see a more complete destruction of the Islamic Republic.
To take
But-
many
oh,
years.
wait, Armin, but my concern about this is that, like, guys, so guys, we Iranians, we know that the Islamic regime, they're not going to surrender because they have that like Islamist Shia martyrdom mentality, right? So for them, they would rather see themselves, be martyred than to surrender. And the mullahs and the Islamic regime have already said that if the Islamic regime ever goes, we will make sure that Iran is burned to the ground. Like they want to, do maximum damage on the country because these people are occupiers and invaders. They don't care about Iran. They don't care about Iranians. So my concern is that we know that these people are not going to they're a cult, right? So they're not going to surrender, which makes me wonder, okay, so like how, I don't know, like what's going to happen next, right? Because we already know that they're not going to surrender. And these savages who've murdered Iranians, like in the last few months alone, they massacred over 90,000 Iranians, right? They don't care about us. So I don't know. Let's wait and see what happens. But like President Trump needs to go after every single one of them and exterminate them, right?
So yeah, there's as President Trump said, there's two types of total surrender. One is there are some people that will be in the leadership of the Islamic Republic. They will put some people like Rouhani in the leadership of the Islamic Republic instead of Mojtaba Khamenei, and he would do the full surrender. So that seems unlikely right now. The other option for full surrender is for them to eliminate so many people that there is nobody to do the surrendering anymore. That's the second option for total surrender. So Goldie, your concern is very justified because even if we go with option number 2 and we have total surrender because all of the leadership is gone, including the list that I read before we played this, the problem is that there are so many radicals among the the not part of the leadership, but of the body of the Islamic Republic, that when the Islamic Republic completely collapse, if they're still armed, there will be some of them that would not defect, that will be there to shoot at the Iranian people when they come into the streets. So that will continue to be a concern when that day comes, when we get the call to action from Prince Reza Pahlavi.
100%. And Armin, just to that point, I want to go back to that photo from earlier today, this one, really quickly, because this is a very, very, like, we were laughing about this earlier today, but guys, this is like a very good example of what we're talking about when we say that these savages, like this cult, they're so radicalized that they're never going to give up. They're never going to surrender. So, like, look at this. This is what's left of the police force. Okay. Now we know that many of them have defected. Okay. So everyone who was already involved with the Islamic regime security forces, who was like a normal, sane human being, they've already defected. Okay. They've already defected. They're staying at home. They're not in uniform. They're basically just staying out of it. They've defected. These are like these people here that are left. These are the extremists. These are the ones who are the Allahu Akbar Durka jihadis, right? And this is how insane these people are. The police, like their base, okay? This is their HQ, literally decimated, okay? So the police station, literally decimated, okay? It's decimated, but they're still showing up. They're still showing up for work, and they've set up like a makeshift table with, like, I don't know why the toilet paper is there, but there's like a toilet paper roll. And then look, they're literally like operating and writing stuff from, like, the trunk of the car or whatever, right? So this is what I mean. So when Armin and I tell you that there's a certain element of these people that are literally a cult and they will never surrender, this is what I'm talking about. The police station is destroyed, utterly destroyed. Utterly destroyed, and yet they're still showing up, and they have like a makeshift table. I don't know why. I don't understand the toilet paper. The toilet paper is very weird. I don't know what that is. But these are the people who will never give up. These are the people who will never surrender. These are the people who need to be exterminated. These are the Muslim Nazis who have been murdering Iranians for the last 47 years, and they will not hesitate to murder Iranians again. And you can see the police station completely, any normal, rational, sane, logical person would have surrendered by now. But these people have not. They're still, I don't know, like that's all I can say. So yes, the picture is really funny, but it also exposes the dangerous cult-like ideology that these people have, right? Well, they will never surrender. And I still... Armin, can you explain the toilet paper roll, please? Is that like a Shia Durka thing? I don't know, man.
I think they just using it for. You want the joke version or the real version? The joke version is they probably I don't know. Their toilet has been exploded over there, so they're probably pooping in the bushes. So that's why they need the toilet paper. But I wouldn't. But to be honest, I think that they just have it for, I don't know, dusting, because after the explosion here, there's probably dust everywhere and on their papers and everything. So they have to just wipe it off to be able to use things. So that's what I think is happening. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So there you go. All right. Great explanation. Okay. Let's go back to President Trump's speech. But so now you guys, I hope you can kind of get like a little bit of like an insight into this cult-like ideology that these people have, which is like a never surrender type of thing.
To be rebuilt.
Okay, let me go
having
back
to
a
do
few
with
seconds here.
electricity production and
Wait.
many other things. So
Okay.
over 5,000 targets to date. Some of
Wait.
them ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long. And these are fighting vessels. They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight against us. We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing's been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking to do that if we don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them. We could take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular, Iranian.
So this is a threat, in my opinion. It would be, guys, from the U.S. perspective, it does make a lot of sense. I mean, I know as Iranians, we're hoping that they go for complete destruction, but if you could get a surrender, you will basically get what the United States needs without spending more money. So it makes complete sense from a U.S. perspective to continue to tell the Islamic Republic that we could take the rest of you out in one day. So pick somebody that could come and negotiate the terms of surrender, full, complete surrender, or else we'll basically eliminate all of you. So I think this is what's happening. This is a threat.
In missile launchers and 83% drop in drone launchers. As you know, the drone launchers are pretty well shot, but we're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we were able to do through great equipment, a lot of smart people, as soon as they sent a missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately, right on the noggin. So now we have low-cost interceptors effectively combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs to destroy missile launchers all over Iran and buried deep under Iranian soil in many cases. The soil was no match. And
yeah, so guys, these are not the launchers that are active.
Armin, he said the soil was no match. That was kind of funny.
Yeah, because a lot of the launchers are deep underground, so that's why those require the B-2 bombers. So this is not the launch. You're watching the launchers being used and being exploded. This is the bombers coming in with the bunker busters and going deep into the ground where they're keeping their storage in their storage facilities and taking them out before they're even being used. So that's why the B-2s are being used.
we're also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here. In addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. And
So taking out the leadership twice, maybe 3 times. What does he mean by maybe 3 times?
I think he's talking about the layers. So the first layer of leadership was taken out, and then as soon as the people below them were elevated to the position to take their place, they were taken out. So that's 2 layers of leadership, and some of the third layer people came up again and took the position, and some of them have been eliminated. So, but the third layer has not been completely wiped out. So that's why he's saying 2 and maybe 3 times. So every time they basically promote people.
I know. So who do you think is part of the third layer?
So Larijani, for like everybody who's left. So let me go. Larijani, Vahidi, Abdullahi, Radan, Nejat. Well, Radan is first layer. He's still there. Nejat, for example, Hossein Nejat. So yes, Sarlashkar, Ali Abdullahi, Hossein Nejat, and Ahmed Vahidi. These people hopefully will get removed soon.
Maybe Mojtaba.
Mojtaba, yeah, Mojtaba as well. Yeah. Mojtaba was second. Mojtaba would be second layer because his father was first layer, so he would be considered second layer. Yeah, a Timu version of a second layer, like a Timu Khamenei.
I just find it really interesting that he's like, maybe the third layer. Like, Armin, when he says maybe in that way, that's President Trump speak for something's happened. He just doesn't want to say it. Because also further down, when one of the reporters asks him about Mojtaba, he just totally ignores the question.
Yeah. I noticed that he didn't. And then he was pushed on it again, and then he answered. But he originally tried to not answer that one. That was interesting.
Like my politician senses, I'm like, when he says maybe, to me, that's like they've done it. He just can't say anything yet, really. I don't know. That's how I interpret it. The political speak there.
As you know, we want to be involved. We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be stuck.
So this part is important because when President Trump says that we don't want to be stuck with another president that is not willing to do what I'm doing here with the Islamic Republic, that means that the removal of the Islamic Republic has to be so complete that there's no even if presidents comes and they have a different policy, we are not going to get back to where we are here. So the removal, we have to get to a situation where it cannot be undone, like the complete removal of the threat of the Islamic Republic. And guys, whatever you think regarding who people have in mind with regards to the next leader of Iran, if the Americans are planning on a complete threat removal, I could argue for hours for why the only alternative will be Prince Reza Pahlavi. I could basically explain it to you why whatever anybody wants, there is no way else to get there other than with Prince Reza Pahlavi. So this is why this is so welcoming to hear when President Trump says that he's trying to get us to a position where it cannot be undone regarding who's the president in the White House. To me, that means a complete removal of the Islamic Republic, and a complete removal of the Islamic Republic to me means Prince Reza Pahlavi. So let's continue.
With the situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in or the head of the country in that's going to be able to do something peacefully for a change.
So done.
Yep.
A few days ago, when he was speaking about, who should go, he only said the word president. Oh, they need a new president or, whatever the case might be. But this time around, he said president or
Head of country.
Head of country.
Head of country.
Guys, we're not going to 2C this night. We're not going to 2C. So if you guys want to watch 2C, you can go there. We're analyzing President Trump's speech. We're not tuning away from this. This is way too important. So we're here to provide our political commentary and analysis of President Trump's speech because this is an exceptional time. So if you guys want to go watch 2C, you're more than welcome to. But we're going to be focusing on analyzing this because this speech is historic and we want to get through it.
So Goldie, in Iran right now under the Islamic Republic, the president is not the head of the country. The president is not even the head of his own cabinet, to be honest, in the Islamic Republic. The supreme leader is the head of the country. So could he be referring to a different supreme leader?
No.
Okay, explain.
Why? Because he already said, was it yesterday or the day before? He said unconditional surrender. And then further down, when he's responding to a question, he says that the Iranian people need a complete structural change. They were like, this regime isn't working. They need a new system. They need a new system to make it work. Plus, you have to look at what Senator Lindsey Graham has said and other people have said. So if President Trump meant supreme leader, he would have said supreme leader. Okay. President Trump is done with the regime. He's done with the Islamic Republic. He doesn't want anything to do with that. But he's saying head of state. Head of state is basically another word for constitutional monarchy, because constitutional monarchies have a head of state. If he meant supreme leader, he would have said supreme leader or Ayatollah or whatever. But he's making it very clear that, president or head of state, which means he is acknowledging the fact that Iranians have the right to determine in a referendum whether they want to have a republic or a constitutional monarchy, right? Both types of systems of government are secular democratic, right? Because, for example, Canada is a constitutional monarchy. The United States is a republic. That's why here he says president or head of state. And I've never heard him say that before. We have analyzed every single President Trump speech for the last 72 days. Sometimes he said, president, but he's never ever said president or head of state. Armin, that is huge. That is.
So just for the people who might be concerned regarding President Trump wanting a different type of a supreme leader other than Mojtaba that will bend the knee and surrender, guys, if that happens, it's game over for the Islamic Republic. First of all, the Islamic Republic, which is right now the same as saying IRGC, guys, before the IRGC was part of the Islamic Republic, now the Islamic Republic is the IRGC. Okay, so the IRGC, which is now the same as the Islamic Republic, it's basically demonstrating that the idea of bending the knee to the Americans is something that it's not that they don't want to do, it's something that they can't do because it's so much against their nature. It's within their DNA. It's ingrained within the system. Everything that makes the IRGC, that there is no way for the IRGC to be able to accept a supreme leader that comes and bends the knee and accepts a surrender to a president that just killed their supreme leader, right? So at the end of the day, whatever you're hearing, whenever you get concerned that, oh my God, are the Americans are going to be happy with this, happy with that, they want full surrender, and you are not going to get that from IRGC. So don't get worried. If we keep going the direction that we're going, at the end of the day, the only way to get to this position is the complete freedom of the Iranian people. And if we get the freedom of Iranian people, with that comes the leadership of Prince Reza Pahlavi. Does that make sense, Goldie?
100%. I mean, look at this. This is what President Trump posted 3 days ago. He said, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again. Right? So he literally says, no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, and the selection of a great and acceptable leader, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again. And thank you for your attention to this matter. He literally thank you for your attention to this mattered unconditional surrender. So, but guys, this is going to be the new play. This is going to be the new play from the trolls and the Islamic regime propagandists. Is they're going to start coming in the chats and they're going to be like, oh, is the war over? Is there a ceasefire? President Trump is going to allow the Islamic regime to survive. That's literally the new talking point, and I'm seeing a lot of trolls in the chats. So you have to ignore it. President Trump is making it very clear what he wants. And he already said 3 days ago, unconditional surrender. Guys, there's no way the regime is going to stick around.
After a month, we'd be here.
So there you go. Those are my thoughts on that, Armin.
Fantastic.
Should we
Thank you for
continue?
that. Yes, let's continue.
Okay.
Regime uses to build drones and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're knocking them out. We know where they all are. We're knocking them out very quickly. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought after a month we'd be here. In addition to the fact that we've taken out the leadership twice and maybe 3 times. And we, as you know, we want to be involved. We don't want another president that maybe wouldn't be willing to do what I'm willing to do for the good of the world, for the good of our nation, to be stuck with a situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So we think they should put a president in, or the head of the country in, that
I could listen to that all day. A president or the head of the country. Guys, he's giving Easter eggs. He's giving Easter eggs, right? Armin and I have been interpreting President Trump's speeches for the last 72 days, and we haven't steered you wrong yet. Everything that we've explained, everything that we've talked about has pretty much come true. Right? So now he's laying the foundations. God bless President Trump. God bless President Trump. Oh, Thomas. So Thomas is saying, did you notice the Freudian split eternal? Yes, I actually already spoke about that when we were playing it the first time with no interruptions. I heard that. And I was like, he said eternal. And then everyone's like, Goldie, what are you talking about? You're crazy. He never said that. Yes, President Trump said eternal. We're getting to that part. So President Trump laid an Easter egg in this speech. In this speech, there's an Easter egg where President Trump is basically saying Javid Shah. And we'll get to that. All right, let's continue.
it's going to be able to do something peacefully for a change. They've been doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years, whether it's the barracks or even the SS Cole where they were involved. Very strongly, they always denied it. But where they were very strongly involved in all of the people that died through the roadside bombs, died and are right now walking around with no legs, no arms, a face that's been so badly damaged. The Iranian regime has been attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short while ago, they told Mr. Witkoff, who is standing right over here, they said, they actually said, we want to keep building. Essentially, in a real nutshell, we want to continue to build nuclear weapons. If we didn't knock out Midnight Hammer, if we didn't knock out their Iranian potential, if we didn't...
By the way, that was such a big mistake by IRGC. Like, you're supposed to act like you're the more moderate, threatening the Americans with the fact that you could build the number of nuclear weapons that you could make with the already existing enriched uranium. Like, how do you know that that's the worst thing you could say to President Trump? Like, how did this man become the negotiator of the Islamic Republic? That was the worst thing that you could have done in the negotiations with the United States. It's amazing how incompetent that man is.
داشتن گندگوزی میکردن. Wait, guys, was it the early? I think it was the earlier speech where President Trump was speaking to the Republican, like the Republican meeting. Was it there that he was explaining the the negotiations and how Witkoff basically said how insane the Islamic regime is? Was that the earlier one? I think that was the early one. Armin, like President Trump. No. The earlier one. You weren't here for that. You were still gone. President.
Yeah.
No, in his early, because he's done 2 talks today. In his earlier talk, he spoke about the negotiations and he said how insane the regime is and how Witkoff was like, you can't negotiate with these people. That was literally in his earlier one. And he was like, after like the second or third negotiation, Witkoff said that there's no way we can negotiate with these people. They're crazy.
Yeah, that's what
So-
Witkoff said. That's what Witkoff is going around and saying, which is a big deal because Witkoff usually leans always on negotiations rather than a military operation. And even Witkoff is like, yeah, we can't deal with these people. And it's a huge admission because the Islamic Republic has always had the strategy upon this point that we don't want nuclear weapons. And that has been what they have been repeating over and over and over again. So in such a sensitive time, you're reminding Americans how many nuclear weapons you could build with the enriched uranium that you already have, confirms not only it shows to the Americans that there's no room for negotiation, but it gives them such a great talking point to the Americans because it confirms that all of the concern so far has been real, has been on point, has been justified, given that the so-called moderate reformer is now threatening you with nuclear weapons. So this confirms that the Islamic Republic having enriched uranium has always been about nuclear weapons. So great job, Arakh. You made our job easier.
Armin, I have to play for you what President Trump said earlier today because that ties into his speech, like the talk he said after, because you weren't here for that, but the stuff he said literally like an hour and a half earlier, it adds context to what he said in his talk.
Yeah, can you bring it to the park?
A lot of friends. Sit down. We have a little time. Just everybody.
Give just like 10.
Thank you very
15
much.
minutes.
And
I'll be
our
right
great
back.
speaker, Speaker Johnson. And hello to the men and women of one of the most consequential Republican majorities in history. It's not a big majority, but it's just about the most consequential. The job you've done is incredible. And they are members that are warriors and really people that are for the American people. And that's why you're doing well. And I think that's why we're going to continue to do well. We're fighting a little tradition. You know, historically, the person that wins, Democrat or Republican, wins the presidency. For whatever reason, it doesn't work out. But we've done a lot. I don't know if we've done. I think we had the best first year of any president ever. And that includes you. You came along with me. You made it happen. So with your help and hard work, we're making America great again, and we're doing it much faster than we thought, and it's better, stronger, and our country is doing really well. I mean, at a level that nobody thought. We took a little excursion because we felt we had to do that to get rid of some evil. And I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion. How good is our military, right?
Armin.
Amazing. How good? Short term. Short term. Thank you. They're great. You know, we all together in my first term, we rebuilt our military. And I didn't know I'd be using it so much in the second term, but we have a military like no other. It's not even close. But I especially want to recognize the rest of our amazing House Republican leadership team, and so many of my friends are congressmen, some senators. We have some great people in this room, but including Majority Leader, a real brave guy, because I know the real story. I was there that night with him in the hospital when he was given a very small chance of living by a doctor who was very good, by a wife who was desperately in love with him. She cried so much. Because I've seen the other two. I've seen guys at the end of the line, the wives aren't exactly shaken up. When they don't cry, when they have no tears or any sign of tears, this is not a good sign of a great marriage. But he must have a great marriage. She was just devastated. She was going to lose her guy. But it worked out that the doctor said more blood was put into him than he's ever seen. And we have a fine husband. He's a winner. champion and a winner, and you have a million. I don't think has been seen before. I don't think you, but there's just great spirit. The Republican Party has fantastic, and over the past 9 days, we've been reminded of how vital our Republican majorities are. And it's, it's America's future. We're really fighting because these people, you saw the other night at the State of the Union, you saw these people. They wouldn't stand for a mother who just lost her daughter by having her throat slit from behind. They wouldn't stand for the helicopter pilot who just got the Congressional Medal of Honor for landing safely in Venezuela, a helicopter with a lot of soldiers on that, helicopter. And he was able to land it safely, and his leg was practically ripped off. And for those people that know about helicopters, you land them pretty much with your legs, right, Tom? You land him with the legs, and he was in bad shape, and he got that. Not only landed, he landed in exactly the right spot at exactly as blood was pouring down the aisle, which didn't make all of those soldiers in the back feel too good. They're looking at a pilot who's bleeding out. But they didn't want to stand for that. They didn't want to stand for a 100-year-old soldier who had left a legacy of bravery. Everybody talked about it for years, and it was time for him to get the Congressional Medal of Honor. They didn't want to stand for him. There's something wrong with those people, and we can't let them ever be in a position where they can lead this country again or destroy this country again, because we almost lost this country. This country was close to being lost. The representatives in this room provided the pivotal votes in securing a record $1 trillion for the United States military this year. And now the world is witnessing the importance of that investment with one of the most complex and stunning operations ever conducted. And that's Operation Epic Fury. That's a great name, isn't it? Epic Fury. That's even better than Midnight Hammer, which was pretty good too, right? That was where we knocked out their nuclear potential. That was a big day, because if we didn't do that, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks. And I think we'd be in a lot different situation. And then you had, of course, what they did in Venezuela, how that was just so far so good. We've done a real job. We've got all good ones. If you go back and you look at Afghanistan with Biden, one of the worst, I think the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. If you look at what happened with Jimmy Carter, also with Iran, but if you look at what happened with
Jimmy Carter and Iran. So he's talking about the
cost
reversal.
them the election. It was what a mess. The world respects us right now more than they have ever respected us before. And because of Republicans, you people in Congress, the United States has by far the strongest and most powerful military on the face of the earth. We're the strongest military anywhere in the earth. And now everybody understands it. Together with our Israeli partners, we're crushing the enemy in an overwhelming display of technical skill and military force. Iran's drone and missile capability is being utterly demolished. The Navy is gone. It's all lying at the bottom of the ocean. 46.
So when President Trump, so this speech happened about an hour and a half before his official update on Iran. So even an hour and a half before, he's announcing to this event that as we're speaking, the drone capabilities of the Islamic regime are being destroyed. He's like, right now.
Big ships, can you believe it? In fact, I got a little upset with our people. I said,
and then here he says 46 ships, but then in his official update, he says like 51 or 52.
what quality of ship? Excellent, sir. Top of the line. I said, why did we just capture the ship? We could have used it. Why did we sink them? He said, it's more fun to sink them. I said, they like sinking them better. They say it's safer to sink them. I guess it's probably true. But think of it. We knocked out 46 and actually took 3.5 days. Their terrorist leaders are gone. We're counting down the minutes until
terrorist leaders are gone.
Will be gone. Think of it. We had leaders and they're gone.
Did you hear that, Armin? So he said, not only does he say they're gone, then he says, we're counting down the minutes until they will be gone. So he's speaking about the new ones.
Yeah.
یعنی داره میگه که همه‌شونو میخواد نابود بکنه. همه‌شونو میخواد نابود بکنه.
That we had new leaders and they're gone. And now nobody has
Right.
will be gone. Think of it. We had leaders and they're gone. Then we had new leaders and they're gone. And now nobody has any idea who the people are that are going to be the head of the country and will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated.
Did you hear that?
Nice.
So he says, we will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. Right? یعنی داره میگه ما ادامه داریم تا جمهوری اهریمنی اسلامی نابود بشه.
And remember, Iran did so many bad things. They were really, if you look at Soleimani, who was taken out, as you know that, but you know who. But if you look at Soleimani, the father of the roadside, you call it a roadside bomb because most people don't understand the different terms. It was where they plant bombs in roads as you drive by, happily drive by, the bomb goes off, and no matter how strong the armament, it just kills the people. Or you lose your arms, legs, and face. And
to the person that says, please stop speaking Farsi, I'm American, please speak English. آره فقط میخواستم بهت بگم اگه دوست نداری کانالمون رو نگاه بکنی میتونی یه جای دیگه بری، میتونی بری گمشی اتفاقا، چون که دوست نداری من فارسی صحبت بکنم میتونم همین الانم بلاکت بکنم که دیگه I don't know لازم نباشه که اصلا زبان فارسی منو بشنوی، میتونی یه جای دیگه بری. ولی نمیدونم کجایی، تو چت منی یا جای دیگه هستی؟ آره تو چت منه. اوکی پس بذار من الان بلاکش بکنم. همین الان من بلاکش میکنم که دیگه this way you never have to hear me speak Persian again. There you go. So yeah. میتونی اینجوری دیگه هیچ وقت دیگه لازم نیست که زبون فارسی رو بشنوی. ببین خیالت راحت. ببین چقدر راحته. ببین دوستان هر کاری که میخوای من انجام میدم. هر کاری که میخوای من براتون انجام میدم. Like we're very friendly. Like you don't want to hear me speak Farsi? No worries. I'll just ban you. Then you never have to hear me speak Farsi again. I don't know. There you go. See, we Iranians, we're very hospitable. We're very hospitable. For everyone else, the reason that sometimes I speak Persian is because there are a lot of Iranians who are watching this channel. And yes, of course, this is an English language channel priority. However, because a lot of Iranians are watching this channel, sometimes they don't get the nuances. And so, yes, once in a while, we will repeat something and explain it in Persian because we do have a lot of Iranian followers, especially people in occupied Iran. So there you go. And if you don't like to hear me speak Persian, go watch another channel. No problem. All good. All good. Anyways, let's continue.
Those bombs got worse and worse. Or bad things. They were really, if you look at Soleimani, who was taken out, as you know that, but you know who. But if you look at Soleimani, the father of the roadside, you call it a roadside bomb because most people don't understand the different terms. It was where they plant bombs in roads as you drive by, happily drive by, the bomb goes off, and no matter how strong the armament, it just kills the people. Or you lose your arms, legs, and face. And those bombs got worse and worse, and he got happier and happier, and we took him out. That was a big thing because he was the head. It might have been a much different story. They may have been much more capable than they are had he lived because he was capable. He was vicious, violent, and capable. But we got rid of him first term. And we did so many things. I mean, we've done so many things, but as you know, on Saturday, I traveled to Dover Air Force Base to be with the families of 6 fallen warriors as they returned to American soil. And I know that everyone in this room joins me in sending our prayers and eternal gratitude to the families of those great heroes. Those families are incredible families, devastating to be. Hardest thing to do. You know, I've done it a lot. The hardest thing to do is to go to Dover because Dover is where, for the most part, a lot of the fallen, the warriors, the great young people that have died in war, they seem to mostly go to Dover. They come home to Dover. Dover does a great job of
handling things. They have men assigned to the family. They have men and women that are incredible, assigned to the families. It's a beautiful thing, but it's also a very sad thing. But they all said one thing to me: make sure you win, sir. Make sure you win. They weren't playing games. They want to make sure. They said it. Everybody said it. They were separate, but everybody said the same thing: make sure you win. We will. We've already won in many ways, but we haven't won enough. We go forward more determined than ever to achieve ultimate victory that will end this long-running danger once and for all. 47 years. It should have been done a long time ago. The world would have been a different place had some president had the courage to go and do it. They should have done it many, many times. They had many opportunities. The United States of America is the greatest and most exceptional nation in human history and will not be threatened by evil terrorists and lunatics any longer. We just can't do that. And, you know, when I always talk about how great our nation is, I don't know. I don't consider our nation very great. For 4 years under Biden, we were a laughingstock all over the world. We were a laughingstock. So, you know, I say great, 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 but I don't know. When you look at what happened with so many different things, the open border, 25 million people, many of them very bad people pouring into our country with open borders that just said, come on in, makes no difference. They emptied their jails into our country. 11,888
Goldie, can we get to the
murders,
part that you were
50% of
mentioning?
which murder.
I think that
And
might
if
be
we-
it. I think that might be it actually. So let's go back to President Trump's actual speech now.
Okay,
with
yeah,
midnight.
that's better.
Oh, shoot.
Smart people, as soon as they sent, as you know, the drone launchers are against us. We continue to target Iran's drone and missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing has been hit starting today. We know all of the places they manufacture the drones, and they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting where they make missiles and where they deliver.
So this is important, guys. We're talking about the American perspective, but let's also, given that what President Trump is saying, let's also take into account the Israeli perspective, okay? If the Islamic Republic's drone and missile ability has been reduced to this level, from the Israeli security and national interest perspective, it would be absolutely idiotic to let the Islamic Republic live to rebuild it again.
Armin, I'm so sorry. I need to do. You know what? Actually, no. You know what? Never mind. Sorry to interrupt. Continue. Sorry. It's too late. All right. Please continue. Sorry.
Okay. So a lot of people keep talking about the Islamic Republic and United States, and they forget this third important part, which is Israel's national interest. It would be absolute lunacy for Israel to allow for the Islamic Republic to recover. The most important enemy, the most important threat to Israel has been brought to the edge of a cliff. To let it survive this would be so much more costly to Israel than just pushing it off the cliff. Like coming to spending everything, all your intelligence, all your military, all the capabilities that you have so far to bring the most important threat to Israel to this part, and then not finishing the job for it to the cost associated with allowing the Islamic Republic to rebuild everything that it has been taken away from it, and then dealing with that at another date, especially guys, let me tell you something else. This is why it's very, very, very likely that they're not going to let the Islamic Republic live. Whatever the Islamic Republic was doing when it comes to getting a nuclear weapon, they're going to be doing that now 1,000 times more if they survive. 1,000 times more, because they have no other deterrence capability and they've been injured and they're desperate to add something to the deterrence. And if they get there then you have injured the Islamic Republic, you have made them more crazy, more radical, and now they're nuclear. The world will not be able to accept a nuclear Islamic Republic, especially given that they were brought to the edge of complete destruction. And Israel will not do it. Like whatever the rest of the world does, Israel will not accept the Islamic Republic surviving. So always forget that. President Trump is saying that so much of their abilities has been reduced to close to zero. So that means that they cannot harm Israel as much as they used to. So this is the time, given that they don't have any deterrence anymore, this is the time to basically get rid of this tumor. So yeah, let's continue.
Missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets to date, some of them very major targets, and we've left some of the most important targets for later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt, having to do with electricity production and many other things. So we're not looking to do that if we don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens before we hit them. We could take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular, Iranian missile launchers and 83% drop in drone launchers, as you.
Guys, President Trump is very, very eager to be able to get the job done without hitting the infrastructure, right? So this is another reason every time President Trump is talking about choosing a leader internally from within the Islamic Republic itself, don't panic, because they're talking about picking somebody temporarily that will surrender. Because if they don't surrender, they might have to hit things that is going to be difficult for the Iranian people to go through, right? Like electricity grids or other form of infrastructure. So it would actually be in our interest if we could get somebody from the Islamic Republic to be a temporary, not transition leader, but a temporary surrender leader, okay? To basically give the Islamic Republic, the rest of the armed forces of the Islamic Republic, an excuse to maybe at least some of them to put down their weapons. That is not just in the best interest of Americans, because they will save a lot of money when it comes to the military, but it also saves a lot of Iranian people a lot of hardship, because the infrastructure will remain intact for the Iranian people to use after the fall of the Islamic Republic. And President Trump has actually shown a lot of care for the Iranian people. Like, he really is trying to avoid hitting any parts of the infrastructure.
And Armin, we need to what's the word I'm looking for? We need to take this into account with the video message that the White House put today about Iran. Remember the White House message? Where
Which one? The one I showed, or the one a different
yeah,
one?
yeah, the one that you showed, of course.
Okay, yes.
Right? So
That
for those of you who haven't seen that White House message, guys, this is why it's really important to take everything into context. So for those who weren't with us earlier today, where's the message? So this is the message, okay? This is really important, guys. So for those of you who are wondering, how Goldie is always right and like my political analysis on and all of that, it's because you cannot look at something through just like one particular lens. You have to look at what everything is saying, and you have to put all the pieces of the puzzles together. So this is what the White House, this is a video that the White House put out earlier today. This was put out specifically on purpose before President Trump's speech right now. So this is why you cannot look at something in a silo. You have to take a holistic approach, especially when it comes to a situation as big as this one. And guys, like I said, I have never led you astray with my geopolitical analysis. So watch this again. Watch this again.
On the orders of the President of the United States, U.S. Central Command commences Operation Epic Fury.
I'm gonna shoot you right down.
This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces.
He reminded the world, as he has time and time again, being an American means something unbreakable. If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. We didn't start this way. But under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their Ayatollah.
Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. This is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them. The president made the decision to go after them, take away their missiles, take away their navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon.
Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance in generations.
Boom, boom, boom.
That was epic. By the way, Goldie, when you share your screen, the audio quality for some reason drops a lot, so it's not as epic. But let me share this next time. I don't know what's happening, but this is really good.
Okay, you know what? Let me try sharing it again. Wait, is audio quality better now?
On the orders of the President of the United States.
Is that better now?
It sounds. What did you do? Yeah, that seems.
I don't know. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Let me play it one more. Ew! Someone's saying, "Why don't you debate Sneeko?" Why would I debate a garbage person, guys? I'm a former politician. I don't debate weird YouTube influencers. Blech.
Send them my way. I debate garbage.
Yeah,
people.
Armin will debate them. That's what Armin's for.
Yeah.
Okay. So guys, I'm gonna play this again. But now, do you understand now why this video from the White House was put out today? And on top of the White House speaking about the American military being successful, Armin, they included footage of Iranians in occupied Iran toppling effigies of the Islamic regime. They included footage of Iranians waving the lion and sun flag of Iran. Right?
Amazing. Yeah.
Guys, okay, Americans, please, Americans, can you answer this question? Because I haven't analyzed White House videos since, before the revolution started as much. So has there ever been a situation in the past where the White House has included footage of a certain demographic waving the flag of a different country in an official White House video? Has that ever happened? I would actually be very, very curious to know if something like that has ever happened. Like, the United States is literally at war with the Islamic regime. The United States, okay, so the answer is no, right? So this is why, guys, like, when I see this, like, my political radar goes off. It's like, whoa, like, this is huge, because I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen the White House post footage of people from a different country with a different flag, and they're signaling to those people, we support you, right? Like, okay, so now that we know the answer is no, watch this again.
On the orders of the President of the United States, U.S. Central Command commences Operation Epic Fury.
I'm gonna shoot you right down.
This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces.
He He reminded the world, as he has time and time again, being an American means something unbreakable. If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. We didn't start this way. But under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their Ayatollah.
Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. This is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them. The president made the decision to go after them, take away their missiles, take away their navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon.
Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance in generations.
Boom, boom, boom.
Absolutely epic.
Goldie, whatever you did when it comes to fixing the quality of the audio worked. So
Okay.
let's go with that.
Amazing.
Okay.
All right. All right.
And by the way, Goldie, like I know, sorry that I have something that I need to take care of after in 20 minutes or so. Okay, I'm
You're
really
gonna
sorry that
you know who you're gonna miss though. You know who's joining soon.
who. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to message my wife, don't I?
No. Your wife's gonna kill me.
Who is it?
Should I tell you?
Yes, because somebody just said, "Thank you, Armin Goldie, guiding us in these times of confusion is priceless." Javid Shah, Albi Ta'abad, Sepasgozaram. Oh, thank you, amazing. People are learning Persian in our chat.
I love
Look at
that.
this.
Well, let's see if this person can join a little bit early.
I really want to be involved in the reviewing this video though. That's why I'm so sad.
Listen,
that
I was supposed to do a huge radio hit with Australian radio, and I canceled it because of President Trump's speech. So I'm gonna finish this analysis tonight because I can't wait until tomorrow to finish the political analysis because this is literally like my bread and butter, right? But
I already wrote my points though that I wanted to make in a
okay,
list.
so go for it then. So go for it.
Yeah, but who's coming? Let me know who's coming.
Apostate prophet.
No way! Oh no! When is he coming? Oh my
He's supposed
God.
to come in. He's supposed to join in about 15 minutes.
Oh no! Okay. Okay. Fine. Okay. Let me just. Okay.
No.
If he comes in 15 minutes, then I'll stay.
Well, I mean, he's coming, but we're gonna stay for a while. So I don't know. You might have to. If you have plans, you might have to leave. So
It's office, like it's basically. Anyways, let me just do the stuff that I was going to mention.
all right, mention your stuff, and then if you have to leave, that's okay.
No, I mean if AP is coming, I need to reschedule things. All right. So
I was gonna
okay,
leave it
so
as a surprise.
yeah, I'm gonna reschedule things. I hope he shows up though, because I'm gonna pay a huge price for this. Like,
Let me call him right now. All right, say your
okay.
points while I call him.
All right. Okay, guys. I know. So President Trump mentioned a couple of things that I wrote down. Okay, these are the parts that you need to pay attention to. Okay, he said we will not relent until the enemy is totally defeated. He said that whatever president or head of country that comes in to power, they have to be approved by him, right? He is also signaling many times that Mojtaba Khamenei is not an acceptable choice. He refused to mention that he's going to be targeted. He said it will not be appropriate for them to say that. But he confirmed, this is a very important, because that Mojtaba. By the way, guys, I know this is obvious to you guys that Mojtaba Khamenei is not acceptable choice by president, but him saying that is a big deal. I'll tell you why. I mentioned many times that when it comes to Americans being involved in choosing a leader, obviously, when it comes to the leader of the revolution, the leader of the transition, the choosing the leader is up to the Iranian people. And also the leader after post-transition is going to be done through elections, whether the elections of the structure of the government, the elections of the people who will write the constitution, the elections of our members of parliament, and the people who are going to be part of the council, the Mehestan Council, the people who are going to be writing the constitution, are also going to be involved in determining how the king is picked once we turn into a constitutional monarchy, right? So all of those leaders, so the transition, the revolution phase, the transition phase, and the post-transition phase, it's up to the Iranian people will decide, not President Trump, not the Americans. And they have signaled that it's all up to the Iranian people. So if that is the case, what is President Trump is talking about? When President Trump is saying that they have to be involved in accepting the next leader, right? Given that the Islamic Republic has to be totally defeated, given that they accept nothing but full surrender, given that the leader, the supreme leader, or whoever that the Islamic Republic is picking has to be approved by the Americans, and they have signaled that they're not going to accept anyone else, what does all of that mean? So let me tell you what President Trump has said that a lot of people are going to get concerned about, a lot of Iranians especially are going to be concerned about, and why I think their concern is not justified, right? So President Trump said that the leader has to be picked internally. He mentioned Prince Reza Pahlavi, the son of the Shah, and he said he's a good guy and everything, but the leader has to be picked internally, right? And then he also said that he's looking at something like Venezuela. So a lot of Iranians, and I'm telling you why you might think these are concerns, and I will tell you why they're not. A lot of Iranians were concerned that we don't want the Venezuela model, where you just pick somebody and the system stays intact and continues to operate. And President Trump mentioned that the reason why he wants a leader internally, not somebody from outside, like Prince Reza Pahlavi, and is looking at the Venezuelan model, which is something where the system is there, but somebody has, like Khamenei or Mojtaba, is being removed. The reason why he gave for all of that was Iraq. So Iraq, as you guys know, Prince Reza Pahlavi, for example, has mentioned that Iraq should not be repeated. So after Saddam was removed, the reason why Iraq entered into a decade of chaos was de-Baathification, removing the Baath party from power, which was Saddam's party. So by removing that entire system, we had a power vacuum and everything collapsed, and there was no framework in place to keep Iraq organized. So that's why we had a whole many years of chaos. Prince Reza Pahlavi has already signaled that we're going to avoid de-Baathification. Let me know in the chat if all of this is making sense to you guys, okay? I'm going to get to the choosing the leader from the inside, the Venezuelan model, and why President Trump said that we're going from a leader from inside. You know, the son of the Shah is good, but we're going from a leader inside. I'm going to tell you why that shouldn't concern you, right? But all of this makes sense so far? Okay. So Prince Reza Pahlavi has repeatedly said, this is why we're going to give immunity, basically blanket forgiveness, to all the people within the Islamic Republic who don't have blood on their hand, because we don't want to repeat what happened in Iraq 20 years ago. Okay, we want to make sure that all of the employees of the Islamic Republic continue doing what they're doing, so we don't create many years of chaos. But President Trump said, the Prince Reza Pahlavi's solution to us not entering to that decade of chaos is to have Prince Reza Pahlavi coming into power as the leader of the transition period, but keeping the entire structure of the Islamic Republic there. However, what President Trump is saying is that we need we need somebody from the inside to be the leader to avoid what happened in Iraq. Okay. However, here's the question: who is that leader? Does any name come to mind? Okay, because when it comes from people within the Islamic Republic, the names that we have are Ali Larijani.
Armin, sorry to interrupt. Can I take a 10-minute break and be back soon?
Yeah,
I just have to make a call. Okay, sorry. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. We have Ali Larijani. Okay. We have Hossein Najat. Hold on, all the people remaining. So Ali and Sadiq Larijani. We have Hossein Najat. We have Sarlashkar Ali Abdullahi. We have Ahmed Vahidi. We have Ejei. We have Pezeshkian. Not very important, but Pezeshkian. We have Ghalibaf. We have Mojtaba Khamenei, maybe. We have Radan. We have Rouhani. We have Hassan Khomeini. And we have Khatami, the former president. These are the main relevant people left, right? If you get rid of these people, then there is nobody left. So here's what I could tell you about all of these people. Either the IRGC, so the last three people that I mentioned, Rouhani, Khatami, and Hassan Khomeini, the IRGC will reject them as the leader of the Islamic Republic. They will be rejected. They will not be they will not be accepted by the IRGC. The others, Arafi, I forgot to include Arafi as well. Arafi should be on the list as well. There is not a single here. Let me actually summarize it because this might get too complicated for some of you guys. There is not a single person within the Islamic Republic who would accept the terms of surrender that President Trump wants. Not a single person. The IRGC will not accept that. And if you get to a point where you have a leader within the Islamic Republic who is accepting these terms of surrender, they're not the leader of the Islamic Republic, because the Islamic Republic cannot exist while accepting these terms, right? So President Trump saying all of this suggests that we are going to get whatever you think President Trump means, whatever his intentions are. Let's not try to do mind reading. Whatever his intentions are, if we get to a position where we have somebody that is supposed to represent the Islamic Republic and is accepting surrender, that means the Islamic Republic has fallen. So the IRGC is not a person. IRGC is a system. And by removal of Khamenei and the IRGC still resisting, continuing to resist, and picking Mojtaba Khamenei as the supreme leader shows that this entire system, it's not like one or two individuals. This entire system cannot accept submission to America. It's just something that is incapable of doing. Like the idea of it doing that goes against its very essence, its DNA. It cannot do that. If you ever see the Islamic Republic doing that, that means the entire system that we call IRGC has collapsed. That's the only way they could do that. So if we see we get to a position, this is why Iran is not Venezuela, for two very important reasons. One, because unlike Venezuela, there is no system in place without Maduro that will accept submission to the Americans. That does not exist. The IRGC is not like that. And second of all, because the Iranian people will not accept that. If the IRGC, if we have a submission, so imagine, like, guys, every single person that continues to support the Islamic Republic, the idea of having somebody that is not Mojtaba Khamenei, who has now been, luckily for us, been the third supreme leader. So, guys, the reason why I say luckily, because if he was not the third supreme leader right now, then bringing somebody else that will bend the knee would be less humiliating. Now that they have Mojtaba Khamenei as the supreme leader, getting rid of him and bringing somebody else that submits, that is even more humiliating. If that happens, that means the entire system has collapsed. That means the IRGC does not exist in the way that we understand it. And if all of that happens, that means such a complete collapse of everything that we recognize as the IRGC, that there is no suppressing ability of the Iranian people left. If that system falls, everything with it falls, including the command structure for suppressing the Iranian people. And if the suppressing ability of IRGC is not there anymore, that means there's nothing between the will of the Iranian people and Prince Reza Pahlavi as the leader of the transitional government. That means the unleashing of the full force of Iranian nationalism, if that structure is not there anymore. This is why it's so important to understand that this is why it's important for you not to, so for some people, especially some Iranians who hear this, to not get triggered and turn against President Trump. Guys, the only barrier between us and Prince Reza Pahlavi's leadership is the IRGC. It's not President Trump. It's the IRGC. So, and the only way there's a risk for us to get to that point, the collapse of IRGC, is for President Trump to lose the political capital required to finish the military operations that he has started. So if you want Prince Reza Pahlavi to be the leader of the transitional government, you need to support President Trump because he needs your political capital to finish the job. Don't worry about President Trump talking about other leaders that come internally from inside Iran or copying the Venezuelan model. Because if they actually manage to do that, whoever that leader is, it's going to be temporary. And that leader is going to be the leader of the surrender period, not the transition period. If we get to guys, anybody who's been following the Islamic Republic as long as I have understands that whatever comes and says that, okay, President Trump, forget Mojtaba, here's the leader, we will surrender. Anything that is saying that is not the Islamic Republic and it's not IRGC. Any entity that manages to utter those words is not the IRGC. So if you see any form of leadership from inside Iran saying that, that means the IRGC has collapsed. And if the IRGC has collapsed, that means the Iranian people will have their way. And that way is Prince Reza Pahlavi. Does that make sense? Let me know, guys, if that makes sense. Got it? Let me see, you guys. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. Let me know if you have any questions. Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense. Okay, fantastic. Somebody saying, Armin, that makes no sense because the idea, brother. Well, I mean, you said something. You said that makes no sense, and then you followed it up with something that makes no sense. If you're saying what came after the second part of your sentence doesn't make any sense, then yeah, I agree. Politics is hard. Yes, I'm saying, yes, you just need to let the Iranian people know. Well, right now I have limited access to them because the internet is cut out. But as soon as the internet comes back, I will tell them. So, yeah, that's a good question. Just saying, what would the IRGC do to a supreme leader who tries to surrender? Probably kill them or arrest them. House arrest, maybe. I can imagine us getting to a situation where the Islamic Republic has gotten fragmented into multiple pieces, and parts of it is trying to surrender, and parts of it is continuing to resist. That might happen. That might be a situation. And guys, if that happens, that means that we're still in the revolution phase. So remember, guys, we have 4 phases: revolution phase, surrender phase, transition phase, post-transition phase, basically secular democracy. So we might have a situation where the surrender phase will be skipped because there's nothing to surrender, there's nobody to surrender, but we might get all 4 phases, right? If we get to a situation where there are some people from the Islamic Republic who are trying to act as the leader and surrender to Trump, but there are parts of the Islamic Republic who's continuing to resist, which I suspect that they will, then in my opinion, that means that we're not in the surrender phase yet. We're still in the revolution phase. Let me see what other questions we have here. Yeah, guys. Guys, remember, there's only one thing that is in the way of the Iranian people and Prince Reza Pahlavi, okay, which is the suppressing capability of the Islamic Republic. Once that is removed, it doesn't matter who says what anywhere in the world anymore. The Iranian people will pick their leader. All we need is, this is why Iranians shouldn't get distracted, but like, oh, Trump is abandoning you. Trump is doing this. He doesn't want Pahlavi. He wants, he doesn't. Okay, guys, the Americans and Israelis are removing the suppressing ability of the Islamic Republic. That's all you need to. Let me summarize everything. Okay, the Americans and Israelis are removing the suppressing ability of the Islamic Republic. Once that wall is removed, that's the wall between us and Prince Reza Pahlavi. Once that wall is removed, the Iranian people will have their way. That's a short summary of everything you need to know. Let me see. Questions? Oh, saying who's in charge of the Artesh? So the Artesh has been, the leaders of the Artesh, unfortunately, have been removed in the past couple of years, and IRGC people and IRGC loyalists have been put in charge of the Artesh. So unfortunately, the current leaders of the Artesh are part of the IRGC. So who's in charge of the Artesh? It's the IRGC. So the leader of the... Ooh, guys, apostate prophet might be coming. Amazing. Somebody saying, do you think the Shia apocalyptic crowd would just chill out? No, they're gonna continue to be a problem. I suspect we're going to deal with their terrorism after the Islamic Republic falls. As some of them, a small fraction of them, will become a Shia version of ISIS, but without the resources available. So, yeah, some of them will continue to be a terror after the fall of the Islamic Republic. Some of these people who were part of the Islamic Republic will become terrorist groups. However, it's not going to, if we don't repeat the mistake that we made in Iraq, which was de-Baathification, a lot of these people will remain in the body of the army of the Artesh and will not join, radical groups like what happened in Iraq. And also the oil and gas money of Iran will not be behind them, supporting them anymore. So they're going to be a concern for years to come. And and Israel and Iran, their armies will be working with each other, and their intelligence units will be working with each other to identify the threat and respond to all of them, right? So I can see that the corpse of the Islamic Republic will linger on as different small little terrorist groups, terrorist cell in the region. They're not going to be as big of a problem as the Islamic Republic is right now, because they will lose access to the oil and gas money and all of their networks and operations and everything. But I'm sure that this is something that Iran and Israel could work with each other to deal with. Let me see. Somebody saying no need for boots on the ground. There will be limited requirement for boots on the ground, maybe, I think, like special operations, like Delta Force or something like that. We're not talking about like Iraq-style invasion, but for example, for securing the enriched uranium inside Iran, you might see limited special operations to secure them, to make sure they don't get into the wrong hands. Or maybe like for the elimination of certain people, maybe that would be needed, but especially for the enriched uranium. So not like a ground invasion, probably not like in 20 years ago in Iraq. Let me see. Wow, so many questions. I don't know which one to answer. Okay. Yeah, operations, ops, but not occupation. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Goldie's back.
Sorry. I had to do something really quickly, but thank you for holding down the fort, Armin.
Yeah, no worries.
Are you able to stay or do you have to go? If you have to go, that's okay.
I already messaged. I already canceled something.
Oh no, I'm so sorry that you canceled.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Okay. We have a very special guest. We haven't even reacted to where President Trump spoke about the Shah. We haven't even gotten to that part yet. Like, so we watched the whole thing uninterrupted, but
So, by the way, Apostle Prophet has made a song for Ayatollah Khamenei being dead. Can we share that while we're waiting for him?
well, why don't you bring it up and we'll play it when he gets here? Why don't you get it ready to go?
This is on guys Apostate Music channel, right? By the way, I already subscribed and liked on my personal channel. Okay, don't think I didn't subscribe. Okay, but this is a song that Apostate Apostate Prophet made on his Apostate Music channel. It's called FAFO Death to Khamenei official music video. So let's listen to this. Yeah, it actually got very like this is a small channel that he has. It got 200,000 views. So this song did very well. Let's see. Let's listen.
No, wait.
This was
Wait. Let's wait until he gets here.
Oh, okay. This was made by Apostate. Guys, did you know Apostate Prophet is making music now?
I love that. I mean, we can play something else while we're waiting for him, but
Oh, Goldie, remember I showed you this and you got really angry with me. Like, this is ugly. See, people are using it as a meme. And
but it's so ugly.
I know, but that's the point.
Yep.
I'm going to leave it on the screen now, okay?
No.
Yes. It's
So
going to stay there.
So gross. Where is he?
People are saying Armin caught in 14K for not subscribing to AP. First of all, that's not AP's channel. That's AP's music channel. So you're not even paying attention. Okay. Second of all, I am subscribed on my personal channel. This is my Atheist Republic channel that I'm like, look at this. This is the Atheist Republic channel that I'm watching this with. So there you go. I know you're joking. I'm joking back. Okay. Oh, wait, this here. Hey!
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you, Goldie?
We're great. So this is Armin.
Goldie, what about
Oh,
what
nice to
about
meet-
how
nice
are
to
you,
meet you,
Goldie? Like, okay, I know he doesn't even know me.
Yeah, that's because you're not as cute as me, Armin. So
Okay.
So,
How are you, Goldie? Okay, you
nice
guys
to
could
meet
talk.
you, Armin. Nice to meet you, Armin.
Nice
I
to
haven't
meet
heard
you
of
as well.
before.
I just canceled a very important appointment with my wife to be here with you.
Really? Well, Armin and I go way back, so yeah.
Armin's a huge fan. You know, like Armin's like the Durka Al Zut people, whatever. So, but we were waiting for you to join so we could. We were just speaking about your music video. So why don't we start by
That's awesome.
Armin literally canceled plans with his wife to be here. So
Wait. Give me 1 second. I need to make my light brighter. Wait.
Okay.
we're so excited
right.
to have
Thank you,
AP
help.
here. All right.
I'm happy to finally join. It's been like forever. I've been
Forever, I
wanting to join
know.
forever. I know.
Yeah.
We're honored to have you. Our audience is so excited. They love you. They love you so much. So
I'm honored to be here.
oh, thank you. All right, let's play this amazing song that you made.
Yes.
Ayatollah Khamenei is dead.
مرگ بر خامنه مای بر خامنه مای بر خامنه Chanted death to America for decades on the mic, while beating girls, hanging men, massacring the rights. Tens of thousands vanished in your prisons deep. Wives and sons still weeping, but you lost no sleep. Proxy wasn't missiles, resistance was the brand. But missiles flew in faster than your body could stand. You were evil, not the West. Revenge is here, no time to rest. Stupid games, stupid prizes. The butcher vaporizes. Mark by Khamenei. The mullahs on their knees. Hijab police beating bullets into peace. Human rights crushed, blood all over the place. You used terror, starved your people thin, but bombs wiped out your dirty grave. Your empire's in ashes. Supreme liar crashes. Death to Khamenei. Iran rises from its knees. Stupid games, stupid prizes. The butcher vaporizes. Marked by Khamenei. The mullahs on their knees.
Oh, Tika.
They say years of lies and chains now tear on parties in the flames. From Khomeini to you, the same old deadly game, but far finally came. Marg bar Khamenei, Marg bar Khamenei, Marg bar Khamenei. 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 Forever. Stupid games, stupid prizes. The butcher vaporizes. Mark by Khamenei. The mullahs on their knees. Your empire's in ashes. Supreme lion crashes. Death to Khamenei. Iran rises from its knees.
Oh,
I'm happy.
that was perfect.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Thank you guys for playing it and for recognizing it.
Thank you for remembering Nika.
Oh yeah, she's always on my mind. Had to add. I mean, I wanted to actually. At first, I made the song. As soon as I made the song, I actually thought I wanted to publish it immediately with a music video of a compilation of people celebrating. But I also want to make dominant people who were mistreated and victimized and all that. Then I sat down and I thought, there is a time for that. There is a section for that, and I should give that definitely. There were so many videos of people celebrating. I didn't know what to choose from. It's like I had to arrange everything to make it, to place it musically well. I kind of tried to arrange the way people dance together with the music, so it worked perfectly. But some people that are definitely on my mind, of those who were mistreated. She's definitely number one, so I had to put her there. She needs to be remembered, and it says everything that people need to know about the Islamic regime, the way they treated her.
Thank
I see what you're saying, because I really do believe that her fight and the way she was killed captured so much of who they are and how much of who we are. Because, in the back of the van, when her hands were tied behind her back, and you had three grown men assaulting her and trying to rape her, and she fighting back until the very last minute, really shows how evil, it really captures how evil the Islamic Republic is. But it also shows how much the Iranian people were willing to fight until the very end. So it captures both sides very perfectly.
Yeah. So she's abducted after a protest event, right? Then she's put in the back of the van by these forces. She is beaten. She is sexually abused, and eventually she dies in the fight. She's killed in the fight, and as she fights back, and then she's dumped in the middle of the night in some random street, and
under Imam Khomeini Bridge. Under the Imam Khomeini Bridge.
And then it actually, the information about it reaches the highest places in the Islamic regime, and they suppress it. Right?
Yeah.
And they
she
lie
was
about
16.
it. 16 years old.
She was only 16. Yeah, there's videos of her running in between the cars, and Nika is just one of the many, many young girls who was raped to death by the Islamic regime. So thank you for honoring her. Means so much to us, and we appreciate you so much. You're an honorary Iranian. You're one of us, right?
I know.
I don't know where in the world you are, but that when Iran is free, you have a safe haven in Iran. You're one of us. So you're more than welcome at home in a country of 90 million, 100 million Islamophobes, right? So you come to Iran right at home. You're one of us.
I'm in America, but I most definitely have it on my among my plans. Once it succeeds, once Iran is finally free, I would so love to visit. I would love to enjoy it. I would love to participate in it and share the happiness, because I love the Iranian people. I love you guys. And one of the things that I want to see the most in my lifetime, or not in my lifetime, it's just as soon as possible, is the freedom of the Iranian people and the downfall of this disgusting Islamic regime. And I already talked to Maher Tusi, so he already arranged for me to go there and participate in the celebrations.
In his pub. We're all gonna go drink and party in his pub, so you better be there.
Yeah.
We're gonna dance to the Ayatollah Khamenei is dead song. Have you heard that song?
Yeah, I did. I also did ask Maher to I did ask him to arrange me to give me one of the homes of the IRGC people. He said he can arrange it. We will definitely.
Are you optimistic that we will, all of us, will see each other one day in a free Iran and celebrating our freedom?
Definitely.
Do you think that will?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay.
I definitely believe in it. 100%.
You should bring David Wood with you, because I'm sure he will appreciate being with us. And I've watched your live streams with him. Very spicy, but that's okay. That's okay. We love it. We love the humor, and it's well placed, well
That's what
earned,
we do.
and
We don't hold back, and
no.
it's fun. It's fun. But I have been following you, Goldie, for the longest time now. Since I still first heard of you in politics and all the trouble that you got into, thought it was pretty courageous of you. I was going to say balls, but
Hey, listen, my balls are bigger than anyone else. It's okay. You know what? Iranian women, we have the biggest balls in the world, so it's okay.
right. So you got big balls.
But you know what? Iranian men support us, so they support us and they appreciate us, so it's all good. Yeah, you can say that.
So yeah, I also definitely wanted to have you on my channel sometime to talk, but we just didn't get to arrange that. But that should happen sometime too. Yeah.
Would love to. It's just with this whole like revolution, Armin and I have been live streaming like 10, 12 hours a day, but I would love to come on your show. And I'm looking forward to that.
Both of you. Armin, you've been a million times already, but still both of you.
I would like to have you on my Persian channel one day, because I want to introduce you to like people who are like not familiar with the English YouTube channels, and they're just only active on the Persian speaking channels. I think it would be great if I will translate for you. Would you be
the only Turkish?
Okay.
So the only Turkish I know is Siktir Baba.
That's pretty good.
Do you think a free run will have a positive impact on Turkey?
I think so. Don't ask me about Turkey. I have very bad feelings about Turkey, because on the one hand, I do think that once Iran is free, it will have a very big impact on the region. It will have a very, very big impact on regional politics, on sentiments surrounding Islam and Islamism and all that, on authoritarian regimes. But when it comes to Turkey, I think that Turkey is in a very different situation, because like the Turkish people are kind of beyond saving, and they're not like the Iranian people. I mean, Turks should have woken up ages ago with all the messed up stuff and the corruption that this government has been inflicting on them, and they don't. And while I was there, I did have some hope when I lived in Turkey, where I did live for like over 10 years or so. But I slowly realized that I'm putting my trust into a completely wrong place. I really don't have much hope for Turkey. I think it's more likely to see these bunch of Arab countries, rise up and change than Turkey. Turkey's kind of weird. I don't know.
That's so odd, because we were like Ataturk. Yeah, okay.
I was just going to ask really quickly. So, AP, why is that? Because 100 years ago, Reza Shah the Great, who was the founder of modern day Iran, he was a good friend of Ataturk, and he actually was inspired by Ataturk to modernize and secularize Iran. So I'm not as familiar with like the history in Turkey. So what happened? Because Ataturk, like we Iranians, we have a lot of respect for Ataturk because of the close allyship that Reza Shah had with Ataturk. And in fact, the only state visit that Reza Shah the Great ever made was visiting Turkey.
So there's
we
a lot
owe
of
Ataturk.
Yeah,
we owe him.
I mean, Ataturk did some really, really great things, and he's considered I mean the number one guy in Turkish history, but there is a very complicated, difficult element to it all. Ataturk did fantastic moves towards secularization, modernization, but he also did things in a certain way that I think backfired and kind of caused caused the Islamic revivalism that happened later on. I think so under Ataturk's government, and especially under his deputy and later leader, Inanır, who was his successor, they had a very restrictive attitude toward Islam and Islamic politics. They took it a little bit too far. They started, doing things like implementing laws for the hats that you wear on your head, and actually publicly judging and executing imams that refuse to comply with the had laws and things like that. So, it's not all very, very nice and shiny. What they did do is they suppressed the Islamic population, the Islamist population, and they basically outlawed Islamism and made secularism the norm by force. And it did work. Lots of people did get secularized and lots of people did get modernized. However, what did happen is it created a very dangerous, suppressed, resentful, underground Islamist population that is by no means a minority. It's half the country. So they kept popping up and up and up and up. And eventually with Erdogan, they managed to come to power, which is why there has been a huge Islamist revival under this current government.
So you agree? Do you agree then? Because this is what I've been trying to say to people, and I get a lot of backlash from it. That banning Islam helps grow Islam. You need to fight Islam in public. You need to challenge it. The best way to fight Islam. I mean, you should ban it in government, but you should let it express itself as individuals, not in government, but as individuals, because you need to see what you're fighting. If you suffocate it completely out in the open, it will grow faster in the dark with a lot more resentment, and you will have good term results in the short term, but long term that's not something that works. Do you agree with that or no?
Yeah, I think that banning it is generally not a very great idea. I think specifically in a Muslim country, in a Muslim majority country. I mean, the Turkish people were still majority Muslim when Ataturk and his government started cracking down on Islam. Especially there, it became very, very problematic, and nobody wanted to say anything against Ataturk because he was considered the hero, the savior of the country, the savior of the nation. So he could implement things. That caused a very, very strong Islamist sentiment and animosity toward the state. And yes, that is something that can happen if you start banning this ideology. So I would also not be in favor of banning Islam itself and banning any expression or any practice of it. I would, however, I'll just uncontroversially say it, I would, however, completely be in support of every nation waking up a little bit and cracking down brutally on Islam, on Islamism, on mosques, on Islamic institutes, and things like that, and to closely surveil and crack down whenever there is a spread of Islamist, anti-West, anti-human ideologies, and it is very much everywhere in almost every single mosque. So severely crack down on it, and if it conflicts with your values, do something about it. In my opinion, immediately arrest and deport and shut the place down. But yeah, I would also not be in favor of a complete blanket ban.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what you're suggesting is exactly, I agree completely with that. A lot of people think that's a violation of free speech. It's not a violation of free speech if you as an individual get to speak about it. Shutting down institutions that are spreading destructive ideas, that is not a violation of free speech. And you individually being able to say these things, as long as you have that, your free speech is being respected, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's this whole thing of what's it called, the paradox of tolerance, or paradox of free speech, which is that if you, and it kind of leans also on, if we take the United States of America, for example, the founders, the founding fathers of the United States of America, when they established this country, this nation, what they had in mind, and it was even explicitly said by many of them, was that it is these are values that are, this is a state, a country, a nation that is established with good moral people in mind, and those good moral people with these same values must continue in order for this thing to stay alive. So human rights, for example, the International Human Rights Declaration, it's a Western product with Western values in mind.
Well, it's actually an Iranian invention, but okay. I'm just
fine.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
If you bring in a different culture that does not share your values, and another culture that specifically is hostile to those values that are at the core, at the foundation of your country, of your values, of everything that you hold, dear and holy, and you apply your very same rules of complete tolerance and freedom and free speech and everything to them as well, you will have a problem because it will not fully work out. That other culture, which does not like your culture, which fundamentally does not want to participate in your culture and therefore does not agree with your values, will slowly and slowly take advantage of it, and it will start, things will start crumbling and going bad. Which is why I'm very, very, very much in favor of kind of like a revival of a Western mindset where you can maybe be a little bit more lenient with how much you follow those supposed values and start maybe sending lots of people back, cracking down on people a little bit, especially if they're hostile to your system. I mean, you can't have this system, you can't have these values of tolerance and freedom if you're going to let the enemies of tolerance and freedom make use of it in order to destroy tolerance and freedom. You have to prevent that somehow, which is why I'm okay with that.
That you're absolutely right. That's where the paradox of tolerance comes in, because right now what a lot of people in Western countries are seeing, whether it's America or Canada or European countries, is they're seeing all these random groups holding vigils for the martyrdom of Khamenei. And we Iranians were like, what in the Allahu Akbar Durka jihad is going on? Because Khamenei is like the modern day version of Hitler for us. So we're celebrating his death, like we're thanking President Trump. But then you have all these non-Iranians, a lot of like Pakistanis and Palestinians and like Hezbollah and like the Hashd-e-Shabi Iraqis and the Houthis and whatever, and Afghanis, and they're holding vigils. And then of course like the random like white communist lefty blue-haired whatever, and they're all holding these vigils for Khamenei, and then we Iranians were like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad is going on here? So this is a challenge with free speech and tolerating various ideas, because at some point you're absolutely right, like these destructive ideologies take advantage of the freedom of association, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and they take advantage of that to hold vigils for Khamenei. But here's my question for you, AP. Have you seen or heard of any country in the Middle East holding a vigil for Khamenei?
No.
Exactly. So guys, pay attention. Not a single Muslim country in the Middle East, okay, has held a vigil for Khamenei. And yet, vigils for Khamenei are being held in United States, Canada, UK, European countries, and elsewhere. Why? Because Middle Eastern countries understand the difference between, religion and political Islam, terrorism, whatever. And not a single Middle Eastern Muslim country has allowed people to hold a vigil for Khamenei. And yet, in Western countries, we are seeing vigil after vigil after vigil. Why is that?
It is ridiculous. I mean, we had the same thing going on with Hamas and with the pro-Palestine rallies. You have people here in the West supporting terrorists, Islamic terrorists, walking through the streets and supporting terrorists. You now have people here in the West outside mourning and openly siding with an evil tyrant who has the blood of so many Iranians on his hands. I mean, he doesn't exist anymore. Good, so very, very good. But you have people actually doing that. It's just, it's very difficult to explain. The West is, you guys know it. The West has hit a very strange point where people have become incredibly naive and where people generally have this idea of foreigners, minorities, they are right, they're okay, they're good, they're probably right, we shouldn't be criticizing them, we should be accepting whenever they do something bad, whenever we should be accepting their bad ideas. And you can see the very same thing happening here in this case. Muslims come and mourn for Khamenei, and leftists join in. It's just ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I don't even know what to really say, or how to describe it, or how to explain it. It's just a mindset of these people are generally anti-West, anti-Western forces. Khamenei is against the West, therefore Khamenei is probably a good guy, or at least not a bad guy. That's the logic.
Do you think you're optimistic? Are you optimistic? Do you think things are going to get better or worse?
Good question. I don't know. What do you think?
I think that classical liberal values. When you every time you think that it's being defeated, it will always survive you because they work, right? So all of these toxic ideas, like Marxism, Islam, and all of the other ones, they have propaganda and lies on their side, so they have temporary wins. But if you look at the long term, if you zoom out and look, because the better values work and they make money and they're good for business and they're good for stability, they will survive longer. And for example, if you look at the map of the world, so these classical liberal values were born out of the French and the American Revolution, and then eventually they became dominant in the West. They became enforced in the West after the Second World War, and they became enforced everywhere else in the world, like the structure of government and politics that we have everywhere. After the Cold War, they became dominant everywhere. So we consider this to be just the norm that is now being challenged by Islam and these woke ideologies. However, after the French and American Revolution, if you look at the map of the world between 1935 and 1945, you would think that those Enlightenment values were just some naive, romantic ideas that these British and French philosophers had in the Age of Enlightenment. And now you look at the whole world, like most of the world is either Japanese imperialism, communism, or Nazism, and basically all the classical liberalism, like classical liberal ideology, is now being completely defeated. But you could see soon after they take over, and the whole world is now running based on that system. So I just think that there are sometimes challenges to it, but the challenges to it right now that we're facing is nothing compared to Soviet Russia and Nazism and everything else that came at us. This is nothing compared to that, and we will overcome all of this as well.
And I hope so. I really hope so. The thing is, you know how the West also helped with the Islamic Revolution, and how the West also had its role in helping Khomeini win the revolution and get to Iran and basically take over and all that. It's the West did this whole thing. I mean, I agree with you that the liberal values that the West has established are very nice values. The thing is, once again, we go back to what we talked about earlier. They are very good values for Western people. Very good values to live by for Western people in general, not for everybody else. Right now, there is an order in the world that is established by the West. Western nations established the order that we have. Western nations forced Muslims, for example, to abolish slavery, forced different countries around the world to provide democracy and equal rights and things like that. This is the Western order. In many of these countries, it doesn't work. I mean, you have seen when America went to war in Iraq and in Afghanistan especially, the idea was generally, once again, the whole Western idea of we have to give them democracy and freedom and equality and all that. They clearly don't want it. Afghanistan doesn't want it. Afghanistan doesn't want equal rights and democracy and freedom. They do not like it. This is a Western thing. If the time comes and this whole Western dominance over the world declines and something else replaces it, the world could look completely different. But right now, I think, although it might not be very obvious and very clear, we are at a very, very crucial spot in
Yes.
history, because right now there is we are at a very, very important point to either uphold and make these make this system that the West has established continue, or stabilize or something, or fall apart. And
Yes.
too many people in the West do not really appreciate it, and they allow it to fall apart. Part of allowing it to fall apart is, mass migration, tolerance, support for people like Khomeini and Khamenei. The whole liberal idea is a very, very nice idea, but it goes with people, and people turn very naive under such ideas.
Well, classical liberal values could be very, very harsh and cruel. Like a lot of people think that, classical liberalism means tolerance and democracy and kumbaya. Classical liberalism includes civic nationalism and having and capitalism, and basically growing your economy to build powerful armies and intelligence and police force with it, and crushing your enemies. That's part of classical liberalism. It's not just basically just tolerating nonsense. It's becoming strong enough with your capitalism and with your values so that you have enough power to crush your enemies.
Sure. I agree with that. I mean, I know how the ideas have been established and how they developed over time. Modern liberalism is very much you could say almost a corruption of classical liberalism. But I could also, or you could actually describe it as a consequence of classical liberalism. It's kind of where things would go with classical liberalism. They provide the philosophical and moral environment that we have today. And that comes with a changing society. You had people back then, when these ideas were established and became dominant, those people thought very differently from how people generally think today. Those people generally had like Christian values, whereas people have very much departed from that whole thing. So people change, and with people changing, this whole idea also changes. And right now, in the middle of that change, you're inviting hordes of people in who hate your system and who want to destroy it, which is why I think it's at a very critical spot in general, in many aspects and many concerns. I just hope it goes well. And although I'm a prophet, I can't see the future about this one.
I think it's the battle. People need to see things rather than be told what are the best values, right? So, for example, communism had a really good marketing, PR and everything, and that's why so many people believe that. And it's an easy sell, right? Everybody needs to be equal, rich people bad, and all of that. But once you're on the two sides of the Berlin Wall, like there's no amount of articles or books or podcasts or academic work that convinces people that communism doesn't work. But when you're on the east side of the Berlin Wall and the west side of the Berlin Wall, and you see that the lives of the people on the west side, and like, okay, I want that, right? It's basically in Soviet Russia, they called it the battle between the TV and the fridge, because the TV was telling us everything was working fine, this is glorious, this is fantastic, but the fridge was empty, right? So the battle, like if we're worried about the values that are being challenged right now, the great values that has made these countries great, part of the work that we're doing is trying to educate people for why these values work. But we have to see that throughout history, eventually, when the superior values eventually became dominant, is because people objectively could see that the people with those values are living better lives. So we have to figure out how to reproduce that, because that seemed to have been the way.
The thing is, you have a very, very big problem in your hands, which is, I look at Western universities. There is so much garbage. It is taken over by complete anti-Western brainwashing, ridiculous garbage that is counterproductive and detrimental to society. It is corrosive to the values that made the West great. The West has been kind of led by this whole thing called the long march through the institutions, the socialist idea of trying to. So the idea the idea there is making socialism succeed, but taking the long way instead of trying to be like the revolutionaries and doing it directly, because the revolutionaries, they usually fail. And that's what people saw in the 70s and 80s. The revolutionaries generally fail. They fight, they are killed, they cause a short revolution, and the revolution eventually falls apart. It doesn't work. So people came up with this whole idea that there has to be a long march, a long work to infiltrate academia, to infiltrate universities, to infiltrate everything with socialist ideas in order to solidify the system and to change everything from within. It is very much a success. I mean, right now it's like the greatest universities that were places of traditional values in the West have been taken over and turned into propaganda of socialist Marxist garbage, which basically teach you that Karl Marx is basically the greatest thinker out there, and everything inspired by him. They are taken over. Every single major university in America and throughout the West has been to some extent bought off by Qatar and by other countries that don't do it because they are so charitable, right? We all know why they do it. They spend huge amounts of money into establishing an institute in a university, in a Western university, and in return they demand that the universities teach things or do things that align with their Islamic values, or that they challenge what is called Islamophobia. It's like there's a complete penetration and infiltration that is going on at the core of what makes your future, the universities. How are you going to solve this problem?
So we had that complete penetration in academia in Iran, and the reason why we had the 1979 Islamic Revolution is because it wasn't an Islamic revolution; it was a Marxist Islamic revolution. The Islamic part was the Mosque network, and the Marxist part was the academia. So we had that 47 years ago, and that's the reason why we had the collapse. Like, we lost our country. But to give you hope, right now in the universities of Iran, university students are chanting death to the three corruptions, the mullahs, the leftists, and the MEK. And they also say das, chakosh, amome, panjahaf tamome, which basically means that the entire ideology of the hammer and sickle and the turbans is completely, we're done with all of that, right? So even with that level of complete penetration of Marxism, we eventually, in 47 years after, we have our universities are saying death to leftists. That's what our university students are chanting. So there is hope.
I keep my hopes up. The West is great. The West is fantastic. And the Western values should be preserved in a good way. In a good way. I think what also needs to be happening alongside that is kind of trying to take down this pervasive nihilist way of thinking that is very, very much around today, and maybe go back, and I guess we can clash there a little bit because my views on it have changed recently. Go back again. Go back toward a little bit more traditionalism, a traditionalist way of thinking, of appreciating your values, your historical values, your religious values, even if you don't believe in it. Just like appreciate what they contributed, and how stabilizing, how you actually stand on the ground that they built, which is why you should respect them and kind of take something from them and moving forward and all that. So society in the West generally needs to be a little bit more, self-respecting and respecting of their past.
I changed my mind on this too, AP. I have so much more respect for tradition than I used to, right?
Nice.
And I also, this might be weird for me to say that, I learned this in Israel, that you could have respect for religious tradition as an atheist, because I met so many atheist Israelis that had a huge respect for their Jewish culture and Jewish history and Jewish symbolism, right? And I think as an Iranian, I think these traditions represent your history, your culture, and are a symbol of nationalism. I'm very when I was younger, I thought nationalism is bad. Now I realize that nationalism is the greatest force that keeps the society together. It's the best thing that ever. And I think that your religious symbols and traditions, even if you don't believe in them, are a symbol of nationalism. For example, in Iran, I consider Zoroastrian symbols and history and rituals as a symbol of Iranian patriotism and nationalism. So I have a huge respect for those now.
Yeah, wonderful. I'm very glad that we agree on that, actually.
Yeah, me too.
Things were very different 8 years ago, right?
Yeah, it was. This is great.
Well, I know Armin's very excited to be here, which is why I'm just letting him, or not interrupting when he's asking questions, because Armin.
No, go ahead.
No. Listen, AP, Armin had plans, and then when he found out you're coming, he was so excited he canceled his plans with his wife. So we have to make it worthwhile. We have to make it worthwhile so we can at least justify to his wife why he canceled his plans tonight, because he was thrilled to have you here join us. And I'm thrilled as well that you're here. We're just so honored to have you.
I'm very happy to be here. So thank you. You guys are doing a fantastic job with the live streams and everything, and your coverage of all. It's very, very good.
Well, thank you. Really, really appreciate that. And, you also provide a lot of really good input. I actually wanted to have you on my live stream, but then the revolution started, and now it's literally been 24/7 Iran. But, before the revolution, my focus was on, Islamic jihad and politics and, that kind of stuff. So, and you always have a lot of really, really good input. By the way, did you ever share that video that I sent you?
Oh, I forgot about that. I wasn't. when you
Is
when
David
you
around?
said-
Is David around? Because if he's around, can you send him a message? Maybe he should join us so that all of us can watch his reaction live.
I don't think he's around, but I'll show it to him. The thing is, when you sent me that,
message him now and be like, no,
When you
guys.
sent me that-
Guys, I sent the video of the mullah singing in English. Remember?
Oh no.
and because David speaks English, I was like, AP, can you just share this with David and just get his live reaction and then send it to me, because I want to see I want to see if after David watches that video, will he convert to Islam?
The thing is, I was kind of I wasn't going live for 2 weeks or so at that time when you sent me that, so I was kind of saving that for when I come back and go live again. Oh, David is live right now himself on Hatun Tash's channel. Okay.
Oh, is he doing a live right now?
Yeah.
Oh, too bad. All right. Well, I wanted to share a few things with you, and then you also have to join us in one of our Haydar videos. So we've done a lot of Haydar videos where we've explained the geopolitics of Shia Islam. And since you are also an expert in this, you're going to have
Can
to
we
join
do a Haydar now? Can we do a
Well,
Haydar now?
Sure, but can I just share the video? I just want to share the
Yes.
photos. AP, did you hear about the Iranian women's football team, soccer team?
Very little. Yes, I did.
So they were basically they were being threatened by the Islamic regime because they refused to sing the national anthem. Now, long story short, we raised awareness about this on this channel, on other places, and then President Trump heard about it. So President Trump posted about it today, and essentially the girls were saved. The girls were saved because the Islamic regime basically threatened them. They said, because this is wartime, the fact that you refuse to sing the Islamic regime national anthem, that means you are traitors, and when you come back to Iran, we're going to punish you. And the punishment for treason is death, especially during wartime. So we were raising awareness about this. And I just want to point something out, because this is just incredible. So these are the 5 girls. These are the soccer team. Okay, so this is 5 of them. These are the 5 girls who
Human football.
yeah. Well, football. Sorry, you're right. Football. I went American for a moment. No, wait. Football is American. No, wait. Sorry. No. Football. You're right. Football. Oh, get confused. Sorry. So these are the 5 football players. And as you can see, this is when they're taking photos and they're oppressed and, oppressed by the Islamic regime. So just a few hours ago, they posted a picture showing that they have received asylum in Australia. Okay. And this is the first picture of them showing confirmation that now they are, receiving asylum in Australia. Look at this. These are the same 5 girls. So literally, do you notice the difference? So this is them when they are being oppressed by the Islamic regime and they have no choice about what to wear and what not to wear. And then as soon as Australia accepts them as refugees, literally the first picture that they take is without hijab.
Wow.
So
what does it say about your government if you actually threaten your national football team? It's so messed up, man.
It's so messed up. You have no idea. Like the horrors that we have gone through for the last 47 years. This is why we have a lot of dark humor, because the dark humor is the only way that we can deal with the trauma of, having dealt with this brutal Islamic dictatorship. But as you can see, look at these young girls. Like, as soon as they know that they're free, as soon as they know that they never have to worry about the consequences of the Islamic regime, literally right away they take off their hijab and they're like, look at them, they're smiling and they're just happy, right? They're literally wearing t-shirts. That's not allowed. That's not allowed for women under the Islamic regime.
They're showing their arms.
They're showing that, like, this right here, that's blasphemy. Like, see? This is them. This is them. Do you see, like, they're totally covered up. And then here they are, when they finally have the freedom to choose whether or not to wear hijab, and they're not wearing it. So this is what we mean when we say that Iran is not a Muslim country. We're not Muslim. We're occupied by a Islamic Nazi dictatorship.
Wow. I wasn't aware of the photo. I'm looking at it now, so it's incredible.
All right. Okay, so Armin wants to share a Haydar video. Armin, which Haydar video do you want to do? Should we do the one? There's 2 that I can think of. There's the one where they're actually like, oh God, look, is that okay? Wait,
That's
but we
the
have to get
origin-
ready. Okay, we have to get ready.
Okay. All right, hold on. I'll be
Wait,
right back.
is this the one that I shared with you, Armin?
No,
where
you
they're-
want to share with me the one?
Well-
This is the one. This is the original Haydar.
But you know what? There was the
Madahi
one
video.
where you're
Look,
okay.
it's even called. The
Look.
song is even called Haydar.
Okay.
Look at this.
All right, but AP, you have to get ready. So you need to wear a black shirt and put on your Shia headband. No, I'm not joking. I also have to put on my costume. I'll be right back. You got to join us. No, you got to
All
join
right.
us.
All right. How do I look, guys? How do I look? I went and got this. Okay. Okay, guys, don't tell Goldie, but oh, never mind.
Don't
You're
tell
muted.
Goldie what? I'm here the whole time.
No, never mind.
Don't tell Goldie but what? Okay, you know what? I'll mute my mic and then you can just say it.
Oh, you mute your mic? Okay.
Wait, I'll pretend I'm leaving.
Oh no. Oh, guys, I'm gonna get cut. Okay, guys, don't tell Goldie, but I think this Hater song is not that bad. It's actually pretty good. It's, I would listen to it. Okay, never. Okay. There you go. Damn. That's why I picked it. Because it's pretty, I think it's pretty good. I don't like the meaning, but it's pretty good. I see why some people like it. Let me just say that. You guys are saying you're wrong. Okay, well, I don't know. It's catchy. I like when I do this hater, like after the show ends, like I'm eating or I'm in the shower, I find myself like going like hater, hater. Like just in my private, I just like go like, yo, hey, carro. I just keep saying it in my head. Yeah, I went full Durka, guys. I'm lost cause. I'm Armin Durka undercover. Yeah. There we go. Call this back.
Oh my gosh, too funny. Okay. Wait, but is this the one? Because remember there was like a does this have the English subtitles? Wait, because
This
there was
one has English subtitles.
Okay, because remember the one that I had, I don't know if it was the full song, but
This one looks cultish.
but the one that I had was the one where they're talking about like the geopolitics of Shia Islam.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. This is the one. The geopolitics
that
of
the
Shia
one?
Islam. Yeah, that's the
And
one.
they speak about Saudi Arabia here. Is that the one?
Yep. Yeah, that's the one. Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Because there's this one, but then there's also like Boom Boom Tel Aviv. But yeah, okay, let's do this one.
Oh yeah, I don't have Boom Boom Tel Aviv. I think like they removed it or something. I don't know where it is.
Oh, I
You have to
have
send me
it.
the link.
I'm pretty sure I have it on my X account. I don't know if Readvun, I don't know if AP is ready for Boom Boom Tel Aviv though, because the poor guy, he's only Turkish. He's not Iranian. Like he doesn't have like the same trauma that we do. So the poor guy, we don't want to traumatize. We need to slowly ease him. Oh wow! Look at
Wow.
he's gone full Khamenei. Readvun's gone Ayatollah.
I am the new Ayatollah.
No, don't say that. They'll come after you.
Oh no.
I am the new Ayatollah. These are my pants.
man.
Wait a minute.
No, I'm jealous. Okay. I'm just an average Shia boy and he's the Ayatollah.
I love it. Armin,
Will you
you know what?
Abe?
I don't
Yeah.
care about you anymore. My preference
No.
is the Ayatollah of rock and roll.
Well, it's okay. I don't care about you either. My preference is also the Ayatollah. AP, will you be my marja? Will you be my marja now that you're an Ayatollah?
Yes.
Please, Ayatollah, can I audition to be your fourth wife, please? Don't take Armin, take me. I'm cuter.
I'll take both.
I just asked for you to be my marja. What the hell happened?
No, listen,
I didn't sign up for this.
I want to be the fourth wife. Armin can be the sire. Armin can be the concubine.
I didn't sign up for that.
So this is in honor of
somebody saying, Armin, you're married. Yeah, but in Islam you could actually never mind. Okay, never mind. Why am I even saying that?
Who knows? Join the party.
Okay.
So
Okay. We're ready?
ready to go? Yes.
Are we doing this?
Wait. This is in honor of This is this is in honor of the. Okay, but wait, AP. Before we begin this, have you seen the swearing in ceremony for the new supreme dictator?
No, I haven't.
Armin, you have to show him. We have to show him the new swearing in ceremony for the supreme dictator.
Okay.
Is it any good?
Let's do this.
It's so good.
Let's do
So you're
this
saying
one.
you're saying the Ayatollah is good?
No, the video is so good. Wait. I downloaded the video. Okay, here we go. Here's the video. I have it. Okay, so this is not a parody. This is the actual swearing in ceremony of the new Ayatollah, okay? Here you go. For the record, he never shows up. They just show a picture of him, and then they swear him in.
That's what I was just going to ask. Is that seriously?
They just brought his picture. He's not there.
They brought his picture.
That's awesome.
Oh my God.
Let's continue. Let's continue.
پس از بررسی‌های دقیق و گسترده و استفاده از ظرفیت اصل 108 قانون اساسی مطابق وظیفه شرعی و اعتقاد به حضور در
Armin, can you just summarize really quickly what they're saying?
Yeah, he's saying after hours of deliberation and analysis, and according to Islamic law and the Constitution, we picked a supreme leader, and he's now going to announce his name, even though his picture is right there.
محضر خداوند متعال در اجلاسی فوق‌العاده امروز آیت الله سید مجتبی حسینی خامنه‌ای را بر اساس رأی قاطع نمایندگان محترم مجلس خبرگان رهبری به عنوان سومین رهبر نظام مقدس جمهوری اسلامی ایران تعریف و معرفی می‌نماید.
AP, we wish that was fake. Literally, the swearing in ceremony for the new supreme dictator, he wasn't even there. It was a cardboard picture of him. Like they bring in the cardboard picture and then they're all like, Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Wait, a serious question. Am I getting this right? That they didn't want to put him there because of out of his concern for his safety, or what?
We actually think he's dead.
We don't know, actually. He might be dead. We heard he's injured, lost his leg. We know for a fact that his wife, his sister, is dead. They're wife is dead, his sister is dead, and his daughter, I think there are many people within his family member are dead. We don't know if he's dead, but he has been injured for sure.
So here's a photo this photo is going viral on Iranian social media right now. We don't know if he's dead, but people are saying this is very strange because it seems like this photo of Khamenei up top is very similar to the photo of Mojtaba down below. And they've circled some of the elements of the photo that look exactly the same. And they're basically saying that we think he's dead because like there's just the similarities are it's like very weird. So we don't know.
Actually, Goldie, I have a video of him. He's been spotted. Can I share?
Yes.
Okay, here. He has been spotted here.
Oh my God.
Whoops.
So he's alive. Okay, he's alive. It's in a mall. Okay.
Oh, it's so bad.
That's from that movie, isn't it? Whatever that is called.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, when the war started, didn't Khamenei say, who is now dead, he was boasting about how Donald Trump and America has threatened that they're sending their jets or something like that. But you know what? We can bring them down and put them into the sea. And everyone was going, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Now they have to hide the Ayatollah because they are afraid of being bombed.
Well, that's where the
Or he
boom,
might be dead. Yeah.
that's where the Boom Boom Tel Aviv song comes in, right? I mean, so Armin, I sent you the link to the Boom Boom Tel Aviv song, but AP, you might like this. So as soon as like it was announced that Mojtaba might be the new leader, Iranians came out with a new meme, and this is basically Trump and Bibi going after the new Khamenei. Look at this. It's very quick, but that's like a very famous like jihadi song. And this is basically like an AI generated video of like President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, as if they're like the Imam Mahdi. And they're the Mahdi and they're going after Khamenei. You can see like the jet fighters up ahead.
Oh, it's too short.
Man.
Too short. But Armin, you have both. You have Boom Boom Tel Aviv, and then
Let's do Boom Boom Tel Aviv. Or which one should I do first? Haydar or Boom Boom Tel Aviv?
No, you should do Boom Boom Tel Aviv first, because Boom Boom Tel Aviv. Okay. AP, this is an actual video that the Islamic regime made a few weeks ago as part of their propaganda to basically say that they're going to beat the United States.
Israel, yeah. Okay, so
and Israel, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I also want to point out. Sorry. I also want to point out the funniest part about this video is that Khamenei's right hand like doesn't exist. Like it's literally limp. So the fact that in this AI video it shows that he has two working hands, it's really funny because everyone knows that his hand isn't working. So there you go.
Oh, and also I want to point out that this door is the Khaybar door. So this is Ali, because during the Khaybar battle against the Jews, it was Ali, Imam Ali, the first Imam of Shia Muslims, that managed to open the door with his bare hands for the Muslim to go kill the Jews. So this is now, instead of Imam Ali, this is Ali Khamenei opening the door again because the battle is against Israel. So he's basically opening the gates of Khaybar again to go kill the Jews.
Before you start though, this is a little too much like Durka Allahu Akbar Haydar for me. So in honor of Ramadan, I do need to take a shot to counter the Haydar. Just give me a moment. Happy Ramadan.
Happy Ramadan. Stay hydrated, everyone.
Stay hydrated, everyone. Happy Ramadan.
Happy Ramadan. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
علیم رو ببین فاتح جنگ رو ببین صدای زنگ رو شنیدی خشم تفنگ رو ببین اقتدار رو ببین هوا فضا رو ببین هجوم این سجیل های در شکار رو ببین وقت شکار زمین در غبار خیبر شکن به تاز و ببار در این کار و زار پای الفراز فاتح و فتاح میرسد دوران سلطه اسدالله میرسد دارد صدای منتقم از راه میرسد ریشه ظلم یهود و بزن هرچی بود و بزن بود و نبود و بزن بوم بوم تلاویو هرچی میل ذوالفقار بزن زدی دوباره بزن وقت اقتدار بزن بوم بوم تلاویو یا علی معنی لا قوت الا بالله علی ماشاءالله علی ماشاءالله یا علی علم به دست کیست غیر از آقا علی ماشاءالله علی ماشاءالله به اذن صاحب ما مهدی زهرا بزن ماشاءالله بزن ماشاءالله فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا سلام ای ضربان غیرت ما فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا حافظ پرچم و خاک و عزت ما فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا طوفان بخوان تا میدان بخوان ای ایران بخوان ای ایران نگاهت از ایران به دور آمریکا یه شرور میپاشید در غرور انشاءالله خیابان از ظلم تو خون یک کشور لاله گون اما تو سرنگون انشاءالله این پایان بازیه این پایان بازیه نفرین به تجزیه نفرین به تجزیه تو آشوب و اختشاش تو آشوب و اختشاش نقشه کشت سازیه نقشه کشت سازیه اعتقاد نیست اما اون که رسانه دشمن ازم میخواد نیست اما خونه به دوش نیست اما ایران خونه من وطن فروش نیست اما پرچمو ببریم بالا بالا سلام نظامی حالا حالا پرچمو ببریم بالا بالا سلام نظامی حالا حالا فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا سلام ای ضربان غیرت ما فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا حافظ پرچم و خاک و عزت ما فرمانده کل قوا فرمانده کل قوا.
Okay. Was that not Harris Sultan, AP? I keep saying this is Harris Sultan.
It's not Harris Sultan. Don't.
It's Harris Sultan. This is Harris Sultan.
It's literally.
Is it
Harris.
not? It's literally Harris Sultan. Thank you. Thank you. I knew.
No, it's not. It's not. I'm not gonna let you like slander Harris Sultan like that.
No, I have to say this is the worst song I've ever heard. It was extremely boring and dumb. I tried to enjoy it, but I couldn't.
AP, you were traumatized. I know. Listen, you like to make fun of like the jihadi durgas. You have no idea what Iranian jihadi durga, like the Islamic regime nonsense that we've had to deal with is insane.
This is so bad. Who did you make this?
The Islamic regime made this. This was an official video by the Islamic regime. And they're literally talking about like Haydar and like blowing things. Look, oh yeah, go to the video, go to the photo of like the kissing.
That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to go. There's some gay love here for some reason. Where did it go? Hold on. Where was it? I saw it.
Play it.
Here. Yeah.
Okay, just play it and then pause.
Yeah. There we go. There we go. What is happening here? I don't.
What is this?
I'll see you later tonight. Same time.
Oh my god.
I miss your smell. I've been thinking about you all day.
I'm telling you, AP, David Wood's missing out because you know what? I love your channel. I love watching your live streams.
Oh, yeah.
But you guys haven't seen the Iranian Durga nonsense. Like, David would have a field day with this right now. But AP, this is like the insanity that we
Weird.
Iranians have been dealing with for the last 47 years.
Okay, but I have to say something. Let's be very honest, everybody, no matter what you think about it. Which song was better, mine
Love is
or the
love.
Islamic
Oh, never
regime?
mind.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
well, you know what? When you
Probably.
were gone, Armin said he prefers the Hey Dad song.
No, not that. Not this one. Wait, Goldie, you were supposed to not hear that.
Yeah, well,
Not this one. Yeah, okay. Oh,
Armin said he prefers the Hey Dad song.
I didn't say I
He was
prefer
like, he was
it.
like, it's a banger. It's a banger. And he was like, sometimes when I'm in the shower, I just like slap my chest and I say, Hey Dad.
I didn't say that. You're making stuff up, Goldie. You're just adding so much to what I said. I'm not gonna share my secret. Oh my god.
Okay, so
Oh,
AP,
wow.
your song was better than this one, but it might not be better than the Hey Dad song. So now we're gonna go to
Yeah.
the original.
See, Goldie, you're saying that too now. Okay, now you're giving me so much crap for that, and now you're saying that too. By the way, before we move to before we move that, I just want to ask people, like, what, like, we see a lot of young people, Khamenei surrounded by a lot of young people, but then all of a sudden there's a random old gnome here that doesn't fit in. Like, what is? I don't know what he's doing here, but he seems like 50 years older than everyone else around.
The funny thing is, they were showing this. There was a scene which I noticed where a bunch of ultra-Orthodox religious Jews are running from fire or something like that in the music video. Like that scene would not happen in Tel Aviv, but of course they're trying to make the whole thing very obvious. This is about Jews. You know?
Well, the whole thing is AI.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh. Guys, honestly, I feel bad. Poor AP. AP is traumatized. AP is traumatized because AP's like,
Well-
oh my gosh, we're with you. He's like, I'm with the Iranians. Yeah, AP, you have no idea what's coming.
Yeah, this is actually more traumatizing. In a good way.
Wait, I don't know if we want to traumatize AP.
I can take it.
Are you sure?
You can take it.
Although my
you're-
head's kind of warm and sweaty, but still I can take it.
Well, the thing is, I know you're an ex-Muslim, but you're ex-Sunni, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so ex-Sunni is like way more normal than ex-Shia. Like Shia is like next level.
Well,
yeah,
I mean-
Shia Islam is a higher level of retardation than Sunni Islam.
I agree to an extent. I would say that with Sunni, it's just a bunch of really messed up beliefs, whereas with Shia Islam, it's like really retarded beliefs. With Shia Islam, it's retarded beliefs and kind of like this whole apocalypse stuff the whole time.
Yeah, you know, AP, sometimes I agree with Sunnis when they're criticizing Shias and laughing at them. I'm like, you guys are like, when they're making fun of their hadiths and their crazy beliefs, I'm like, oh no, these Sunnis are right. This is actually so insane. So I
mean, I
those
have
are
to
the only
say,
time.
I hate Islam. I dislike Islam, and I think Shia Islam is horrible as well, and Sunni Islam is
Yeah.
horrible. But my primary issue is always with Sunni Islam. But I have to say, I have to agree with the Sunnis on that point. Like Shia Islam is complete nonsense. It's like it's
Welcome to the nightmare that we Iranians have been dealing with for the last 47 years. We've been occupied by Shia Islam cultists.
Islam is not complete nonsense, and Shia Islam is like twice complete nonsense.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Why do you think
infinite.
AP? Why do you think we're so like extra when it comes to these things? Because we've literally had to deal with Shia Islam, and we're just like, what is this? Like, it's just insane. Anyways,
All right, let's go Haydar. Let's go full Haydar, everyone. That
All
song
right.
was just a warm up. This is the full Haydar song. And it's actually very aggressive, by the way, the meaning of it. So.
خان یهودی بیرون زده از حنجره شاه سعودی تکفیری و وهابی و داعش شده همدست اینها همه زیر سر شیطان بزرگه تا روح خدا در دل این خان شمیده دشمن به خودش یک شب آرام ندیده کم کم همه جا میرسد آوای حسینی پید المللی میشود این ارث خمینی آرام و قرار همه کف به هم خود بیداری اسلامی دنیا که رقم خود با ما سخن از جنگ مگو ما که نمردی ما پاسختان را به دم تیغ سپردی از منطقه ما حذف شده واژه تسلیم در شام و عراق و یمن آماده جنگی در شام عراق و یمن آماده جنگی در ابره حاصل گبابیل ببارد هر قلب کلابی که سجیل ببارد فردا که دم حیدری از کعبه براید فردا که دم حیدری از کعبه براید دوران معاوی صفتها به سرایت این پرچم شیعه است که بر قله دنیا هر کس علی دم بزند هموطن ما یا حیدر کرا زند نقش به زودی یا حیدر کرا زند نقش به زودی یا حیدر کرا زند نقش به زودی بر پرچم سبز عربستان سعودی بر پرچم سبز عربستان سعودی حیدر حیدر
Oh, come on, man. It was too short. I was just getting into it.
Really?
I was just starting to enjoy it, man. What the hell?
Oh, if anybody understands the meaning of this song, they will completely understand the geopolitics of Shia Islam, ethno-Ashari version of Velayat Faqih Shia Islam. But AP, look at this. Look how un-Islamic Shias are. Okay, they're bragging about removing La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah from the green flag of Saudi Arabia, removing it and replacing it with Haydar Karar.
This is such a weird cult, man.
Yeah, look at this. They're openly bragging about removing the Shahadatain and replacing it with Haydar Karar, which is basically Ali. Like, what the hell?
That is very strange, man.
Yeah.
What does it say toward the beginning somewhere? It says something about Yehudi. What does it say? What does he
Oh
say
yeah,
there?
it says the world eating Jews. Oh, let me bring it up. Hold on. Let me see which part was it. So here.
But once again, kind of lame song. It needs more juice.
It needs more Jews. Yeah.
More juice.
Oh yeah, here part. Dunya. Okay. The cry of the world. It says world destroyer, but it's actually saying world eating. So the idea is that the Jews they consume worlds, right? They consume worlds. They're destroyers of worlds. So it's saying the cry of the world destroying devil Jews. And by the way, guys, it doesn't say Israeli. It says Jews.
Yeah. You know what? The one thing is, I was thinking about this earlier today. Like, another video by a Jewish YouTuber popped up where they were talking about Islam or reacting to Islamic fails and all that. I have seen increasingly more Jewish people over the last 2 years talk about Islam and acknowledge how bad it is. And
Wow.
you know, when I was in Israel for the first time, for example, you know, we have heard this our whole lives. You know, I grew up learning from childhood, from early childhood, before I even knew what a Jew is. I was told that Jews are like the greatest evil, and Jews are the enemies of Islam, and they want Muslims gone, they want Islam destroyed. And then you start encountering Jews when you grow up, and it's like they don't care about Islam, or they have kind of some respect for Islam for some weird reason. And
It's Jewish taqiyya. What do you like? It's Jewish taqiyya.
I'm kind of happy to see that over the last 2 years or so, there has been kind of a little bit of an awakening, finally, of Jews to realize what a problem Islam is. They should, because really no Jew should have an ounce of respect for this horribly sick religion that basically describes them as evil, filthy devils and monsters. I was told this when I was a little child. People are taught that all the time. Jews need to wake up and realize that Islam is a problem. They shouldn't have any respect for it.
Yeah,
I'm
listen,
surprised
AP, I 100% agree with you. And I actually met with many Israeli officials, and you're absolutely right. They need to get rid of that mentality, because, like, I'm not Muslim. I've never been Muslim, but I find that one of the mistakes a lot of like Jewish government officials make, or Israeli government officials make when they're speaking with me, is like at the end of a conversation, they'll just be like, "Inshallah, Iran will be free." And I'm just like, "Oh, okay, thanks." And I don't want to say anything, but I'm just like, in my head, I'm like, "Ruh," right? So for some reason, a lot of like Jewish Israeli politicians are just like, "Inshallah, Iran will be free." And I'm like, oh my God, like, what? Right? So I agree with you 100%. Like, Jewish people need to wake up and realize the truth about this book that is basically calling for the extermination of the Jewish people.
Yeah. And I hope it happens.
I had a
very,
debate
very
with Tal on that. Tal,
Oh, yeah, I
like
saw
Tal. Yeah. Oh, you saw that?
I saw it, yeah.
I'm trying to
It was-
convince him that Islam is pure evil.
And I think you actually managed to change his mind a little bit. He even made a,
Yeah,
made a clip about it. He even made a video about it. That you did help him change his mind a little bit about Islam. So that's pretty good.
Wow. Nice.
Tal is a good guy, and I think he needs to wake up more to that
Tal's
stuff. You know?
amazing.
I
Tal is
You know
love
what?
Tal.
Ju-
I love
Jewish,
Tal.
you know what it is? Jewish people have really good hearts, great hearts, and Jewish people just want peace with everyone. They just want to live their lives. They just want to, have peace, right? And unfortunately, it's this like 7th century Islamic jihadi ideology that has been targeting the Jewish people for 1400 years. And yet they still want to make peace. And then in my head, I'm like, as an Iranian, I'm like,
I talked about this so much with last time I went to
Really?
Israel with the Israeli officials, with Jonathan Conricus, who was the IDF spokesperson. I asked him extensively, like, what is this whole thing about? Like, why would you again and again try to make peace with these guys, compromise with these guys, believe them when they supposedly are peaceful and not attack and all that? Why didn't you guys fight back harder? Why did you guys ignore them saying for decades, the time is coming, we will soon eradicate the Jews and all that? And he basically explained it to me. He said, well, honestly, I now agree with you, but the problem with us is that we often don't believe Muslims when they tell us exactly what they want to do. We usually think they exaggerate. We think they're just bluffing. We think it's just the way they talk. We think it's just something they say. We think it's not actually going to happen. People just exaggerate. And this is how Jonathan Conricus himself explained it to me. And eventually we saw that they are not just talking, they actually do these things. And there simply is no hope making any agreement with these people, with Hamas and their likes. So now they have, after October 7, they have crossed a line, and there is no coming back from it.
so first of all, I love the fact that you still have your turban on when Armin and I took off our Sorry, I took a screenshot. So I literally have a screenshot I'm going to post on X and be like, AP exposes himself because he's wearing a turban.
I didn't even realize you guys took it off. I'm not paying it.
What? You didn't realize that I took off my hijab?
You're enjoying this too much, IP.
For some reason, I completely missed that. I'm looking at you guys, but I didn't realize that you guys are not wearing it.
He's getting comfortable with the turban. Oh no.
He's going back to his roots, just like Armin going back to his roots. Listen, it's okay. Armin said he likes the Haydar song, so now AP's going back to his roots. Ayatollah AP.
I'm gonna look that up and listen to it all night, man.
Oh my gosh, it's a
I'll be right
banger.
back.
It's a banger. Don't worry, it's a banger.
I'll be right back.
But I'm just teasing. But
Oh, he's gonna.
oh my
Wait,
gosh, I
I'll
was
take
gonna
it
say
over.
something. So what I was going to
There you go. It was easy. Sorry.
no, it's all good. It's so funny. Wait, what was I saying? Oh my gosh, I totally forgot my line of thinking now because I got distracted by his turban. I had a really important thing to say, but now I forgot.
Something I was talking about Jonathan Conricus, and I asked him about what the stuff that Hamas says, and he said we just don't believe them.
Yes, exactly. So what I was going to ask you is, so do you think that what is happening today with the extermination of the Islamic regime and Khamenei, I have a feeling that this goes back to what Prime Minister Netanyahu said after October 7, when he said, we're going to go after every single person who is responsible for the death of Israeli people and Jews on October 7. And it may have taken 2.5 years, but I truly believe what's happening today is because Khamenei planned and funded October 7. And now, he effed A and now he's effing O. Do you
Yes.
agree?
No, definitely. I think, and it is very well known. It is uncontroversial at this point that the Islamic regime funded and supported the October 7 terrorist attacks. That they were holding meetings, they were behind it. There were apparently some misunderstandings and some miscommunications, so not everyone was completely sure and on board on when it's going to start and how it's going to start. And apparently Yahya Sinwar kind of fumbled things a little bit. But they were all together in on it, and the Islamic Republic was funding it and arranging it and having Hezbollah in and come and support them. So Netanyahu made it quite clear, Israel made it quite clear that they are responsible for this and they will be taken out. So I think the sentiment in Israel in general is that everybody has been waiting for this. It was clear, it was supposed to happen, it was meant to happen, that they're going to eventually take out the Islamic regime, and now it's finally happening. It just took a while. So I completely agree.
By the way, there was an IRGC leader that just came out and confirmed that the October 7th was their, as he says, courageous fighters. So now we have actually just 22 hours ago, we have that from IRGC October. So you're completely right, and now they're openly admitting it now.
Yeah, I mean, you had already Hamas openly say that that they are especially thankful to Iran, to the Islamic Republic. They already said that after the October 7 terrorist attacks. Hezbollah was very clearly in on it. And it can't be that Hezbollah and Hamas are just independently collaborating. They were clearly in on it and joined in as soon as Hamas started. And Hezbollah works on the orders of the Islamic Republic. So it is just very clear. There is overwhelming evidence that the Islamic Republic was behind October 7, and which is why they need to be taken out. I mean, they messed with the wrong guy, right? For decades now, they said we will destroy Israel, we will destroy Israel, we will destroy the Jews, and then the war starts, and then.
AP, imagine, like, given everything they have done so far in the past 47 years, imagine what they would have done when they became nuclear and they would know that they're now untouchable. Imagine
Sorry,
how much.
I'm sorry. We have a new message from President Trump. Sorry. So President Trump posted this about 30 minutes ago. And he said, if Iran, he means the Islamic regime, does anything that stops the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, Hormuz, they will be hit by the United States of America 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. Additionally, we will take out easily destroyable targets that will make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back as a nation again. Death, fire, and fury will rain upon them. But I hope and pray that it does not happen. This is a gift from the United States of America to China and all of those nations that heavily use the Hormuz Strait. Hopefully, it is a gesture that will be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So, guys, we need to explain this. I need to explain this to you before all the Iranians here freak out and panic. So, guys, President Trump is saying this. Baby, okay, let me say this in Persian and then I will translate in English. So, دوستان دونالد ترامپ داره اینو میگه چون که میدونه که نفت چین، ببین خیلی از نفت چین از همین رژیم میاد. اوکی، پس دونالد ترامپ داره چیکار میکنه؟ داره یه جوری اینو مینویسه که خود چین بیاد روی جمهوری اهریمنی اسلامی فشار بذاره که اونا بیان تسلیم بشن. اوکی، این اولین باره که پرزیدنت ترامپ اسم چین رو آورده توی این چیزا. یعنی در واقع چون که میدونه که چین خیلی قدرت داره به چین میگه اگه تو میخوای نفت بگیری، اگه تو میخوای این نفت رو like if you want the oil to continue coming to you، چین باید یه جوری بیاد به سمت آمریکا و بر علیه رژیم مبارزه بکنه. Okay, so let me translate this into English. So, guys, this message is not for the Islamic regime because we already know, we've already explained, the Islamic regime is a murderous death cult. They will never surrender. The radicals will never surrender. So, this message is actually meant for China. Okay? So, and you're right. This has always been about China. The Islamic regime is literally a domino on the path to China. So, what President Trump is saying here is he's saying indirectly to China, if you want to continue getting resources from the Middle East, if you want to continue getting resources from the region, you better put pressure on the Islamic regime to surrender. So, this is actually a humanitarian move because President Trump is now forcing China to come on board and say to the Islamic regime, maybe you should surrender. And I guarantee you, when money is involved and economics is involved, both China and Russia will come on board because President Trump is, America is the superpower here. So, don't look at this and think that this is there's a saying in Persian. Armin, اینو دارم درست میگن که وقتی که میگی مثلا به در میگی که دیوار بشنوه.
آره درسته.
Is it به در میگی که دیوار بشنوه or is it به در میگی که پنجره بشنوه? Something like that.
No پنجره. No پنجره.
Okay. So guys, به همیهنان فارسیمون داره این یه نمونه‌ایه که پرزیدنت ترامپ داره میگه به در میگی که دیوار بشنوه. یعنی پرزیدنت ترامپ داره مثلا یه چیزی به رژیم میگه ولی در واقع داره به چین میگه که الان موقعشه که بیاین به سمت ما و برای چین و روسیه نفت خیلی مهمه. یعنی داره یه جوری کاری میکنه که چین و روسیه روی رژیم فشار بذارن. That's all I'm gonna say. That's what's happening here. پس اصلا نگران نباش. ببین به خاطر این اولین بار توی پیامش گفت که ببین این داره میگه این یه هدیه از طرف آمریکا به چین هست. کی تو عمرش پرزیدنت ترامپ گفته ما میخوایم به چین هدیه بدیم. Anyway, sorry. You can translate and there you go. That's my Persian translation.
It could also be because they're trying to convince China to not get involved with supporting the Islamic Republic in these operations?
I mean, I first read this and thought, oh, that's not I don't like this, because it says it will be impossible for Iran to ever be built back as a nation again. But yeah, it's like optics-wise, it looks not nice. But as you explained it, it seems like a good strategic move to have China, to send a strong message to China. And also because of oil prices, it's a global concern right now.
So, I mean, this is a challenging part here because this is why, like, you know, as Iranians, we're sticklers about making that distinction between Iran and the Islamic regime, right? So, for example, President Trump a few days ago, he put out a message and he said, there will be, wait, let me pull this up. So he said, there will be no deal with Iran. When he means Iran, like when he says Iran, he means the Islamic Republic. So there will be no deal with the Islamic Republic except unconditional surrender. After that, and the selection of a great and acceptable leader, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future. Make Iran great again, MIGA. So President Trump has already said, make Iran great again. But then he also says there will be no deal with Iran. So this is why, like, as Iranians, we're sticklers about the language because we understand what President Trump means, but a lot of people don't. And, you know, a lot of Iranians also might not get the nuance here. So this is why we always ask people to make a distinction between the Islamic regime and Iran. Because this first highlighted part, right? The first highlighted part, he's not actually speaking about Iran, he's speaking about the Islamic regime. And then at the end of the message, he says, Iran will have a great future, make Iran great again. So he is making a distinction, but because the language is not clear enough, that's what makes people concerned, or, you know, like, that's what it is. So for example here, so I know, like, when he says if Iran does anything, he's actually referring to the Islamic regime, right? And then when he says we'll make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever be built back, this part he means the Islamic regime. However, this particular threat is not for the Iranian people, because he's already promised the Iranian people that they're going to rebuild and make Iran great again. This is more for China and Russia. They're threatening China and Russia. I do wish the comms people were more clear, but that's what he means here. And it's just because tensions and emotions are high, people are going to misread this.
Yeah, one thing that needs to be kept in mind also is from the history of Donald Trump, who he is, how he talks, how he has talked as a president consistently. He likes to speak in hyperbole. He likes to exaggerate. He likes to, say things and not literally mean them, to strongly send a message. He has a way with words. So he's definitely using severe hyperbole here. The only problem with that is if you use severe hyperbole here, it's like it's very obvious that that it's not likely to happen, what he's insinuating. However, it could send a message on how serious he is about this matter directly to the Islamic regime and also to China. So you're not supposed to take it literally that there's actually going to be death, fire, and fury that will destroy that'll destroy Iran forever or anything like that. However, the strong language that he's using here, he's using it specifically to show how serious he actually is with this, and how seriously he takes this issue, how much he wants China and the Islamic regime to take a hint.
See, the problem here is that President Trump, I mean, I don't know, maybe we should analyze the rest. Like, we never finished analyzing the rest of President Trump's speech, which we need to do, but I know it's getting a little bit late. But
Can I before we go to that, I would want to comment on this as
yeah,
well.
of course. Go ahead.
Yeah. So based on my observation, on Iranians on my Persian channel, a lot of Iranians really like what the language that, for example, Prime Minister Netanyahu uses. They really like the way that he addresses the Iranian people. Where President Trump, sometimes he says something that they get really excited, and then sometimes he says something that they start panicking and get disappointed, right? But what I tell them is that when it comes to President Trump, judge what he does more than what he says, right? Because I tell them that President Trump has a habit of thinking out loud and just saying so many different things, and then he looks at the reaction that people have in response to the things he says, and his actions are based on the type of reaction that he gets based on by everything that he puts out there, right? It's not like Prime Minister Netanyahu that he goes and evaluates and everything, and then he puts out a statement out there that has like the maximum impact on the right people. It's more about, I'll just put everything out there and see how different people react to it, and then I'll decide what to do based on those reactions, right? So you have to be careful, because if you get triggered and have a negative reaction, then you're going to be not on the list of people that President Trump has a positive view on, right? So just look at the actions. And so far, guys, if you look at the actions of President Trump so far, it has been so much on the right in the right path, in the right direction. So much it has been in the right direction, and even that has happened even with all the statements that has concerned you before. So he has said so many things so far that concerned you, but eventually, when it came to action, he did the thing that you were hoping that he would do, right? So imagine how much the price that we would have paid if you came out and lashed against President Trump because of the wrong language that he's using. All you're doing, if you do that, is you're giving ammunition to the Islamic Republic. So the Islamic Republic tries to use these types of statements as a way to turn you Iranians against President Trump to reduce his political capital. So be careful not to be used by the Islamic Republic. You have to be very careful when you're going about doing this.
I just want to also add something really quickly, especially for all the Iranians who are watching and listening. So ببین مگه چند روز پیش خود رژیم داشت یه داستان درست میکرد که مثلا آمریکا میخواد کردای عراقی بیان و تو جنگ شرکت بکنند و ایران چی میدونم تجزیه بشه whatever. یادتون میاد در عرض 24 ساعت یه دفعه یه اخباری اومد بالا، یه خبری اومد که کردای عراقی میخوان بیان و ایرانو تجزیه بکنن. بعد از اون کاری که اومد، پرزیدنت ترامپ چی کار کرد؟ گفت که نه، ما اصلا نمیخوایم کردای عراقی get involved، ما نمیخوایم اونا تو این جنگ باشن، ما نمیخوایم قضیه رو complicated بکنیم، اونا باید بیرون بمونن و ما فقط با مردم ایران میخوایم کار بکنیم. ببین همین که دوستان، همین قضیه باید به شما اطمینان بده که پرزیدنت ترامپ میدونه داره چی کار میکنه. اوکی؟ پس لطفاً ببین وقتی که پرزیدنت ترامپ میاد میگه که ما نمیخوایم کردای خارجی بیان درگیر این جریان بشن، دیگه that's it. یعنی پرزیدنت ترامپ همه چی رو میدونه. لطفاً بهش کمی اطمینان بکنین. ولی الان مهم اینه که ما به عنوان ملت ایرانی فقط بگیم جاوید شاه و کینگ رضا پهلوی. این خیلی مهمه، این خیلی خیلی مهمه. اینو میخواستم بگم. پس لطفاً نذارین که رژیم یا اصلاح‌طلبا بیان حرفای پرزیدنت ترامپ رو بیان عوض بکنند و چی میدونم دروغ بهتون بگن. چون که پرزیدنت ترامپ از ابتدا طرفدار ما بوده و تو سخنرانی امروزش هم یه جورایی گفت جاوید شاه. All right, there you go. Sorry.
Okay, sorry, AP. He's just being patient with us.
I like it. I like it. I have to go. I have to go though. So
All right. Well, thank you for joining us.
it was
were
nice
honored to
joining
have
you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
AP, we will never, ever, ever forget. I speak on behalf of many, many Iranians when I say we will never forget you being on our side and supporting us in these really difficult times. So really appreciate it. Thank you.
It means a lot to me, and it's an honor to me. And I only say that because I want one of the IRGC mansions for myself. So,
Listen,
we'll secure one
can
for you.
You can have. Wait. You can have whatever mansion you want, but you have to dance to this song with us. It's a Persian song. So we did the Durka Durka, but now you have to dance to an actual Persian song. And you can read the lyrics while we're dancing, okay? Before you go. And AP, you have to do the Trump dance.
I can't do that.
Are you playing it or should I play it?
No, I'll play it, but AP,
Okay.
you got to do the Trump dance. So you don't have to do it, but whenever President Trump is dancing, you have to do the Trump dance. Okay?
Yes.
Only when President Trump is dancing. All right.
Yes.
And then for the rest of the time, just read the subtitles so you can get the lyrics of our Persian rap songs.
شما نتونستید بچه ها حضرت امام خامنه ای ملکوت اعلی پیوست شما پیروز نشدید انا لله
Sorry, AP, for traumatizing you.
I like that actually.
Welcome to Iran Revolution Live. I know you and David Warner, you guys are cute, but you want to know what we really think about Islam? Come join Iran Revolution Live.
I'm very, very happy. I will come again. And
Bring
I'm
David
very,
next time. We were honored to have you. We'll traumatize David next time with
I
the
will let you
Mullah
know.
singing song.
I will message him right away. Thank you so much for having me, inviting me.
Well,
It was so good to see you again.
And honestly, AP, just thank you so much for being an ally of Iranians. Thank you for making that song. You know, it's we have been feeling so isolated for the last 47 years. So we appreciate every single person who has been a voice for us and who has spoken out for us. And honestly, the fact that you put Nika Shukout on me in that music video, you honor us. You truly honor us. Like we Iranians were so blessed to have an ally like you. You're one of us. And AP, anything that we can ever do to support you or your cause, you would let us know. Like we're family. We're basically family, and we will have your back 100% always.
That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
You're not alone. You have 100 million Iranians who back you. I promise you.
I love
100
you
million
guys.
Iranians back you.
This issue is very close to my heart. I love you guys, and I'm here to see a free Iran together.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
And also an IRGC mention, of course.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, of course. You know what? We'll give you Khamenei's compound. You can rebuild it yourself. How about that?
All right. Thank you guys. Have a good night.
All right.
See you.
Bye.
Have a good night.
See you. Oh, that was so nice.
It's great. But you know what, Armin, I kind of feel bad
Yes.
for this. I feel bad for the Sunni ex-Muslims because they love to like talk about like ex-Islam and whatever, but the Sunni ex-Muslims have no idea what Shia ex-Islam is like. Hey, the poor guy. I feel like he was a little bit traumatized, just a little bit.
Yeah. You know, Goldie, the way I like to say, I think Islam as a whole is a death cult, but Shias take the death part to a whole other level. To a whole other level.
Yep. 100%. It's like there's death cult, and then there's like death cult times like 10,000 or something. And then that's what we Iranians have been dealing with, right? So that's why for many of us Iranians, Sunni Islam seems normal. Only because of the insanity that we've dealt with like Shia Islam, right? So there you go.
Wow, Goldie, we have been going on for
I know
10 hours.
I know. We need to end the live stream. We still have to do the analysis of President Trump's speech, but we'll have to do it tomorrow. So I know the internet's shut down, so I'll message you. We might have to start our live stream earlier tomorrow, just so that we can finish the analysis of President Trump. Because we do need to end it. I need to go to bed as well.
Oh, somebody's asking me, Armin, can you elaborate on that? Join my discussion group. I elaborate there like I would love to go into the details of Shia Islam in the discussion group. Come and ask me there. But yes, I can elaborate there. I like discussing Durga. Goldie, I actually enjoy I feel like I'm studying a virus or a disease or something, like a scientist when I'm studying Islam.
No, it's not a virus. It's a cure. You're creating the antibody. You're creating the vaccine, and the vaccine and the antibodies are spreading around. So you're creating the cure.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, wow.
There
That's
you
so
go.
sweet. I love that. I'll take that. Okay.
Wait, someone's saying there's a press conference at 8 a.m. Wait, who's doing a press conference at 8 a.m.? What?
A press conference by who? By Trump? Person Trump? Oh, that you guys are being so sweet in the chat. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I will tell her.
Wait, what? Wait, let's see. What is this? Oh, what? President Trump is going to do a press conference at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Eastern, which is like, you know what time that is your time. Wait, is this true? Wait. Let me. I have to double check this. No. Why would what?
You think something big is happening? Yeah. There must be.
Why? Wait. But let's find out if this is true. Let me go to Fox News because Fox News always Oh yeah, see. Okay. So Texas. Wait, where is it? Texas is saying Department of War presser at 8 a.m. Okay, so it's not necessarily President Trump, it's a Department of War. So it's Pete Hegseth. It's Pete Hegseth. Guys, don't say Trump. Like if you say President Trump is different than Department of War. You can't just say that.
Okay, so I don't have to wake up at 5 a.m., I guess.
Well, I'm going to wake up at 5 a.m. because I'm going to watch the press conference from the Department of War and Pete Hegseth.
Well, that's 8 a.m. for you, Goldie.
Yeah, but
yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna watch. Obviously, I'm gonna watch. Okay, Goldie, you're so okay. Good for you. Okay, I'm gonna be sleeping. You're so great. Okay.
But Armin, do you want to miss this though? Operation.
Well, as soon as I wake up, I'm gonna watch it on double speed. As soon as I get up, so I'm gonna be
okay.
fine.
But what if it's big news? Remember, like when the whole thing happened, I was calling you for like 3 hours, and I was like,
okay.
Wait.
Okay, I'll be up at 5 a.m. But if it's important, I'll jump on.
Well, I don't know. Listen, I don't know if it's important or not. But all I'm saying is, you know what? You've actually
wait a minute. Somebody's saying Armin. What are you talking? Somebody in the chat is saying Armin slipped through the whole first day of Epic Fury. Anyways, can I ban this person? Can I ban? I miss an hour and a half of it. Can I ban this person, Goldie?
Listen, you can ban whoever you want. I don't care. Ban them.
I'm kidding.
Anyone who insults you, ban them.
I'm kidding.
But okay, but can I just say something? I need to share this with you because I was. Oh my gosh! Wait, where is this? What? 62, 61, 60. Wait, where is it? Okay, but you have to see that.
Oh, what happened?
You have to see like how crazy this was. So let me like. Okay, so this was like. Wait.
History waits for your
So this was the night. This was the night that I heard about the news, and then I was trying to call you. Right.
Yeah. Okay. But
so just watch because I was like panicking. I was calling you like every like 5 minutes, and you weren't waking up, and I was like, I don't know what's going on. Literally, this is like me at 2 a.m.
Oh my god.
Look, do you see me? Do you see me on the phone?
Yeah.
I'm literally calling you. I was no, don't apologize. It's just funny, but I was like literally trying to call you. I'm like, Armin, where are you? And then
But the good part of it at least is that when I came, people are saying I never forget the reaction of Armin when you told me, like when I jumped in, right? So
that
was good.
Was epic. Okay. So here, let's go to the part. Yeah, he finally picked up. See? The attack by the Islamic regime. Okay, so here's the first one. Wait, let's go to the part where I call you. It was so good. All I understood was America and Iran. Let me chat GPT this. Let me ChatGPT this so I can see what it's saying. Translate from Arabic to. I'm assuming he's saying something like the Iranian regime has strikes the American base, maybe. Let's see. Wait. Oh, okay. So he's basically saying they hit Bahrain, guys. They hit it. They hit the American base. Iran hit them.
They hit Bahrain, guys. They hit the American base. Iran hit them.
So this gentleman in back is saying that the Islamic regime hits the American base. Whether it's confirmed or not, we don't know, but that's what the video is saying. When you were still asleep. Wow. Okay. What's FIR? Tehran FIR closed. I don't know what FIR is. Oh wow. Okay, so now we're getting the confirmation. So blast in Abu Dhabi, blast in Kuwait, blast in Riyadh. Several Iraq PMU worship members were following the airstrikes on southwest of Baghdad. Huge blast, Urmia, West Azerbaijan province. Oh, seems like there were interceptions. Okay, so now he's confirming there were interceptions over the UAE. Okay, interceptions over the UAE. This is 5 minutes ago. Several blasts in Several blasts in Jordan, and then cruise missiles over Bazar neighborhood of Tehran moments before impact. Wow.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, let's go back a few seconds there because I want to get the phone call. Okay, I think it might be here. So this is where, like, I think I finally was able to get a hold of you. Like, I took a break because I had been, like, live streaming for, like, 2 hours nonstop.
My phone doesn't ring, by the way. Oh, there we go.
Oh, wait. But, no, wait, that's... Okay, we're just normal Iranians. We don't want to be part of... But I called you. When I called you, disgusting can. When I called you, I thought we don't care about what I had it on camera. I'm pretty sure. The regime names are The regime name. Okay. Blast. Okay. So this is what that we have like now. So this is it's shut in. Okay, so here. Wait. On ChatGPT, see what he. Something
was Goldie live on air where she called me, guys?
I thought I was. Wait, let me see. Oh, hit it.
They hit the American.
Oh, so the name hit it. Fires. So blast were eliminated of. Now he's confused in house over. So Tehran and his love. It's so Iranian. He's laughing. You feel? Yeah, Armin has 3 hours. And I've been for almost still asleep. I do feel bad for the poor puppy. Armin is still asleep. Armin has no idea. I've been awake for almost 3 hours now. I've been awake for 3 hours, and I've been trying to get Armin to wake up. It's okay. Just watch. It's funny, and he's not waking up. Just watch. It's epic. He's getting a good sleep. Me, not so much.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry.
Don't apologize. It's funny. Armin's going to be so mad at himself. This is historic. Don't apologize. Armin! Armin! Zadan! Zadan! بیا دیگه 3 ساعت دارم به زنگ میزنم بیا دیگه
Oh no.
Victory!
Oh my God. I said, Madam.
Oh my gosh. Victory.
Wow. I'm so shocked.
No, I can't. I can't bug Tusi. Listen, Tusi has a whole team. We recorded that moment in history when you're just like, shit. And I'm like, Zadan. And you're like, Madam. You have no idea what's going on. You're like,
Madam. Oh my God, Goldie. When I picked up the phone and you say Zadan, when I heard you hear Zadan, my entire world turned upside down. Like as soon as you hit Zadan, like my mind is like, it's happening. we're entering, like, as soon as you hit Zadan, I was like, this is a new chapter in our history.
I know. And honestly, like, I had the same reaction when Petito, so he called me, but I was asleep. But then I woke up and I saw a missed call. So I called him back and I'm like, because Petito doesn't call me at like 2 a.m. my time. And I'm like, what's
Right.
going on? Like, I thought it was an emergency, like maybe one of his friends like needs help or something. And he was like, hit them, they hit them. And I was like, so anyway, so let's now continue. Let's get your reaction. Tusi has a whole team. I sent Armin so this is after
By the way, Tusi fell.
He
Oh,
fell
yeah? Go on.
asleep. Oh, Tusi found out last. You and we found out first.
Tusi slept through it way longer than I did, and you guys are
100%.
giving me so much shit.
Yeah, don't give Armin any shit. The only reason I found out about this is because I literally have chronic insomnia. So that's how I know about this. Otherwise, I would have slept through it. But message. But I was so happy. Yeah, he finally picked up. See? You heard it live. Poor guy. He's like, khapudam. Armin is going to lose his mind. What should we show him first?
Oh, wow.
Oh, you know what? We'll show him.
You guys are
We'll
so
show
cute.
him the high school boys. The high school boys that are cheering.
That's a good one.
It's a good
Oh,
one.
you guys
It's a
are
good
so
one.
sweet.
Okay,
You
guys.
guys are so sweet.
Give me like 30 seconds to for a quick health break. I'll be back. Armin, I was literally broadcasting like the strikes on my own. You left me. Tusi was gone. I was by myself. There were so many people in the chat, and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so scared.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no. It's okay. No, it's okay. I'm teasing. No, don't. I'm just teasing. I'm teasing. But it was fun. It was fun because at least it gave me an opportunity to like wake up. Like I literally had like 3 cups of coffee while I was waiting for you to wake up. Because Armin, I went to bed at like 11 at night, and then I woke up at like 1:30, 2 o'clock. So here I'm back. Oh, and then I'm on mute here because I'm just also exhausted. So, and they're like, "Oh, I'm on mute," and then everyone's like, "You're on mute." Oh, there you are.
Look at my
Armin.
What happened?
I have so many videos for you, Armin. زدن تو بیت رهبری، زدن تو چی میدونم Ministry of Interior، همه جا زدن. اقلا 7-8 تا شهر رو زدن. اسرائیل دقیقا همون چیزی که گفتی. Remember we spoke about this, guys. Everyone put Armin is always right. Okay, so this is a crazy part because a few hours before this, Armin and I had a phone conversation on WhatsApp, and Armin said to me, Goldie, I think Israel's going to hit, and they're going to maybe hit sooner than we think, and they're going to hit all the places. Remember, Armin, we had that conversation?
Yeah.
That was the same night.
Yeah, the same night, right before we went to sleep.
Yeah, in the chat, because right after the live stream, Armin and I spoke about this, and Armin said, Goldie, I think Israel is going to strike first, and then the United States will follow up. Armin, that's exactly what happened. And Israel confirmed it.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. It's happening, Goldie. It's happening. It's really Is it really happening, or am I still sleeping?
No, it's really happening. I also have 2 messages for you, one from King Reza Pahlavi and one from President Trump. But here you go. Just very, very quickly, look at this. Oh, wait, I forgot to. I need to bring up my screen. Sorry. Look at this.
How long is this? How long has this been going?
It started at like 3 hours. It started about 3 hours ago. پوتین تو گفت 5:30 به وقت ایران 5:30 صبح. He contacted me around let me see. So he contacted me around like 1. He contacted me around like 1:30. No, 1 o'clock. 1 a.m. my time. So it's been like about 3 hours. 3 hours that this is going on. Do you want to hear King Reza Pahlavi's message first or President Trump's message first?
Prince Reza Pahlavi, please.
Okay.
Goldie, I forgot how nice you were being to me. I was so shocked. I didn't even. Thank you, Goldie.
Oh, you even said thank you. I'm sorry. I tried to wake you up because I know you said to call you if something.
Yeah,
happened.
no,
So-
I'm so grateful. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't apologize. We felt bad for you because we were like, oh no, this is like the kid that stays home one day from school and then they miss all the action. So, okay.
همیهنان عزیزم
Just look at Armin's
لحظاتی
expression.
سرنوشت ساز پیش روی ماست. کمکی که رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده به مردم شجاع ایران وعده داده بود اکنون رسیده است. این یک مداخله بشردوستانه است و هدف آن جمهوری اسلامی دستگاه سرکوب و ماشین کشتار آن است، نه کشور و ملت بزرگ ایران. اما با وجود رسیدن این کمک، پیروزی نهایی همچنان به دست ما رقم خواهد خورد. این ما ملت ایران هستیم که در این آخرین نبرد کار را تمام خواهیم کرد. زمان بازگشت به خیابانها نزدیک است. اکنون که جمهوری اسلامی در حال فروپاشی است، پیام من به نیروهای نظامی، انتظامی و امنیتی کشور روشن است. شما سوگند خورده اید حافظ ایران و ملت ایران باشید، نه حافظ جمهوری اسلامی و سرکردگانش. وظیفه شما دفاع از مردم است، نه دفاع از رژیمی که با سرکوب و جنایت میهن ما را به گروگان گرفته است. به ملت بپیوندید و به یک گذار باثبات و امن کمک کنید. در غیر این صورت با کشتی در هم شکسته خامنه‌ای و رژیمش غرق خواهید شد. و پیام من به رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده پرزیدنت ترامپ این است: ملت شریف ایران با وجود سرکوب و کشتار وحشیانه این رژیم نزدیک به 2 ماه با دلاوری ایستادگی کرد. اینک از شما می‌خواهم بیشترین احتیاط ممکن را برای حفظ جان غیر نظامیان و هممیهنانم به کار ببرید. مردم ایران متحدان طبیعی شما و جهان آزادند و یاری شما در سخت‌ترین دوره تاریخ معاصر ایران را فراموش نخواهند کرد. و به شما هممیهنان عزیزم در ایران، در این ساعتها و روزهای حساس بیش از هر زمان دیگر باید بر هدف نهایی خود متمرکز بمانیم: باز پس گرفتن ایران. من از شما می‌خواهم که در حال حاضر در خانه‌های خود بمانید و آرامش و امنیت خود را حفظ کنید. هوشیار و آماده باشید تا در زمان مناسب که به طور دقیق به اطلاع شما خواهم رساند برای اقدام نهایی به خیابانها بازگردید. پیام‌های من را از طریق شبکه‌های اجتماعی و رسانه‌های ماهواره‌ای دنبال کنید. اگر در اینترنت و ماهواره اختلال ایجاد شد، از طریق امواج رادیویی با شما در تماس خواهم بود. ما به پیروزی نهایی بسیار نزدیکیم. می‌خواهم هر چه زودتر در کنار شما باشم تا با هم ایران را پس بگیریم و دوباره بسازیم. پاینده ایران.
Good morning, Armin. Welcome to day 63 of Iran Revolution Live with your amazing host, the wonderful Armin Navabi.
And your amazing host called Khamenei.
Oh my gosh! Listen, I played this so as soon as I started the live stream, this message came out and I played it and I was crying, and then so now you're making me emotional. You're making me cry again. Do you want to translate or should I? You know what? I'll translate. You take some time to absorb this because let's go forward a little bit and let's go to President Trump's message because your reaction for President Trump, Armin, remember, this only happened like a week ago.
Only really? Are you sure? This was a wow.
This was
Holy
Saturday.
crap.
This was Saturday last week. It feels like it was a
You're
lifetime
right.
ago. It feels
So
like
much has happened.
yeah. It feels like it was a lifetime ago, but this was only Saturday of last week. And satellite media. If there are disruptions to the internet and close together, live Iran.
The help. Is it going? Is this Goldie? Really happening? Can I just say something?
happening,
I felt
Goldie?
like, is it really happening? Like, are we really going? Is this? داریم ایران رو پس میگیریم واقعا داریم ایران رو پس میگیریم.
Patipto's asleep.
Tabrik.
He's asleep.
Oh.
He's here, but he's asleep. Patipto's the one that called me. My phone was on silent, so I didn't even hear his call, but he called me. And then like a few minutes later, for some reason, I just woke up. Is it really happening? I don't know. Do you want to hear President Trump's message?
Yes, please.
You're so polite.
Yes, please.
Short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was
Wait, sorry. I think my browser lost connection to audio. So let me re-add that. Sorry. I had a glitch with my live stream. Oh. Sorry. You're going to like your reaction here. And then after this, we'll call it a night. But here you go, Armin.
targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood.
Armin's guys, so this is Armin still in shock. Like he's still trying to wake up. Like poor Armin, he's still trying to wake up and realize like what is going on right now. So I feel bad. Like it's literally
You know,
sensory
Goldie,
overload.
you know what I was thinking about the most at this moment?
What?
All the people in Iran on my Persian show that I promised that help is coming, and I was worried, what if I told them, what if I give them false hope? And I just so for all those days and for the years that I told them that the liberation of Iran comes with our friendship with Israel, for so many, and then eventually when it was happening these days, I was telling guys it's happening, and it's happening. And every time when I would left my show and my Persian show, when I was talking to Iranian people, I always thought like, what if it doesn't happen? Like for so years I've told them this, and if it doesn't happen, and when this happening, I felt like the weight of the world was just lifted off of my shoulder.
Guys, Armin is always right. Armin is always right with a capital. Caps. Armin is always right.
No, not always, but thank you.
And guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protest. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program.
Hi guys, I'm back.
Natanz and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies
can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people.
Can you just appreciate your expression for a moment? You're just like, it's like I'd already been through this, so I'm fully enjoying this. So that's like my present for waking up earlier. But Armin's just like, I love this.
Including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. And it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Look at the face of Armin. Look at Armin's face. I love you, Armin, by the way.
I love you too.
Don't cry. You're my man. This is the day. This is the day that we have been waiting for it.
Is this really happening?
Yeah, it's happening. I have more great news too.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
We also have to play.
I forgot how amazing that day was. That was one of the best days.
Day 63, guys. Day 63, part 1 of Iran Revolution Live. The best episode. The best episode. Yeah. You guys can go
When
back.
he called,
Sorry?
When you said I call upon when he called upon the Iranian people and told them, because that was when he said that, I was like, oh, this is not just an attack. This is full regime change. Like we said, he made it very clear that this is about preparing the path for the Iranian people to just come and finish the job. Like, this is it. This is really happening.
And that's why I always say we need to take a holistic approach, because between that day, February 28th, and today, March 9, a lot has happened. But it's really important that we focus on the main goal. And one of the ways that we can focus on the goal is to take a holistic approach and look at all the various factors, right? So,
Goldie, can I just say, from all the people on the planet, I'm so glad that I shared that moment with you. I'm so glad. It's such an honor.
it's an honor for me. It's an honor for me because we were doing Iran Revolution live for 63 days, and then on day 63 it happened.
It did.
And it was an honor
As
for
you
me
said,
to be there with you as well and experience that.
yeah. And Goldie, it happened as you told us. Every time I had my doubts, I would come. Remember, a couple of times I came to you for reassurance. Remember? I was every time I felt a little bit shaky and losing hope, I came to you and you told us that it's going to happen, and it happened exactly as you mentioned.
100%. We need to finish analyzing President Trump's speech, because he had like a 40-minute talk and we're only like 11 minutes in, guys. So we have to finish the analysis tomorrow. So I will coordinate with Armin to find a time to do the analysis. With respect to Pete Hegseth doing his update, if you guys want, I'm happy to start the live stream early, and I'm happy to broadcast Pete Hegseth. But he's doing his update at 8 a.m. Eastern. So like I'll update, I can do it, I can broadcast it, but I won't be here for that because I have like some things I need to do. And then when Pete Hegseth is done, I'll probably play like just some footage of different videos or whatever. And then whenever Armin and I are ready to come live, we'll let you know. So if you guys want, I can start the live stream early, but we won't be around for a few hours. So it's up to you. You can go watch it on your own, or I can broadcast it and you can watch it in our live stream chat. Let me know. Anyways, Armin, I just want to share that with you because I know
That was so beautiful. Thank you. And Goldie, sometimes I don't, like, while we're talking together, I don't notice how kind you are. And then when I watch it, like, you're so kind, you're so sweet. It's just when when we rewatch some of those moments, I just see the genuine care you have and how sweet you are. And I'm sorry that in the moment I don't notice it while it's happening.
You don't need to apologize for that, because sometimes I can be kind, but also sometimes I'm kind of pushy and I'm like Armin, like, and I just interrupt because you know what it is, like sometimes like I just get very excited and then I just get like panicked and I don't know how to like express my words because I'm not like a proper like trained journalist or whatever. So like my emotions get high, I'm just like Armin, and then you're like what, and I'm like and,
It's
so I
it
do
makes it so much
apologize
more
for
fun.
being annoying sometimes, but I
No,
try
no.
to,
It's like we love your energy, obviously. So
thank you. Well,
don't
we love
change.
your energy, and this is great. So, thank you so much. We're so great. We're so lucky to have you here, and
Oh.
It was so amazing to get to experience your reaction, because we know that this is something that you have been working towards for way longer than me, on like the YouTube live streams, and like all the people you've gone after, all the jihadis you've attacked, right? Like this is like your vindication. This is your vindication. So there you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for teaching me about all the Haydar stuff, because now we're, oh my gosh, I have a feeling we traumatized AP.
Yeah, I think I don't know who's gonna recover from that.
Oh, you know what, guys? This is what I mean. Like we Iranians, we have been traumatized by Islam in a way that like no one else has. So every single other like ex-Muslim out there, they're like here, and then like the rest of us were like, so we're just like, okay, let's slowly introduce you to the Allahu Akbar Durka Jihad Club, right? And then even when we showed AP, I feel a super great guy, but we showed him the video footage of Khamenei being sworn in, and it was just like the sign. AP is like, what the heck? I feel bad. I feel so bad for the Sunni Muslims, guys. Like there's Sunni ex-Muslims, and then there's Shia ex-Muslims, right?
Shia
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, yeah. To make it clear, guys, some Sunni ex-Muslims have a few happy memories when it comes to their rich Islamic rituals. Okay, but Shia ex-Muslims have none of that, because the entire ritual is about death and bleeding and black and crying and some more crying and making yourself bleed, and like it's just like what it's like it's a cartoonish level of evil. Like if it was in a movie, they would be like, this is bad writing, don't make them look this evil. Oh, what happened?
100. Wait,
Yeah, you're good.
is my screen frozen? What's going on? Oh man. All right.
Oh.
You know what? It's because the
Yeah, it's 10 hours. That's why.
I know. So I need to like end the live stream. So
Yeah. Bye, guys. We're frozen. I mean, I'm frozen. You're back. Oh no. Oh, I don't even have audio anymore. I don't even have audio. I don't have audio. Hello? It's broken.
wait, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Oh no.
It's broken.
Oh, Armin, can you hear me now? Oh no, it's been like 10 hours. Okay, I'll just have to message Armin. He's gone. All right, I'll message him. All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow.
is dead. Is dead.
Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei,